The Countdown 2 is on. Welcome in, and thank you for making the show part of your Saturday. BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. Grant Paulson flanked today by John Martin, who's in for Alex Gold. We've got a lot to get to as we're counting down to Game 7 action in the NBA postseason. First round, Game 7 tilt, Clippers, Nuggets, 8.5 hours from now, and then the Rockets and the Warriors tomorrow night. That's 32.5 hours away. We've also got a Game 7 to count down to in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Colorado Avalanche and the Dallas Stars have played the most entertaining first-round series in the sport. They dropped the puck at 8 East time tonight. That is right about 10 hours from right now. So lots of playoff action, plenty of NFL also. But let's get after it. It is Countdown 2. John, what's good?
Well, let me ask you this, Grant. Are you confident that Alex is going to return? Because if that Caitlin Clark, 1 of 1 or gold vinyl 1 of 1, if that grades a 10, I mean he's a rich man.
This is a good point. He has had one show since pulling that card, and he hasn't worked it. So we know he's a changed man. Now, whether or not he returns, nobody really knows. From the way he described it to me, and for those of you that don't know, Gold is into the card game pretty substantially. Now, some of this was lost on me because I try to keep up with it, and I'm interested in cards. I got a little guy who's starting to like doing it, but there's so much nerdery to it. It's just so hard to keep up with, if I'm being honest. But the way Gold was describing it to me, someone else opens your packs of cards. You buy certain packs and boxes, and then you watch this reveal. And he sent me the video, and it was just all time nerdy, but it was hilarious. So these guys open a pack of cards. It's Alex's pack, but they're opening it for some reason. They pull a Caitlin Clark, unbelievable card that the moment they see it, they already knew was immaculate. Gold's running around doing spin kicks in his house. But the way he's described it to me is that while the whole chat went nuts and everyone was loving life, I don't know if he downplayed it. He said, it's going to be worth a lot, but it might be, we're not talking about, life-changing as much as sell the card immediately, make some good money, and put it in the bank. But, I don't know. What do we have any idea? What could this card be worth for Gold?
I mean, honestly, because it's Caitlin Clark, I think that, it's certainly a possibility of 30 grand, 40 grand.
That was not the numbers that he was suggesting. A handful, several $1,000s was what he was thinking.
Well, it has
30 or 40 grand.
If it grades as a PSA 10, because he's going to send it in, it's going to get graded. That's the other part of this, right? It's going to get authenticated and graded by a professional. I can't remember. A PSA stands for something. I can't remember. But if it grades as a 10, which is Jim meant, it sends the value through the absolute roof to the moon. So, but yeah, I've lived the break thing. God, I will advise people, don't ever do that under the influence, because I spent about $20,000 one night last year doing that, and I haven't quite recovered. So
what is the break thing? That's when someone's opening up all the packs of cards for you?
Yeah. So it's supposed to, the theory of it, right, Grant, is it takes your cost basis down rather than you buy the box yourself, which is going to cost you anywhere between $900 to $1,000. You just buy a share of the box, basically. You might buy one team or, one specific player. So if they pull that team or that player, that's yours. Everything else is sold to somebody else. So it brings your cost basis down, but of course you may get nothing out of it. That's the gamble. They may not pull your team. They may not pull your player. You got to get lucky. It is gambling.
For those that aren't tracking, so Gold, my normal host here, pulls a 1 of 1 Caitlin Clark. So immediately this chat, there's hundreds of people watching, the people that were polling on video, they all just lose their minds, because this, I don't know, this is the equivalent of what, digging your shovel into the ground and hitting a treasure box. I mean, this is this is the dream. This is why everyone does this, is that maybe once over decades of collecting cards, you'll have this moment. And all we're saying is we don't know that Alex Gold's a changed man. We just know that he has had one radio show to do since that moment, and he has shirked his responsibilities. So he's certainly acting like an NFL player that got paid, who isn't
Yep.
showing up for workouts. That's what I know about Alex Golden.
That's exactly right. So, but I do wish him well. I'm glad he got paid out, and if he can turn $60 into, $30,000, that's a good Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. If you're watching on high definition, twitch.tv/BetMGM network, you may notice as I move quickly, you're going to notice some glitter on my face and in my beard. We had a daddy-daughter ball last night, which was a lot of fun. Took the 6-year-old daughter on the date, and then she got some glitter, like it was supposed to be fairy dust, I guess, and somehow tossed that on me this morning as I was rolling out of bed. So at certain angles, I might shine, and there might be a little
Right.
bit of glitter for you, John. So just know that if you catch that, that's not a
Yeah.
normal thing, but we'll work with it today.
Yeah. You had
You know
like
what
an
doesn't come off with a shower, by the way, is glitter.
I've never been victimized yet by the glitter. My kid's only 4, so we're not quite there. But I appreciate. I mean, you do have a glow about you. It's not the worst thing in the world.
No, I'll take it. Yeah, absolutely. It's the right kind of glow. All right, last night's NBA action. I want to start with the fact that we do have an extra game 7 now. I don't know how many people gave the Rockets a chance in this series with the Warriors to push it to 7. I'd said before it started it was kind of my favorite matchup because I just like the juxtaposition of a really young ascending team and Golden State's kind of grizzled snarl. My concern for the Rockets was when these games get into a scenario where it's half court and you got to hit shots late and someone's going to have to, basically create in a half court setting, that the Rockets wouldn't be able to do it. They've been a bottom 10 offensive team
Yep.
for the majority of the season, but they were going to get offensive rebounds and they were going to run, and transition was going to help them. And you like that they've got some defenders like Thompson that can move their feet and stay in front and be on Steph. Last night was pretty incredible what they were able to do, closing that game out in the fourth quarter to win an 8-point game, to force a game 7 now going back home. They got the Warriors on the brink, man, and I still am going to probably roll with Golden State, but I think there are a lot of people that are starting to believe in this Rockets team. Looking at the line for game 7 tomorrow, Houston's a 2.5-point home favorite. Total for the game is 201 and a hook. You can get the Rockets at -145, or if you like the Warriors to win like I do, just being experienced on that big stage, you can get them actually at better than even money, +120 right now on the money line. If you like them to cover, not a bad bet, -105, you get a couple of points and a hook.
Yeah, I think you kind of nailed it. This Rockets team is deep. They're young, they're hungry, they're athletic, and the Golden State Warriors are honestly none of those things. I think what's kind of being exposed here is I read this piece, a couple of weeks ago about how the NBA is becoming a weak link league, um, which basically means that you're only as good as your weakest link. It used to be like if you had LeBron James, who's out, by the way, but if you had Luka Doncic, who's out, by the way, if you had Steph Curry, that would be enough to overcome your deficiencies. And the author's point was, and I apologize, I'm blanking on who it was. It was a Substack, but the author's point was that it's becoming more like soccer in that you have to have a deep bench and a good bench to be successful in these playoffs now in 2025. And I think the Rockets versus Warriors, the Timberwolves versus Lakers, great examples of this, because what do the Warriors have outside of Steph and Jimmy? I mean, they're banking on Podziemski to chip in 15, 20 every single night. I mean, you're not getting consistent offensive production from Draymond Green. I just think this is one of those series, Grant, where the deeper, more athletic team, and I don't know, they don't really have a singular star here. I mean, Van Vliet's playing well; he's a champ, but it's mostly just Ime Udoka. It's an approach defensively, and it's depth. And right now, I think it's overpowering, this old Warriors team.
Yeah, that was kind of my concern coming in, right? I'm not alone here. I think this was the knock on Golden State. But outside of Steph, who went 9 of 23 from the floor last night, And outside of Jimmy Butler, who went 7 of 17 but missed 5 of 6 threes. Now, he did get to the line all night long. He was 12 of 14 from the charity stripe. But outside of those two guys, where do your points come from? Draymond Green is still a useful, helpful player on plenty of nights, but he's not going to score the basketball all that often. Last night, close to 40 minutes, and he had, 4 fouls to go along with 8 points, and I think he made 3 field goals and hit 1 3. But where is it? Is Gary Payton going to be knocking down jumpers? Is Buddy Hield going to knock down threes? And as you said, they have a very thin bench. Like last night, and this is not that different than normal, but how often do you see like teams basically make major changes to their starting lineup where they're benching a guy in the final week? We saw that with them. But you run through the guys that were on the squad last night that didn't really participate. It's Looney, Key, Knox, Davis, Santos. Basically on the bench, Moses Moody, you mentioned Podziemski, and I think maybe who was it? Maybe Quentin Post is the other one.
Yeah.
That's it. That's their entire bench. 3 guys that played any minutes for them. So it not only is it hard to get out of this series, but I'm actually thinking about this from like a longevity standpoint too. I thought maybe Golden State could be frisky to make a run, but watching this series has completely changed my opinion. You can't, I know there's plenty of rest between these games, but these dudes are going to get run into the ground. They just don't have enough players that they trust. And to your point with the piece you're referencing, they're just paper thin. Like they don't have enough ammunition here, but I'm not even sure if that's going to be a concern long-term because they might not get out of this round. Again, they're underdogs in a game 7 of this Rockets team. They're just younger. They're more energetic. They're faster. And if they could hit some shots, you go back to the most recent loss in this series, it was kind of what my fear for them was, all right, let's make some buckets down the stretch here, possession by possession. If Golden State has them there with 3 minutes left, then the Warriors probably find a way to win. But it's a Styles makes fight series for me.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. In game 4, Warriors were 4-point favorites. It was tied, I believe, at 108 with 30 seconds left or something. I mean, the Rockets had multiple chances to win game 4. So there's a world where we're not even going to a game 7, right? Where the Rockets have just kind of, as you would expect of a team that's not been in these situations, they have just kind of wilted in the final minutes. But I think for them, what they're showing is they're good enough, to put themselves in a situation where it's not a close game, like last night, like game 5, right? They have, that's 2 straight games now where they have put the game basically out of reach, by the end of the fourth quarter. I was excited, Grant. I'm a little bummed about this because I was very excited to bet the Timberwolves in the next series. I was hoping that Golden State got it done last night at home and did so in convincing fashion so that I could get a better price on Minnesota, but that's gone. That train has left the station. If Golden State does end up winning this game, we're gonna get taxed. We're gonna get tariffed on that series price because they're gonna be coming off a 7-game series. Teams that are coming off of those typically perform very poorly in the next round. So I think you'd see Minnesota's be anywhere between 155, 180. I was hoping to get like a minus 130, maybe even better, but that train has left the station, unfortunately.
Yeah, Warriors Rockets, they tip off at 8:30 East time. That's tomorrow. That'll be one of 2 games tomorrow. And I like that the NBA does this. They don't wait for everybody to be done and go round by round. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Carolina Hurricanes advanced on Tuesday this past week. The Washington Capitals, who I cover, advanced and beat Montreal in a 5-game series on Wednesday. Those 2 teams did not find out until after a game late last night on the West Coast when they're even playing game 1. So Carolina, since Tuesday, has been doing these optional skates and just kind of waiting. Same with the Capitals. We had a player on our show, one of their defensemen, Trevor Van Riemsdyk, yesterday going, yeah, we have no idea when we're going to play. That's over 48 hours after they won in the first round. And then they find out their game 1 is Tuesday. So that's a full week after Carolina advanced and 6 days after Washington advanced. And they don't even know when game 2 is. They haven't released the rest of the schedule because they're trying to play the TV game and wait for everybody else to finish. So I kind of like that game 1 Pacers-Cavs is actually going to be tomorrow at 6. So you've got a game 1 and a game 7 round 1. But the next NBA playoff game is actually tonight. We got Clippers, Nuggets. That's another game 7, 7:30 tip. This should be very entertaining. Denver's a 1.5-point favorite. Basically, a pick 'em game here. Totals 207.5. Clips on the road, a little better than even money. Nuggets with their acumen in the postseason, minus 125 on the money line.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'll be wrestling my kids for this one. I'm on solo dad duty. My wife is going out for the night. I doubt I'm going to get a chance to watch this one. But I mean, I just don't think I'm in a situation where I can fade a healthy Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, I want to get into that game in more detail and look at some of the NFL headlines coming out of draft week. We will do it as we continue on Countdown to. John Martin's in for Alex Gold. Grant Paulson with you, just getting started on this Saturday.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Countdown 2, BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network, brought to you by BetMGM. John Martin's in for Alex Gold. I'm Grant Paulson. The dust is settled on the NFL draft. We've had some time now over the last week or so to pick through the remains of this draft class now and go through and look at who landed where. And wanted to take a peek at some of the teams that I thought really helped themselves and how it might shift and help or hinder clubs as far as the divisional odds go. I think I'm probably in the majority on this, but the team whose draft I was most impressed by was the New England Patriots. I thought they hit it out of the park. They benefited, John, from first quantity. They made a ton of picks. I mean, they added, 5 players from the 5th round on, but that was after they drafted 6 players in the first 4 rounds. So you're talking about an 11-player draft class here. But they also had quality. To get Will Campbell, who I think is going to be a bookend tackle for them out of LSU in the top 5, was take the guy that falls into your lap and say thank you. In the 2nd round, they got Travion Henderson, the running back from Ohio State, who could be an elite playmaker for Drake May for years to come. 3rd round, they come back and they get 2 more helpers on offense. Kyle Williams out of Washington State, the wide receiver, and Jared Wilson is center from Georgia, who could end up being a plug-and-play option for them. They get 2 players in the 4th round that'll help them on defense. Craig Woodson from California and Joshua Farmer from Florida State, a safety and a D tackle, and we could go on and on. I like some value plays as well. Edge Braden Swinson from LSU in the 5th round. They got a new kicker in the 6th round. And after that, you're kind of just hoping guys make the roster. But if you look at the odds in the AFC East right now, New England is up to plus 750, kind of creeping up on Miami as a potential number 2 team in that division. Goes without saying that it's Buffalo's to lose. They're minus 300 at BetMGM. And that's the longest odds I've seen, the worst odds for the buyer that you're going to get anywhere. But that's where they were last I checked at BetMGM. You have the Dolphins at plus 550 and the Patriots at plus 750. And the expectation is now that the Jets are free falling. They're like 15-1. But what'd you make of what New England did, and how much have they closed the gap there to possibly being already in year 2 of Drake May after a really impressive rookie season that went under the radar because Jaden Daniels was electric and Bo Nix made the playoffs? They might be turning a corner quicker than we may have thought here after bringing in Mike Vrabel, having a new staff, and having a great draft.
I think that's the key. I mean, we saw this so many times when he was in Tennessee, right? I mean, he just takes these football teams that are, on paper they don't look like they're just crazy talented, right? But he has just sort of this disciplined style of football where guys just buy in and they keep it really simple. But they run the ball, they move the chains, great defenses, get stops. I mean, we see this in the NFL all the time, right? Worst to first, it happens. It happens, pretty much every year. I don't think it did happen last year. I don't think we had a worst to first division. But I think the Patriots are definitely one of those teams that, you could entertain. I mean, their problem, of course, is that the Bills exist. And, I think, Josh Allen's going to just watch, reruns of Sinners this offseason. He's going to be motivated, man. I don't know if you've caught Sinners yet with Haley Steinfeld
this week.
I mean, that would really motivate me if I'm Josh Allen. Like, I got to go out and I got to throw for 50 touchdowns this year. Because Haley and Michael B. Jordan had an unbelievable chemistry on screen. And I would have to make some plays. So that's the only problem for the Patriots is that the Bills exist. But yeah, man, I definitely think they had a great draft. They addressed some needs. Obviously in free agency as well. So I definitely think they're going to be live for one of those teams that goes from worst to first.
I'm not a vampire movie guy at all. Like, had I have even known that's what I was getting into, there's less of a chance I would have seen it. I knew it was like a big blockbuster smash. I'm a big movie guy. I like popcorn and air conditioning. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to the theater and watch Michael B. Jordan. I love Haley Steinfeld. She's beautiful. She's talented, whatever. So it's got a good cast. Let's do this. I had no idea what I was getting into. It was weird and artsy and amazing, and I loved it. It was actually really, really good. But yeah, I certainly understand that being a tough watch if you're Josh Allen for sure. But that's
Yeah.
what you're getting into, bro. When you marry a, she's essentially like, I don't know if you would call her an A-list star at this point, but maybe
She's up
B-list.
there.
I mean, and this is only going to help her cause in terms of starring in a film opposite Michael B. Jordan. So this won't be the last time you have to have, watch her probably have chemistry with somebody and have, love scenes or whatever. So he knew what he signed up for.
Yeah,
He's
but
not surprised.
I would say this, Grant. I've done some investigative journalism on this topic, and I would just like to see her post him a little bit more on her Instagram. Her Instagram is basically just her. We don't see a lot of Josh. They're engaged. I think there needs to be more Josh Allen content on her Instagram page. You can still be focused on your career. I don't think Josh Allen's trying to get in the way of that. I just would like to see, for my own peace of mind, so that I can go to sleep at night knowing that this relationship is, on the right track. Just post a little bit more of 17 in Buffalo. That's all I would ask.
I've only got one picture of her on his Instagram scrolling back several months. So maybe this is a mutual thing. His Instagram is his for football. There's one beautiful picture of them in front of the Eiffel Tower. I don't know if that's where they got engaged or whatever.
Right.
But, I think this cuts both ways. They're probably content. These are the 8 very successful type A celebrity, right? So, they got their own things to do. But I do like the John Martin Relationship podcast coming to you on an Odyssey platform.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Our first guest is Haley Steinfeld. He's going to get to the bottom.
With a bang. Just more Josh Allen posts. That's all we need, Haley.
I'm with you. You just want everyone to know that that's your boyfriend. Then, by the way, like same as Sydney Sweeney and what's Glenn's name? I'm blanking on the star from Twisters. Glenn
they
Powell.
broke up though, didn't they? They're done, aren't they done?
Well, they were never dating, but they went on this like long after the movie thing where everyone's like seeing them flirt left and right. And so my point is, like, now Haley Steinfeld and Michael B. Jordan are everywhere. They're on roller coasters together and doing interviews together. So you got to – that's the tougher part, I think, is after you see this movie, now you watch them go out and do all the media. I mean, look, Josh Allen's very comfortable in his own skin, I'd imagine. You probably can't get engaged again to a superstar celebrity, beautiful actress if you're not pretty trusting and feel good about the relationship. But this is probably true in a lot of ways. He's a better man than me, no doubt about that. But back to the AFC East real quick. So I mentioned the Patriots with Will Campbell and Travion Henderson early in the draft. People sleep on how many new starters have come in there. Like, I think this is going to be a legitimately good football team. You know what their odds are to make the playoffs right now? Plus 155. It's not 7-1. I mean, it's not 5-1. Like, this is – if Mike Vrabel gets his claws in this thing and can win them a game or two that they shouldn't win based on coaching, they're a playoff team, in my opinion. I look at them as an 8 or 9 win roster, and then if Vrabel gets them another win or two, you're talking about 9 or 10 wins, the bounce of the football, and you're a wild card club. Think about what they've done. Now, Stephon Diggs is old and kind of declining some, but he's still going to help. They have 2 new starters in their wide receiver room, and Stephon Diggs and Matt Collins via free agency. Demario Douglas has gone from being a 1 to a 3, essentially, or a 2. He's a really good player. They drafted Kyle Williams in the 3rd round. They still have Kendrick Bourne and Kayshon Boutte and the rest of those guys, Jalen Polk, Javon Baker that they had on. So they're deep. They've got a lot of options. Then on the offensive line, they have 3 new starters. They signed Morgan Moses, the veteran who's bounced around Ravens, Jets, Washington. They signed Garrett Bradbury, the longtime starting center with the Vikings. They draft Will Campbell, so that's 60% a new offensive line. Plus, they signed Wes Schweitzer, who's going to compete at guard. Plus, they drafted Jared Wilson, who could push for an interior job. So, I mean, they could have 4 new starters on their offensive line, and where they've actually made their best moves is on defense. Milton Williams, who was a star with the Eagles, up front starting as one of 2 new defensive starters of the 3 and a 3-4. They go get Harold Landry to rush the quarterback. They bring in Robert Spillane from the Raiders, former Steeler, to play linebacker. They've got Carlton Davis, who they paid a ton of money to in the secondary as their new DB. They signed 5 new defensive starters, 3 new key depth guys defensively, and then you draft 2 players that are going to play on defense. So this is a completely new, different team essentially around Drake May. They need him to make a leap, clearly, but I was super impressed by him last year. So I am high on the Patriots right now, man. I think they are a sleeper that's kind of laying in the weeds here. Again, the odds in the East, you're looking at the Bills as a runaway favorite. With or without the movie centers, they're winning this thing minus 300. And then it's Dolphins plus 550, Patriots set plus 750. I'll bet you New England finishes with the same or better record than Miami. That would be my hot take in this division.
Yeah, and I think the other part of it too is that they get the 4th place schedule, right? They get the 4th place schedule as a result of finishing 4th last year in the East. So they're going to play the Giants. They're going to play the Raiders. They're going to play the Titans. I mean, they're going to be in a situation where they have opportunities to stack up some wins as long as, like you said, Drake takes a step, and I see no reason why he wouldn't at this point.
All right, another team that I thought had a great draft that's been getting rave reviews. The Seattle Seahawks did some things that are really going to help. They needed interior O-line play. They get Gray Zabel from North Dakota State at 18 overall. They had to upgrade their secondary. They went out and got Nick Amenwari, who fell inexplicably to 35 out of South Carolina. There's some obvious links there to Cam Chancellor, kind of a big dude who can run and thump in the back end. Round 2, they got a tight end who's going to play right away in Elijah Arroyo from Miami. I'm curious about the Jalen Milroe pick long term. Maybe if Sam Darnold falls on his face, Milroe out of Alabama would get a shot to be a dual threat run first quarterback. I think he's got a lot of developing to do as a passer, and he's not really close to being a help that much there. But what I would do, I don't know how you feel about this, John, I'd build in packages for him right away. Like Sam Darnold, while I paid him, is not one of those dudes I bring in that I can't take off the field because God forbid he's got to stand there and watch for one down. Like you can make the case when the Saints with Drew Brees would have him stand there so that Taysom Hill could come in. It was stupid because he was at the peak of his powers as an MVP. But this is Sam Darnold. So build some stuff in, use Milroe. You took him 92nd overall, but they had an awesome draft. And you look at the odds in the NFC West, this is a division in flux, man. The Rams are getting older. Right now they are plus 165, which I think is really good value. Everybody still thinks San Francisco is the favorite. They had a tumultuous offseason, lost a lot of pieces. They're plus 140. Seattle's 6-1 with Arizona, same odds, to win that division right now. The Seahawks, if Sam Darnold can replicate how he played in Minnesota, which is going to be tough without that weaponry, they're going to be a frisky team in that division, and you get great odds on them.
Yeah, listen, I think they did have a great draft, especially defensively. I thought Jalen Milroe was it was an intriguing pick. It's not one I would have made just because I'm not really a fan. I mean, I won't be able to put out that Michigan film from my mind. Against Michigan's second string, third string defense. I mean, I think it's maybe the worst film of a guy that got drafted that high ever in a single game. He could not make a throw. Again, this was in a bowl game against a team that was resting all of its good players defensively. But yeah, if you're going to draft him, now is the time. You better use him somehow. You better get, because he's on his rookie contract, right? I mean, you don't want to get, if you believe in the guy as the future, let him take his hits now so that, when it's time for him to start, he's already been there and done it. And maybe he'll have learned like, hey, I got to do this. I got to do that. I can't take that hit. I can't take that one. So now would be the time to absolutely maximize those abilities.
Let me ask you this. What am I missing here? So their regular season win total right now is 7.5. Okay.
Yep.
This is a team that has been over that total comfortably, 9 or more wins 3 straight years. Last year, first year of a new head coach in a bit of a refurbishing, 10-7, and they finished 14th in yards offensively. They finished 11th in scoring points allowed defensively, and then they go out and they add DeMarcus Lawrence up front to help generate more pass rush. You draft Amenwari, who's probably going to start in the secondary, and Riley Mills, who might start at D tackle for them, will certainly play a ton in the rotation. Then you go out in free agency. You bring in Cooper Kupp and Marquez Valdez-Scantling with JSN at wide receiver. I love the kid they drafted in the 5th round, Torrey Horton from Colorado State. So there's more wide receiver talent. Darnold comes in with Drew Lock. Both now you've got a completely new quarterback room. 7.5 seems like it's a win and a half low to me. Like it's minus 130, so it's not like it's even money on a return. You're paying some juice here, but over 7.5 at minus 130, yes, please. That is an 8 or more win team getting out of bed.
I agree with you, especially when you look at their schedule. I mean, so many winnable games. Not just in that division, but you're playing, the Texans at home. Who else is it? It's the Texans at home. It's the Saints at home. The Bucks at home. These are all very, very winnable games. So it's just, are you getting that Sam Darnold away from Kevin O'Connell? That's the only skepticism it feels like.
Looking at how the draft affected some of the odds in various divisions in the NFL as we count down to rookie minicamp. It's Countdown 2. John Martin, Grant Paulson with you on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
This is Countdown 2. Grant Paulson and John Martin with you on BetMGM Network. We just spent the break chopping it up about Sinners, which I guess you said last night. I saw earlier in the week. It's fantastic. Here's what I will give it full credit for, in addition to just being super entertaining in a movie I'd see another time. It's not that often that you get these big feeling like Hollywood releases other than the Marvel universe anymore. There's not really these huge films. Like I got that feeling from Top Gun Maverick back in the day, where everyone's going to see it and everyone's excited. It's very rare anymore. So it feels big. It's shot in IMAX. It's awesome. And then on top of that, I just think it's a creative new storyline. Like we talk about originality and how everything's either Marvel or it's been done before. It's a remake. So I give Ryan Coogler full credit for that. He's got himself a winner here, and they're going to get a bunch of awards because of it.
I would bet, there are some places where you can bet on these things. I don't know if the odds are out yet, but I would definitely bet. I would do an Oscars parlay. I would do a three-leg Oscars parlay on Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor. Sinners, Michael B. Jordan, Ryan Coogler.
And I'll bet you'd get like really, really good payout odds too, because it's so early in the process, right? And on top of that, while Michael B. Jordan's going to be nominated for sure, this film's going to be nominated. He's going to be nominated. So it's not like you're getting 20-1 on any of them. But, I would say all three of those collectively, like maybe one or two are the favorite, but they're not all going to be the favorite. So you're going to get some really good return on that if you can find that somewhere.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the other question is, that I was doing some research on this, is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson going to get a nomination for Best Actor as part of the Smashing Machine? I mean, so if that's the case, he ain't winning. So that's gonna open up a slot, right? So yeah, again, I don't know. I don't think those are out just yet. I do have some places where I can bet that, but I do think it could be one of those years where it's a sweep for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we got another 9 months. It's going to be a little while before award season. Before we move on from the NFC West, I gave the Seahawks kind of my number 2 draft class, most impressive class, and improved their odds in the division. They also had a good free agency. I mentioned Darnold at quarterback, Cooper Kupp at wide receiver. One of the things that we mentioned in passing was San Francisco is still maybe not a heavy favorite by any means, but a favorite at every single book, essentially, to win that division. The Rams have closed the gap, and at BetMGM right now, it's plus 140 for the Niners, plus 165 for the Rams, and then the Seahawks and the Cardinals are 6-1. Make the case for San Francisco as a division champion again, because they've lost a lot. Deebo Samuel is now in Washington. Trent Williams, who doesn't seem to age, is a year older. Their left tackle. There was some thought that he was disappointed or wanted a new contract. Those talks have kind of gone away. They did pay George Kittle a lot in the name of essentially keeping Brock Purdy around and paid and happy. They lost a lot of starters this offseason. But if you look at that offense, it's now Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings at wide receiver, Kittle, who they got to keep healthy at tight end, with Luke Farrell, who they brought over from Jacksonville. If anything would happen to Kittle, I think that offense would be in some trouble because Ross Dwelly and Luke Farrell are not buttering the bread at that position. You get Christian McCaffrey back, hopefully, durable this season, but you got to knock on wood when you say that. And then Isaac Guerrero and their 5th-round pick, Jordan James, at running back. Defensively, they signed a couple of new starters. Trey Brown comes over from Seattle. They also drafted a couple of rookies. Michael Williams will be their first-round edge, and then Nick Martin is going to start at linebacker, a 3rd-round pick. But I think the Rams should be the favorite in that division, not the Niners. What am I getting wrong?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're talking about, a 25-cent difference, so it's not they're certainly not prohibitive by any stretch of the imagination. And I think all the reasons are pretty obvious. Like, you're banking on things that have not happened, like in recent history. Christian McCaffrey doesn't stay healthy. George Kittle does get banged up. That wide receiver room. Ayuk is great. I mean, he's proven himself to be a one, but then, okay, like my second option on the perimeter is Pearsall and Jawan Jennings. Like, and then Brock Purdy's got to get paid. He wants to get paid as well. I
Well,
think they
how
had
about
a great
this, John? Brock Purdy's got to show that he can play without all those weapons, too. I mean, last year,
Absolutely.
when they lost those guys, and it was, all right, let's go make some plays, Brock, he was a different player. And instead of making the, $65 million a year or whatever that was speculated by Bill Barnwell of ESPN, now we're hearing $50 million. Like, his value got dinged already because he couldn't sustain himself. So I have questions just in general about his level of play as they start to lose some of the pieces around him.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, there is a reason why he was a Mr. Irrelevant, basically, right? I mean, he has limitations, and he happened to. I mean, look, he's cerebral enough, he's skilled enough to operate in that offense. But I don't really know. Like Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy kind of feel like the same guy to me in that, you put them in an elite system, they're going to be good enough to, do what you need them to do. But do we talk about them and should we talk about them in, elite category? Definitely not. So they'll get their answer. I mean, this will be a year where they really get their answer on Brock, what he can do, how much he can elevate that offense sort of on his own. Because honestly, if they win the NFC West, he's going to have to do that. I mean, that's really the way for them to do it.
All right, one more team I wanted to accentuate for what they did in the draft that I thought helped themselves a lot, and I've just loved their offseason. I think people are sleeping a little bit on the Chicago Bears right now. Last year, Caleb Williams struggled, and I think people are down on him because in a year in which Jaden Daniels electrified and Bo Nix impressed and Michael Penix flashed like a strobe light and Drake May proved that he's the real deal, Caleb Williams left a lot to be desired. But that was an awful situation. They should not have kept their head coach. They did not make a good offensive coordinator hire. So now you fast forward and you've got Ben Johnson coming in there, one of the great offensive minds in the National Football League. They come out of this draft where they get Colston Loveland out of Michigan, a playmaking tight end top 10. They get another weapon at 39 and Luther Burden, who's, people will call Debo light, but I think he's a multifaceted tool that they get in the top 40 out of Missouri. They take a tackle at 56 out of BC that's going to start. Then they start to upgrade the defense in round 2 with a D tackle. They did not have a third-round pick, so everything else down the board you got to guess right on. But they really helped their offense. And when you look at their depth chart right now, it looks completely different from a year ago up front. They signed 3 new starters or traded for 3 new starters. Joe Thuney comes over from the Chiefs in a trade. Jonah Jackson comes over from the Rams in a trade. They're your starting guards. Then you bring over a new starting center from Atlanta and Drew Dahlman. So your entire interior is new. Obviously, they drafted Darnell Wright in the first round a couple years ago, their right tackle. They have Braxton Jones at left tackle. Now you add a starting wide receiver and a playmaker and Burden in the draft to go with Moore and Adunze. Then you have Loveland at tight end where you still have Cole Kmet. I just think the weapons around Caleb Williams, backfield of DeAndre Swift and Rashawn Johnson, I thought they were going to do more at running back in the draft than they did, honestly. I still think they could benefit from like one more back for that two-headed monster that Ben Johnson probably wants. But they went out and got Grady Jarrett up front and brought in 2 starters on their defensive line. I think the Bears are a playoff caliber team. If you look at the NFC North odds, it's a loaded division. But the Lions plus 120 are favorites. The Packers at plus 280 are going to be a playoff team. And then you got the Bears and the Vikings as kind of who's going to be number 3. Right now, Chicago at BetMGM getting better odds to do so, plus 425. Vikings plus 475. To me, the Bears are a double-digit win wild card team this year.
Yeah, I do have a little bit of PTSD about it, Grant, because my radio partner in Memphis is he's from Chicago and he's a huge Bears fan, and these things you are saying are the exact same things that he was saying last offseason when Caleb Williams got drafted number 1, and he said, "Man, he is stepping in."
But they have a real head coach, and they have a real coaching staff on offense.
No, that's true. That is true. That is completely, and that is if Ben Johnson is who we think he is, I mean, it's basically impossible to quantify the difference, right? And I love what they did with getting Luther Burden. I'm not sure why he was still available. Is there really something medically going on there? But yeah, I mean, what's not to love about them? I mean, we're talking about year 1 to year 2 jumps for Drake May. Caleb Williams, I mean, if he can't do that in this offense, then I'm not sure it's ever going to work for him. So, especially with Ben Johnson. So, I agree with you, but I heard these same things last year from a Bears fan. It's like, there's never been a rookie quarterback that's ever been as insulated as this. He's going to have the great. And then, of course, along comes a guy named Jaden Daniels, who nobody was saying those things about. Nobody was saying that he was stepping into a good situation. Nobody was saying he was playing for a good coach. The guy goes to the damn NFC title game and beats everybody's darling, the Lions, along the way. So, again, I heard these things last year. It's time to prove it for Caleb Williams.
There's no doubt. Like, I'm not convinced or sold on Caleb Williams. That was a very small part of the analysis. Is if you notice, it's all about everybody else. And
Right.
look, if he doesn't play at a really high level, if he doesn't put it together and alleviate some of the bad decisions, whether that be turnovers or sacks, then maybe it is time for them to think about going a different direction. I don't know if Ben Johnson's going to be a great head coach. There's a long list of guys that were great coordinators, who are great offensive minds that might not be great head coaches. But I know he's a hell of an offensive mind. And so I know their offense is going to be really good. I mean, they'll drag Caleb Williams into being a legitimate offense if need be, and maybe ultimately you've got to pivot. But if you're a really good offense in this league right now, you're going to be competing for the postseason. You're not going to be a 7-win team if you're a top 10, top 7 offense in the league. Generally, those are the teams that make the playoffs. So for me, it's really about Ben Johnson, who I believe in implicitly, I think is a superstar. And I think his plan this offseason has been awesome. Let's address the offensive line, which was a problem last year. Check. Let's go get more to help out. And it's not older weapons like Keenan Allen. Let's get young, explosive pieces. Check. I think they're going to move the ball and they're going to score. And if they do, you're going to win a lot more football games. But you're right. The bottom line here with the Bears is it's still I guess it's a two-pronged question. What is Ben Johnson as a head coach, which is unknown? And the bigger, more important question, you just nailed this, are we sure about Caleb Williams? Because it is possible that he's just not who we thought he was. But he's going to have to prove it this season. No doubt about that. We'll get into some potential Rookie of the Year candidates, offensively, defensively, and some odds came out on statistical projections. We'll look at those on Countdown 2.
Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
This is Countdown 2. No Alex Gold today. Grant Paulson with you. John Martin alongside. BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. You can watch us on Twitch. We thank you for being part of our Saturday operation here. The sport oftentimes this time of year, certainly nationally, that gets a little bit of the shaft is the National Hockey League. And we wanted to dive into some of these series, get some predictions on games and series, and maybe help you guys make more advised selections on what you're doing as bettors by trying to get some insight on what's going on in the NHL. So let's do that right now on our guest hotline, Chris Meany, who is covering fantasy betting and edge stats for NHL.com. Chris, thank you so much for joining us on Countdown 2. I actually want to begin kind of off the beaten path with a little bit of a logistics question. Why does the league wait so long to determine when these games are going to be? I'm in D.C. I cover the Caps and love the Caps. Carolina advanced on Tuesday night. Washington advanced on Wednesday night. Those two teams found out last night when they're going to be playing Game 1, and we still don't know when the rest of the series games are going to be played. And, oh, by the way, Game 1 is on Tuesday, a week after Carolina advanced, 6 days after Washington advanced, so they can wait for everything else to finish up. That seems ridiculous to me.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Happy Saturday. I wish I had that answer for you. I do not have that answer. I figured that series, Carolina and Washington, the puck would drop on the series on Sunday is what I was kind of expecting. As you alluded to, it wrapped up earlier than other series. And I'm not really sure. It could have something to do with, the venue, certain buildings moving forward, what works out for them to schedule these games. But a little bit of rest for those two teams, because Carolina-Washington may just be the most physical second-round series. A lot of bad blood between those two squads when they met in the postseason a couple of years ago when the Capitals were on their way to winning their first Stanley Cup. And then also this regular season, a lot of bad blood there as well. So not sure, to be honest with you, but a couple more days before the puck drops on round 2, because we'll get 2 more Game 7s.
You mentioned it. We do have a Game 7 tonight, 8 o'clock, ABC, Avs versus the Stars. Some have said that it's almost too difficult to pick a winner here, Chris. I'm wondering how you sort of see this one playing out and who you think comes out on top.
Yeah, this series has been fantastic. Luckily for all the hockey fans, they're going to get to see a 7th game between these two squads. And heading in, actually the last 6 to 8 weeks of the season, I was just Team Dallas. It's like, Dallas. I love the makeup of their squad, the addition of Mikko Rantanen. They're extremely deep, probably the deepest team at the forward position. And then, Jason Robertson suffered the knee injury in the final game of the season. He's not going to suit up tonight. Miro Heiskanen has been skating with the squad, but also not going to suit up tonight either. So my pick was Colorado in 7. I'm going to stick with that. Despite the fact that Pete DeBoer is 7-0 in Game 7s as the head coach of the Dallas Stars. Of course, he's done it across the league, multiple teams, but he's had a lot of success in these situations. And Nathan McKinnon is 0-4 in Game 7s, and the Colorado Avalanche have never won a Game 7 on the road. So history not on their side, but I've really liked what I've seen from the Avs overall. In terms of 5-5 play, they have 100 more shot attempts than the Dallas Stars, 50 more shots on goal. The expected goals share is in their favor. The scoring chances, nearly 60 more than them as well. And the high major chances, nearly 30 more. So they have been the better team at 5-5. Jake Ottinger has been the better goalie. It's just been a remarkable series, guys. I mean, you look at Game 6, Rupe Hintz and Mikko Rantanen combined for 8 points, the first teammates in NHL history in the Stanley Cup playoffs to have 8 points in a period, 4 each from those two. You have Cale Makar, who leads all players in the playoffs in shot attempts, and Nathan McKinnon, who leads all players in the playoffs in shots on goal. I feel like the big boys from both teams are going to show up, and it should be a really good hockey game. Typically these Game 7s are tight checking, low scoring. Nobody really wants to make a mistake. But I just don't think that these teams can play that way. There's been a lot of offense, 6 goals in Game 1, 7 goals in Game 2. Game 3 was tight. Game 4 was tight as well. But Game 5, 7 goals, and then we had 11 goals in Game 6. So I do feel like we'll see some sort of 4-3 hockey game, maybe tight checking early on. But I do like Colorado to come out on top here. I just feel like they've been the better team overall at 5-5, and just a big blow for Dallas, being without their top goal scorer and Jason Robertson and their best blue liner, Amira Heiskanen.
Chris Meany, NHL.com, -150 money line for the Avs tonight. You are getting a home underdog at plus money at plus 125 in what has been a pretty even series in terms of the result the whole time. So plus 125 on Dallas if you like that. The other Game 7 we've got, and I'm also thrilled that this series went the distance because these games have been ultra entertaining. The Blues and the Jets. This will be tomorrow night, right in the 7 o'clock East Time hour on TBS. It's funny, Connor Hellebuyck was the best goaltender in the National Hockey League this year. He'll win the Vezina. But it doesn't seem like he's playing with the same confidence, just has not been as crisp, in my opinion, in this series over the duration. The Blues on the road, not surprisingly, will be underdogs, catching a goal and a half, plus 125 on the money line. Who do you think comes out of Blues-Jets Game 7?
Yeah, Winnipeg is an extremely tough place to play. The whiteout, it's an experience like no other. And Winnipeg should have the advantage at home, just given the crowd. And Connor Hellebuyck, I mean, you mentioned it. Statistically, he's been the worst goalie in the playoffs. You know, he's got a 4.42 goals against average. He has an 8.15 save percentage, which is just it's crazy to think about considering where he was in the regular season. It is insane. It's absolutely nuts. It's kind of unexplainable because he's most likely going to win his third Vezina trophy as the league's best goalie, second year in a row. I think he's the Hart Trophy as the MVP of the entire league. He was 1 or 2 in wins and save percentage and goals against average, high danger save percentage. I believe he was third in the NHL if you want to include Anthony Stolarz, who played around 40 games, and then Andrei Vasilevsky. We've seen Vasilevsky's run over the past few years for the Lightning. And then you look at the high danger save percentage in the playoffs, he's 22nd. He's 22nd in high danger save percentage in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Guys, there's only 16 teams in the league, 16 starting goalies. I know we've seen some backups. There's been some injuries and some goalies pulled, but it really is unbelievable. And last year we saw this as well. You know, in 5 games in the playoffs, he had a 5.23 goals against average, so worse, and an 8.70 save percentage. And, you know, he has struggled on the road. I don't want to put it all on him. It's easy to point the blame at Connor Hellebuyck. But the Jets went roughly 9 minutes in the second period yesterday without a shot on net. The Blues have outscored the Jets 17-4 in the 3 games in St. Louis. They won their 15th straight game at home last night in St. Louis. Hellebuyck's allowed 4+ goals in 7 straight playoff games on the road. So at least for him and the Jets, this game is going to be in Winnipeg at home. But I had the Blues winning this series in 7. They've been the best team in the NHL since the Four Nations face-off, February 22nd, only 4 regulation losses. They're getting contributions from a lot of lines and the blue line as well. Cam Fowler picked up a goal last night. He has 10 points in the playoffs. Colton Parayko leads the team in shot attempts and shots, and he's a defenseman, and Justin Falk is doing some things from the blue line as well. So I really like the makeup of this St. Louis team. I feel like they could go on a run, despite the fact that if they get by the Jets, they'll have to get the winner of the Colorado and Dallas series, and they'll be dogs in that series as well. You got to keep an eye on Mark Scheifele. You know, he didn't travel with the team to St. Louis for Game 6. He is their number 1 center, and they need him. Like, they're not a super deep team offensively. You know, I don't want to say they rely on Hellebuyck, but there's a reason why he was the MVP favorite when the season ended, because he is everything to that squad. So Scheifele was inside the top 12 in goals scored, great chemistry with Kyle Connor. If he's not able to play, that's a big blow offensively to what the Jets can bring to the table. And you know, it's a cool storyline, really, because Binnington and Hellebuyck went toe-to-toe at the Four Nations face-off for Team Canada and Team USA, and everybody was wanting to pick Team USA, but it was Binnington on the other side that has won those big games. He's won a Stanley Cup, a Game 7 on the road in Boston. He won a Game 6 in that same playoff run on the road in Dallas. He has won in big pressure moments where Hellebuyck has yet to show us that he can get that done. So I lean with the experience in St. Louis and going in and pulling off an upset.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Winnipeg can make it a perfect 4-for-4 on the 1 seeds should they win. But you're rolling with the Blues here. The other 3 ones that have made it through, and I'm just curious. I mean, for the Maple Leafs, yeah, you win the series, you pull off the Game 6 upset against the Senators there. and you're rewarded with this Panthers team that is coming off the Stanley Cup last year, and they're underdogs. The 1 seed is the underdog in game 1 to the Panthers. Do you like the Panthers in the series because of that experience? Just break down this series for me, 1 versus 3.
Right, a 1 seed going to get the first couple games at home, and they're heavy dogs, right? I've seen a lot of line movement when the series opened up, in favor of the Florida Panthers. The Panthers were my team to go back to the Stanley Cup Finals. I had them last year to win the Cup. That would be 3 straight seasons if they can get back to the Stanley Cup Finals, which is kind of unheard of, even though we did see Tampa 3 in a row before they really passed the torch here to the Florida Panthers. The Panthers are just so complete. I know a lot of people had questions about them heading into the playoffs. I had some of those questions as well, like how healthy is Matthew Tkachuk? He hadn't played since the Four Nations face-off. Alexander Barkov had missed a little bit of time. They were easing things in terms of Sergei Bobrovsky between the pipes. They're just one of those teams, and I've said this a couple times, it kind of reminds me of LeBron when he was with the Cavs. It didn't really matter where they played or who they played. I remember when they played the Atlanta Hawks, and the series started in Atlanta, and the Hawks were favored. And I remember LeBron after, like, who, me, an underdog? Never. I'll never be an underdog. It kind of reminds me of the Florida Panthers. Like, they didn't care where they played or who they played. They know what they're capable of, and when they're at full health, there's nobody really that can stop them. They play with a lot of physicality. The Leafs really don't play with a lot of physicality. Florida took care of Toronto a couple years ago when these two teams played in 5 games. You look up and down their lineup, there's not a hole. Ekblad's going to miss, game 1 due to a suspension, but he's going to be back. Bobrovsky, I give the edge, in goal over Anthony Stolarz, who has been really good. But yeah, this Leafs core, it's exciting for them that they were able to take care of the Ottawa Senators. Only 2 series wins here over the last 8 years. And when you look at the Panthers, they've just played so many big games. Again, Brad Marchand, the addition of him and the experience he has, he's taken care of the Leafs over the past couple of years in the playoffs as a member of the Boston Bruins. He's on their 3rd line and 2nd power play unit. So I like the Panthers to win the series. I think you can look at a series spread. I think that I'll give the Leafs 2 games. I'd say Florida wins in 6, and they could potentially win in 5. And I really do think that they're the most complete team in the Eastern Conference. So I think we'll see them back in the dance again.
I told you I'm in D.C. I was at all 3 home games for the Capitals as they dispatched of Montreal in 5 games. They've got the Hurricanes. 2019, the year after the Caps won the Cup, they were up 3-2 on Carolina, and the Canes eliminated them. That was the last time until this week that they had gotten out of the first round. But bad blood here. April game between the two teams was fight night with line brawls. It's been budding rivalry over the last few years. How do you see this series?
Yeah, it should be highly entertaining. The Capitals, both teams really, they weren't super tested. The Canadians played, I thought, pretty good in Washington. The 3 third periods, they really pushed the pace. They used their speed. But Logan Thompson, I thought, was the best player in that series. Alex Ovechkin, did his thing, and he's going to continue to do his thing. But I think the difference between the two teams certainly is in goal. Logan Thompson, not a nominee for the Vezina Trophy, but certainly could have been. I think he's won 72% of his games this season, which is second in the NHL behind Connor Hellebuck. When he gets between the pipes, the Capitals just seem to have so much confidence. And getting Alexei Protas back, who led the team in 5 and 5 points. He only played the 1 game there, but he was on the ice. I remember in the last couple shifts. His 5 and 5 game is just so strong. You're right about the bad blood. I remember when these two teams played in that playoff run. Wasn't it Ovechkin fighting Andrei Svechnikov, right? Put his countrymen down on the ice, yeah. And it should be. It should be great. There should be a lot of contact. Well, Carolina does. They play with a lot of pace. They own the puck. They check a lot of boxes in terms of possession stats. But I feel like they don't get to a lot of high danger areas. They shoot from everywhere. It's kind of what Rod Brendamore likes his teams to do, but I like the Capitals here in this situation. I think they're just more sound. I think they're more complete. I think they have more finishers up and down their lineup. Like I said, I think they have the edge in goals. So Carolina's certainly stingy. They don't give up a whole lot. Jacob Slavin's one of the best, if not the best, defenseman in the NHL. But the Capitals have a lot of great players in the blue line as well. Jacob Chikrin, I think, is a guy to keep an eye on. He'll be active joining the rush. He was great in the series against the Canadians. He had a fantastic year as well for Washington. So yeah, I lean with the Capitals in that series, and it could go 7. I'd say 6 or 7, but I think Washington's a little bit more sound, and we have some questions. Who's going to be the in net with Carolina? I know Frederik Andersen expected to practice here this week, but it's uncertain he's going to be able to go for Game 1.
Chris, great stuff, man. Appreciate the knowledge and the insights as always, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for having me. Check out NHL.com/fantasy for some props for tonight.
We absolutely will. There's Chris Meany, NHL, fantasy, and betting. It's been a great start to the Stanley Cup playoffs. Like getting some NHL knowledge from him. We'll get back into hoops as we look ahead to the Game 7 slate, finishing off round 1 next. With John, I'm Grant. It's BetMGM Network. Countdown 2.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
The Countdown 2 continues. John Martin, Grant Paulson hanging out. Looking ahead to the NBA slate. So we do have a game tonight. Tips off at 7:30 East time. Clippers Nuggets trying to put the finishing touches on their round 1 series. And in this game, game 7, the Nuggets, depends on where you're looking, but if you shop around a little bit, I've seen them as high as, the line opened at 3.5 points. The Nuggets were favored. It's now been bet down to about 1.5 points in most places, and that's where it is at BetMGM right now. So the line movement getting tighter and tighter. What do you like in this game here with the Nuggets minus 110 to cover 1.5?
I like the Clippers in this game. Is what I like, Grant. I understand I'm probably not getting the best player in the series by betting the Clippers, but the Nuggets haven't been able to stop Kawhi for the entire series. As long as James Harden does not disappear in this game, we were talking about this earlier, right? With the weak links, with the depth, and depth has been king in these playoffs so far for the most part, right? Lakers go down, Warriors favored to go down in Game 7, and this Denver team is basically 2 players. That's it. They're really constructed no differently than the Golden State Warriors to me. Jokic is better than either Steph or Jimmy in this stage, but if Jokic just has a 25-point game, which is to me a great night, they can't win. We saw that in Game 6. So I just think the Clippers are more consistent. I think they have the better coach here with Ty Lue. I just think Kawhi is going to influence Harden in a very positive way. Harden in these Game 7s, man, he's had who? He's had banged up Chris Paul. He's had Joel Embiid. He's got Kawhi Leonard as his running mate now, who's a champ and, who gets fazed by absolutely nothing. So I like the Clippers in this game as a dog. I really do.
So you mentioned if Joker goes for 25, they can't win. What if Jamal Murray goes nuts? It's only a couple games ago when they were at home last, by the way, when he scored 43 in 40 minutes. I think Joker in that game, and I know it was a different story because they were up and didn't necessarily need it, but what did he have?
Yep.
15 points in a triple-double in that night? I don't know. I think Murray could go crazy and you could still win that game. They're 2-1 at home in the series, but a little bit of an asterisk here because memory serves, Game 1 went to overtime when they got a 112-110 win. And then they obviously lost Game 2. But I look back to the last home game when they poured in 130. I think Murray's kind of the key for me for that reason.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's how they won the title, right? In 2023, it was Jamal being a big time shot maker and a guy that could really let Joker focus on other parts of the game because he doesn't really want to be the primary scorer. If you watch him play, he passed up a ton of threes in Game 6. He wants to play fluid basketball. He wants to make the right read. He's not a selfish guy, right? So it helps to have a guy like Jamal who is very selfish. And I say that in a positive way. You kind of have to be an a-hole in some of these spots. And I do think Jamal's got that, but he's going to have Kawhi Leonard draped all over him in this one. I just feel like it's going to be a 48-minute assignment for him. And I'm not really confident that he's going to get the better of that matchup. And beyond that, Porter Jr. is probably hurt. He's playing through the injury, the shoulder deal there, and didn't really give them anything in Game 6. And I do think, there is a pretty sizable coaching mismatch in this one. Adelman may be a good coach in time. I don't know. But, Ty Lue is, to me, one of the best. And so I'm getting the better coach. I think I'm getting the better team overall. I'm gonna roll with them getting points and getting plus.
So I don't know that this is always the best way to bet, but this is certainly how I think about series in Game 7s and the NBA specifically. I think you got to think about each sport kind of differently, the way that they play out. But you started with saying you're not rolling with the best player on the floor when you're talking about Joker. I always hesitate with that. But here's my question. Kawhi Leonard, last 2 games, 27, 10, and 5, 20, 9, 11. His series has been marvelous.
Yep.
Is Joker the best player in the series? I mean, if I'm saying I hesitate, they're at home and they got the best player, that's good enough for me because that's normally kind of how I think about the NBA. But, I mean, has Joker been better than Kawhi in this series?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair question. I mean, what was it? I can't remember I think it was maybe game 2 where Kawhi was 15 of 19 from the field. I mean, he was just sick and could not be stopped. So you're right. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen this version of Kawhi. It's been probably 3-4 years since we've seen a truly healthy Kawhi Leonard. And, you forget. And I think because honestly, like he's not a marketable player. Like he's just not. He's not a guy that ever talks or ever says anything interesting or does anything really interesting. So like we don't really, our opinion of him is, I would guess nationally, extremely neutral, right? But when you watch him play, he's an assassin, man. Like he's an emotionless assassin. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably part of the equation here is that I might be betting the best player by getting the Clippers here at plus money. I guess the only worry I would have is that, they are on a short rest here going back to altitude, but I don't really expect that to matter. This is a game 7.
If you're taking the Clippers tonight, which it sounds like you are, there's no reason to take them plus 1.5. Then you would just take them on the money line, yeah?
Correct. I would be betting, if I can get plus 105 out there, my guess is this will probably close plus 105, plus 110. So I'll wait to bet it. But yes, I would 100% be betting the money line in this situation for sure.
Nuggets 1.5-point favorites. Our producer Amir just hit us up in the chat, said worth noting Joker Jokic shooting 45% from the field at home in this series. Obviously a pretty big drop off from his normal efficient ways, so something worth keeping an eye on. Then into tomorrow we've got 2 games, and it's funny they stagger the games. We've got a round 2 and a round 1 game going in the same day, which sounds quirky, although I guess I'm okay with it if I'm complaining about the way the NHL is doing it. But the Pacers and the Cavs play game 1, so we'll get to that in a second. But it's Warriors-Rockets to finish out round 1 in a game 7. This series has to end so that they can play coming up. I mean, you want to talk about quick travel, quick turnaround. Man, the Warriors especially. Like, you could convince me that the Rockets with the youth and exuberance and the energy and happy to be here, maybe they could rally. The Warriors, as short as that bench is and as old as some of their veterans are, I mean, what a nightmare to have so little rest going into the upcoming round. It changes how I feel about their chances if they get by. But Houston's actually a 2.5-point home favorite right now in BetMGM. Line opened with them, favored by 2 for Game 7, which tips off tomorrow night at 8:30 East time.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, this series was inverted before it started in terms of the price. The 7 was favored. It was like minus, 220, minus 2. Maybe it was even longer than that. It might have been like minus 270. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was in the 200s for sure. The 7 favored over the 2. And now we're going back to Houston in Game 7, and it's one game that decided all. And now Houston has completely flipped that. And they are minus 150 here on the money line, minus 145. It depends on the book, but 145 at BetMGM. So that kind of, to me, says a lot, Grant. I think the market has completely shifted its thinking on this Warriors team. Maybe Jimmy Butler is not himself. Maybe it has proven to be a difficult matchup. I mean, we have 6 games of data now. The Rockets have been in all of these games for the most part, and they've put some blowouts on the Warriors now, both in Houston and in the Bay. So they got problems with this Houston team, and now you're giving Ime Udoka, a 1 game for deciding it all. And Steph's got the thumb. They're swiping at the thumb. They're not hiding from that. Jimmy's not himself. I don't really. And I've been betting the Warriors my entire life. I mean, it's a leak. Like, I can't resist Steph Curry in an elimination game, but I will not be going to it tomorrow. Not saying I'm betting Houston, but I'm certainly not betting Golden State tomorrow. I don't think they win this game. I think Houston moves on.
Yeah, I picked the Warriors in 7 before it started, and I'm rolling with that. I actually have a ticket for the Warriors in 7 before it started, so maybe there's a hedge opportunity here.
What was the price?
just to go 7, it was like 220. I think you
Okay.
said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the ticket. I mean, I think I got the Warriors in 7. It was better than even money, obviously, picking the exact game.
For sure.
For me, I kind of feel like now, John, if I had an opportunity to play it again, I'd roll with the Rockets. Like, I like the Warriors way less today than I did when it started. My logic was that this would be them teaching Houston a lesson, and Houston would struggle in the half court. And so Gold and I actually put the bets in together the last day before the playoffs as we were kind of chilling here talking about it. But, when you have it already, you kind of need to just sit back and wait and put your feet up. But
you didn't want this to go 7.
This game.
I mean, I guess you did because you bet it. You did bet it to go. You did bet it to go 7.
Right.
But,
but the longer it goes, my thought was Golden State would just kind of figure it out as a veteran group.
Right.
But the problem is they look energyless now.
That's exactly. And remember, like, they were in the play-in as well. They had to beat the Grizzlies to get to the 7th seed here. So they've been playing a lot of basketball, on those old bones in the last 2 weeks. And, now the injuries are piling up. And I don't know. I think what they have allowed Houston, what was it? It was 3-1, right, in this series? So
yes,
now you got problems. Now you got real problems because you've allowed this young, cocky team to believe again, and now they're going back home, and you're the team that blew the 3-1 lead famously in the finals in 2016. It's tough, man. It's a tough situation for the Warriors.
Yeah, Rockets beat them by 15 in Game 5, and then in 8 in Game 6 to get here. All right, series pricing round 2. We actually have the picture painted in the East. We know what we're doing there because those series wrapped up quicker. So you've got the Cavs and the Pacers. Right now, the Cavs minus 550, Indiana plus 410. And then in the other of the 2 Eastern Conference series, you got the Celtics and the Knicks. And you want to talk about not worth betting a series without an exact game. Boston is minus 1,000. You could get 6.5 to 1 or so on the Knicks to win that series. So I hate to make a sweeping opinion on the NBA playoffs, but here we got the Final Four in the East, and the series pricing is so lopsided. I mean, you're talking about feeling like 2 teams don't have much of a chance at all. So if you're betting those, you have to almost pick the exact call your shot on how many games the series goes. Yeah,
I mean, the sports books are basically it's like an embargo. You're not betting on the Celtics to win the series.
Well, look next to you right now. So if you're watching on Twitch, right next to John, we've got the Eastern Conference winner for the pricing. Celtics minus 140, Cavs plus 170. You could take one of those 2. I mean, to even take the Knicks at 14 to 1 or the Pacers at 18 to 1 is a fool's errand. So, I mean, we're basically just, from a betting standpoint, everybody's ready to just fast forward to Celtics Cavs for the conference finals. It feels like.
I will say this, and again, it could be a donation. I've made lots of donations in my life. Some I've made to sports books, some I've made to the Salvation Army, right? But Pacers plus 410 is getting interesting for me. I'm maybe not quite there yet. Let's see what it is tomorrow. But I'll just make the case, okay? Cavs beat up on a completely dead Miami Heat team. Like, they quit. They were zombies. They weren't competitive. They were embarrassing. And honestly, what were they, a 37-win team in the regular season anyway? Like, it's not like they were ever considered to be a credible outfit. So fine, you run the score up on a team that was ready to give up anyways. This Pacers team handled the Bucks. And what I like about the Pacers is that they have a champion coach in Rick Carlisle. And they're off. They play so fast, and they play with such depth with McConnell off the bench. They have shooters. Everybody can shoot on the floor. Like, a year ago, Grant, we were saying this Cavs team, after they got packed up by the Celtics, we were saying you can't do anything with Donovan Mitchell as your best player. You're not gonna go to the finals. You're not gonna go to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, this team doesn't have enough. And so all of a sudden, a year later, like, this team is unbeatable, and it's basically the same team. Like, I'm just saying that Pacers plus 410, if you could get a little better on that, which I'm sure you could if you shopped it around. So I think it's entertaining enough bet to make.
I totally get what you're saying from a value standpoint. I disagree that they have a chance, but I like what you've just laid out. So let me ask this. At what point do you make the bet? Like, if plus 410 is, okay, that's interesting. Like, when do you go, you know what the heck? This is now worth it.
Yeah, I'd say if I could get like 5-1, I think I would have to do it. I don't know if I'm going to get that. I mean, I unless they lose obviously game one, and then it would be ridiculous.
Well, I
It'd
was
be
going to
much.
say, if they lost game one handily, would you still
Yeah.
have interest? Because now you're doing a lot better probably than 5-1.
I mean, that's tougher to hit submit, right? If they get blasted in
Yeah.
game one, if I'm making that bet, I would like to see them be competitive at the very least. But if anybody out there wants to cross and they want to offer me 5-1, hit my DMs, man. We could do something.
Hey, they want that donation, right? As you said, I lead the league in donations at this point, unfortunately. He's John. I'm Grant. We are hanging out on BetMGM Network, the Infinity Sports Network. It's Countdown 2. We got some best bets coming your way before we get out of here. Look at the daily schedule. Also, the Kentucky Derby's running. Countdown 2.
Welcome back to Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today and gamble responsibly. John Martin's in for Alex Gold. I'm Grant Paulson. It is Saturday, May 3rd, which means it's Derby Day in America, the day that many of us who know nothing about horse racing make bets on a sport we have no business betting on for the vibes and for the pageantry and because it's a lot of fun. And I will be one of those people today, although I got to tell you, I have a horse in the race, if I could use a bad pun. My guy, so my buddy Jason Worth, who's a longtime big leaguer with the Washington Nationals, Philadelphia Philly, got to know him here in D.C. He has a horse in this race. Last year was like a 10% owner of a horse that made the Derby on a long shot, and his horse actually ended up winning one of the races in the Triple Crown. But this time around, that was considered this like all-time Hail Mary, he'll never be back. He is the majority owner of a horse that got into the Derby 2 straight years, basically.
Wow.
He's found a needle in a haystack. So the former major leaguer's horse is a 30-1 odds getter today named Flying Mohawk. So that is the horse that I am pulling for and backing. I had Worth on my show and have been texting with him throughout the day today as he's getting ready for his big day. But 30-1 Flying Mohawk, also a pretty cool name, I got to say, as far as horse names go.
I mean, that's the key, right? Like, you found a horse that you have sentimental attachment to. You know the guy,
Correct.
The majority owner. Like, that's and he's 30-1. Like, what a fun way to do it. Like, for the rest of us, though, Grant, like, what I don't know any of these damn horses. They might as well be, Black Beauty. I mean, I don't know, the first thing about these horses. So I'm just like, all right, everybody likes journalism today. That's a new one. People hate journalism, but not today.
That's a good point. Today, for one day, it's cool to be journalism again. 3-1 right now, the favorite to win this thing. Some of the names that stand out to me, I don't know where you're at on names that you like today, but a couple that I think are pretty cool. First one, Final Gambit, a 30-1 horse. I kind of like that. Citizen Bull is 20-1. I could dig that. Journalism, both based on the name and being the favorite, 3-1. By the way, there's a theme here because Publisher is 20-1. Maybe you could do an exacto with journalism and Publisher. And I don't know, is there an editor running in this race? And then you've got Owen Almighty at 30-1 as well. Some of the names that stood out to me. When you scroll through and look at some of the names and the odds, what's jumping out at you?
I mean, American Promise. I mean, isn't that what this is all about at the end of the day? About the promise of America. 30-1, right? So in the current era we're in, it feels like a great day to bet American Promise at 30-1.
I'll tell you what, man, it's so funny to me. Like, this is the ultimate. And I have said for years, whenever my buddies are asking me, I'm like, dude, whatever you do, just bet small. Nobody knows anything. You sure as hell don't know anything. Like, to me, where here we are on BetMGM on a show where we talk about what people should bet and when, what have you. Like, making bets, it's a gamble anyway. It's you're guessing, but the more educated you are, the better your shot. Like, this is bad business. Let's all just acknowledge that.
Totally.
Today's about fun. So while you're always betting responsibly, let's underline and bolden responsibly today, I suppose. But I enjoy it, man. I think I'm a big nerd for TV production and like sports telecasts, and the amount of people involved in the presentation and the beautiful aesthetics of this race. I've always loved it. Going back to being a kid, I kind of, no matter what we're doing, make sure I'm near a TV after the 6-hour Super Bowl caliber pregame show that leads up to the gates flying
I give
open.
them credit,
horses.
man. I mean, I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people sit around and talk about damn horses for 6 straight hours. I mean, I just
stories,
don't know how
bro.
they do it. Yeah.
Every horse has a story. These jockeys, I just watched. I just watched Race to the for the Crown on Netflix. So Netflix does all these docu-series like Full Swing, F1 Drive to Survive, and it's my favorite form of entertainment right now that there is. I'm a big Hard Knocks guy. I'm all about the behind-the-scenes access. That's what I want. And so I don't have to care about the sport. I don't care about F1 at all before I watch Drive to Survive or NASCAR had one. So like I just watched this and it's amazing. The owners are characters. Most of them are goofballs that are frankly you don't root for. But between the owners or the horses themselves and certainly the jockeys, I mentioned my buddy's horse Flying Mohawk today. The kid that's on his horse, this jockey almost died in a crash like a year and a half ago. Wasn't even supposed to survive at one point and is now going to be on a horse in the Kentucky Derby. And his being in the Derby is like one of the longest shots ever. He's not one of these Derby caliber jockeys. And Jason Worth had the choice. He's like, we're in the Derby now. They got second in the Jeff Ruby Stakes to get here. So he's like, I could go get a Derby jockey and just hire a guy that's won before or whatever. But I'm rolling with this kid. He got us here. We're going to bring the
Now, see, again, like you have institutional knowledge. Like that's an edge, man. Like you have the hallmark.
No, trust me, I don't. I mean, that horse is not going to win. It's just kind of a fun thing. But I'm rooting. I got somebody to root for today. I guess so.
I love that.
Hey, if it does, I'll make cash because I got the 30-1 bet down.
You'll just keep profiting on Jason Worth because you'll have him on your radio show next week and you'll get the ratings off his back. I mean, you'll just keep profiting on Jason Worth.
Yeah. If they win Monday, we'll have a hell of an interview with the owner of the horse that just won the Kentucky Derby, and then I got to try to angle my way in to get a deal on whatever horse comes from this one, so I can be a horse owner in the Derby or something. I don't know,
right.
But we got to get to our best bets here in just a moment. It is countdown to. While we're talking about animals, though, I saw one of our producers mention this earlier. We debated this on my DC Sports Show. I wanted to get your quick thoughts to set some odds for us. If 100 men fought one gorilla, who's favored to win that fight?
Oh, definitely the men. I mean, because we're not just going in there with, you and me. I mean, this is a fight for the human race, right? I mean, this is we're trying to take this thing back. And so we'll put our best, our Dave Batistas, our Dwayne The Rock Johnsons, LeBron James. Unfortunately, the first wave is just going to have to be the first wave. But
hey, someone's going to have to pay the price for the rest of us.
Yeah. We'll have to stagger kind of our best, right? We'll send maybe half of our best in wave one, and then we'll send half our best in wave two. But yeah, we're gonna get that done. I mean, the problem is, the gorillas are going to want their get back. They're not just going to take that laying down. So that would not be the end of the story.
There's only one of them. There's only one. And remember, now in this hypothetical, the way that it was kind of making its rounds on the internet this week and became the biggest talking point in America, which says a lot about the internet and the fact that I was interested in it, probably me too. But it's only one gorilla. It's 100 men, but I think it's random. So it's like 100 random men. Now, in a hypothetical where we could pick all of our WWE wrestlers and The Rock and all these huge dudes, that changes the algorithm a little bit. But I was the only guy on my show and, getting people interacting with us. Everyone said the gorilla just pummels the 100 men, and I just think we outwit. I think we flank them from all corners like we're William Wallace and the Patriot, and we're like laying down with leaves on us and hopping up and surprising him. I just think we're smarter, and we win that way.
You're going like with, Viet Cong warfare there. I mean, you're really taking it back where we're laying down and we have like the snake pits, and then we have like we're laying down on the leaves and we just jump up at them. I mean, listen,
if we all just try to go hand-to-hand combat with a gorilla, then we deserve to lose. But if we outsmart, outwit, outplay, whatever the survivor thing is, like we got a real shot here. And also it's just strength in numbers. Like this dude's going to wear down.
Right.
I know you can't get 100 guys on him at once from a surface area standpoint, but if someone, we get 6-7 guys on legs and arms, and I just think eventually the waves keep coming. There's going to be several that, are sacrificed for the cause, but 100 of us, eventually we're going to win this thing.
Well, and again, it's like when an NBA assistant leaves for a head coaching job, like he knows how the coach runs his stuff. I mean, we know how the gorilla, we're not that different. I don't want to get into the sort of science of it, because I don't know what people do and don't believe. I don't want to have to sift through that. But we understand the gorilla's anatomy, right? We're built we have thumbs, we have 2 limbs, right? We have arms and legs. So we understand sort of, from an anatomy standpoint, how to attack the gorilla, because we have a lot of the same characteristics.
It is time for best bets. Let's see what we like this weekend the most. Let's get it started.
Keep it together. This is a bit dirty.
Grant Paulson and Alex Gold give you today's
Never tell me the odds.
best bet on Countdown 2.
John's in for Alex, so I'll let you go first. What's your best bet of the weekend? What do you like?
Give me the Claw and the Clippers plus 100 even money, plus 105 in a game 7 on the road. I think they get it done. I think they move on. They're deeper. I think the top of their team is better. And I think they find a way to get it done.
I love that, and I love that you're going hoops because I'm opposite you. I'm going hockey and a game 7 as well. Tonight's 8:10 East time start, Avalanche and Stars. You heard some of the nuggets from our guest earlier today, Chris Meany, but the Avalanche have completely tilted the ice 5-on-5, another on the road here. But you can get them to win by a goal and a half tonight at plus 156. That's what I'm doing. I think they have a lead. I think they get an empty net goal. I think they advance in a game 7. They got to stay out of the penalty box, but if they can skate 5-on-5, I think they win pretty handily. I've also got a Major League Baseball bet today as well. A lot of good pitching matchups around Major League Baseball, but the Nationals are taking on the Reds in Cincinnati. I like the Reds by Nick Lodolo, lefty, facing a lot of lefties in the Nats lineup. They'll win by 1.5 on the run line, and that one is plus 110. I've got that play today and feel pretty good about it as well. Fun times, man. It was a good show. It was a lot of fun. I know you said you got daddy duty tonight. What are you doing to keep the kids busy this evening without the wife?
Oh man, it's going to be a heavy screen time tonight. I make no apologies for that. I use the tools that are available
You
to
just
me.
pass out the iPads. You're not even apologizing. That's hilarious. Most parents
I mean,
are like hiding that. They're saying they don't do that. You're just coming right out proudly.
No, kids, this is simply about survival tonight. Okay. So we're going to do that. We may go to the park up the street, maybe kill an hour or so, but it's going to be screen time on Saturday night in this house.
That's hysterical. For John, I'm Grant saying so long. Alex is back in the saddle next week. Enjoy the Derby tonight. Enjoy all of the Game 7 action over the next 24 hours. BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network for Countdown 2. Saying so long.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment.
Basically a packet, a paper packet that was basically a full-on PowerPoint on paper. And it gave me a list of the top 10 things that we had to talk about. And when I say that it was ridiculous, number 1 was Cowboys. Number 2 was like Jets. Number 3 was Packers. Number 4 was Lakers. And we had to work any top story into those subjects. Why? Because national media is absolutely stupid. And they don't actually care what fans want to listen to. They just manufacture everything they possibly can into a narrative. And that's why you get LeBron talk 24/7. That's why I'm mad that the Lakers got knocked out in this first round. Not just because I'm a Laker fan, but because I have to deal with LeBron talk 2025 for the next couple of months. He ain't retiring. Let's get this out of all your damn heads. It's not happening. LeBron James would never retire without a 5-year nauseating farewell tour. And it's not going to be a Laker farewell tour. It's going to be a multi-year, every city's going to build him a statue tour type of thing. And fine, whatever. I don't want this to be the narrative going forward. And yeah, did the Lakers have problems? Yeah, we'll get into that Laker problem as the show goes forward. But let's be real clear. The T-Wolves were a better team, period, stop.
So yesterday, I did 3 shows. I did my morning show in the AM here in Greenville. I did a few minutes with the Persian Love Machine, Jay Kassan, on his show on 670 in Chicago. And then I did BetMGM Tonight with our buddy and the man who invented the phrase 2 in hand worth 1 in bush, because he's just a philosophical wonder like that. Mm-hmm. Ryan Horvat.
Yes,
and
I know what you're talking about.
This conversation came up on all 3 shows. The reality is LeBron James is maybe the most visible American athlete, like any sport, anywhere. It's going to be a conversation. The problem is people have such a polarized personal view on LeBron James that they want to inflict either their adoration or disdain of him wherever they can. And right now, LeBron has, by and large, stayed out of the limelight, right? You haven't had a bunch of drama away from the court with LeBron. The Bronny stuff going into the draft, even though, and I think we agree on this, it was nonsensical for people to be as angry and as agitated for them to take a guy who was probably around a 55 pick in the draft to come play for the Lakers. Oh, by the way, what has anybody else done that was drafted 45 to 63? Who cares, right? But you have to inflict either your adoration or disdain of LeBron. And the Lakers lost to a good basketball team when Rudy Gobert's given me 27 and 25 because apparently for one night he decided to be prime Kareem for just a minute against Anthony Edwards, who, if the dude wanted to, could absolutely be the guy that is most likely heir to the throne that LeBron sits on in the NBA. It's kind of boring that the Lakers lost that series because, Deck, they just got beat. There was no blow-ups. That, listen, I mean, we can sit here and deep dive into, well, JJ Redick's substitution philosophy. Who didn't see that the Lakers were a thin roster coming into this series? Anybody that knows anything about basketball knew that this is a thin Laker roster, and they were going to have to get great, consistent minutes out of the starters, or they weren't going to have a chance. There was nothing dramatic or over the top about the Lakers' exit. So we got to make it about something. We got to blow something up, or else we can't talk about LeBron. And it is frustrating, and it does get old, because to me, the conversation after that Deck should have been about Rudy Gobert. It should have been about the night that he had in the elimination game. It should have been about Anthony Edwards and the takeover, and can this guy be the face of the league? It should have been about the Minnesota Timberwolves, and instead it's, well, is LeBron faking the injury? Is this just dramatics again? Yeah, I don't disagree. The comment about Anthony Davis was probably something that LeBron meant tongue-in-cheek and was just trying to, like, get out of that press conference, and it went south. But it just gets so over the top. The unfortunate reality is, and this is the conversation I have with my friends all the time, Deck, as long as we keep clicking on that story, as long as we keep tuning in, as long as we keep tweeting at Kendrick Perkins to tell him how much of a moron he is when it comes to basketball takes, as long as we keep entertaining them and engaging them, there's no reason for them to stop doing this manufactured bullcrap. That's why we don't do it on the weekend show. Maybe that's why we're the weekend show.
Speaking of Anthony Edwards, and I really enjoyed this, by the way, but my co-host on my daily show, Michelle Beadle, she's got another show on FanDuel TV, and her co-host there is Chandler Parsons. He had a great quote, and I've used it as much as I possibly can. Bro, if Anthony Edwards doesn't want to be the face of the NBA, he's got a weird-ass way of showing it, because that dude is going to be, and quite frankly, in my eyes going forward, I might be Team Timberwolves, man. I want more of him. I want all that smoke from him, his victory lap. I'm a Laker fan, and I even applauded his victory laugh around Staples. And yes, I still call it Staples. I'm that guy. I don't know what to say. Anthony Edwards, you're perfect. More of you, all of you. You're the best, dude. I think this guy actually is. And I know we're all so trying hard to clamor for that next face of the NBA. There is no next face of the NBA. It's here. Anthony Edwards is going to be the face of the NBA. I can't get enough of this cat.
Can I tell you how much I laughed? And I know that this is frowned upon by a lot of people. The video from the sideline when Ant-Man was checking in. Good. So good. And the Lakers fans behind the scorer's table were giving him hell. And he singled out one guy who was heckling. And he looked at him and said, "You're just jealous because my little Anthony is bigger than yours," and then just turned around and walked on the court. Dude, I laughed so hard at that clip. That clip was perfect, and I know that there's a lot of people who don't understand. This is kind of one of those weird spots, Dex, and I've had this conversation as a guy. Basketball is my first love. It always has been. My first big word was basketball, much to my mother's chagrin. I love the sport. And I, as somebody who grew up playing the sport, recognize that smack talk is a part of the basketball culture. It is just ingrained in the game. It has been since Isaiah and Larry in the game. Go listen to the old hats tell stories about Larry Bird talking trash. It is iconic, legendary status stories. It's always been a part of it, and it always will be. And the fact that Anthony Edwards says stuff like that, even to fans, makes me like him more. I want this guy to be the future. And there's a lot of young players that I hope continue to develop because, and these playoffs have proved it to me, and I don't know how you feel about it. We can talk about it. Even if most of the first round series were blowouts, these NBA playoffs, Deck, have been wildly entertaining in my opinion.
Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, 4 hours of weekend show. See you in a minute.
Back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. to the chaos on Bet for the Cycle with Cody Decker and Rob Brown on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The BetMGM Network, Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you. We got a busy show lined up for you today. We got Ryan Edwards, afternoon drive host on 850 KOA in Denver, coming up in the next segment to talk Game 7 between the Nuggets and the Clippers. Then right after that, one of my favorite people on planet Earth, Rachel Dory, coming by at 1 o'clock to talk some NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, the second best postseason in all of sports, the Stanley Cup. We'll have Rachel Dory coming by to talk some NHL with us later on in the show. And of course, it is Kentucky Derby Saturday. And while I could care less, because none of you do, none of you care about the Derby, it is one of the biggest gambling events in all of sports. And we are going to talk a little Kentucky Derby later on in the show as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to do one of two things. It is, number one, time for all of us to listen to Cody Decker's disdain for me and my belief that college baseball has the best postseason in all of sports and the Stanley Cup is second, and then to build our parlay v parlay. Which would you like to get to first, Cody Decker?
Well, according to our producer, because we got 90,000 guests in a row, we have to build a parlay now. So go. Yankees Rays is our game. The day starting up here in about 40 minutes from right now. Deck, I'm going to go with the easy one. I am a little bit shocked that the Yankees are a plus 105 bet on the run line at minus 1.5, and I won it.
Take it.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Easy. That was as easy
that feels
as it gets.
layup-y to me.
As easy as it humanly gets. I don't know what else to say. I'm trying to look up right now some numbers here that we may have available to us in this matchup, especially when it comes to the pitching matchup. I'm not finding a whole lot of history for this game today against Zach Little, except for, Austin Wells. I wouldn't mind playing an Austin Wells thing today, and he'll tell you why. And I know this is a small sample size, but Austin Wells has been doing a pretty damn good job this year, and he is 3 for 5 off of this cat, one of which is a home run. Can you not see an early shaking home run from Austin Wells? I wouldn't be against playing maybe a total bags play on him, maybe a hits plus runs plus RBIs spot on him. As I'm looking right now in hits plus runs plus RBIs, it's minus 115 over 1.5. Taking a look at total bases, we can get him at, Now, this is surprising to me. You can get Austin Wells today at total bases plus 120 over 1.5 total bases.
Why does that, and I'm asking this not as a disagreement, I'm asking this out of a curiosity. Why does that jump off the page at you?
Because that should be a minus money bet. I honestly think there is more chaos available for the hits plus runs plus RBIs bet than there is the total bases bet, because you can get an RBI without getting on base, without driving in a run. You can drive in an RBI by grounding out to second base and shortstop, just depending if a runner is on third base. So it's actually surprising to me that the total bases, which, by the way, it just takes one swing to get the total bases. It could be an extra base hit of any kind or a multi-hit game. I feel like there's way more available for that to hit than the hits plus runs plus RBIs, even though you do have those extra variables. I love that this is plus 120. I think it's almost foolish that it is.
Okay. I mean, if we like it, we like it. I'm good with it. I'm not against it. It was more a curiosity. Is there anything on the pitcher side, Little and Yarbrough going today? Is there anything on the pitching side that jumps out? By the way, I did see yesterday, and I don't know if this is something that's changed up. I thought Clark Schmidt was going in this game today, but so they've got Ryan Yarbrough listed as the starter, who does not have a result yet, an ERA of 4.11 and 16 Ks on the season. And this is interesting to me. I'm looking at the BetMGM page, and they have the strikeout prop listed as Yarbrough, but they have available Clark Schmidt to throw a no-hitter as a bet. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Did I miss something?
I'm missing something here too. I don't know what that is at the moment. I don't know if they're planning to do a piggyback situation. I honestly don't know. I haven't done enough digging on what the lineup is today. That just tells me, I'll tell you this right out the gate, I'm staying away from pitching props like it's the plague, dude. And this is the Middle Ages. No chance am I going near this.
Yeah, it's real interesting. So MLB has the starting lineups up, and they do have Ryan Yarbrough listed, but I just checked 2 other books. every book has a Clark Schmidt prop listed for some reason, so I don't really know what the hell's going on with that. Maybe I'm out of sorts. So we're going to go with, and it is Yarbrough going. Like, I'm looking right now, the MLB page, which has the official lineups when they get turned in, does have Yarbrough on the bump, but I don't know if maybe I missed something there. I'm sure Yankees fans are probably screaming at their radio right now. So we're going to go Yankees on the run line, which is a plus 105 bet. We're looking at, are we looking at another batting prop somewhere else? Is that the vibe we're going with here? Are we going to go all Yankees props? I feel like if we're going to go Yankees on the run line deck, we're going to kind of walk ourselves into a spot of we end up going 2 Yankees props down the stretch.
Yep, it's looking kind of likely. And here's a question I got for you. I know it's cheating to look at Aaron Judge. Guy's hitting 400. I just don't know. I mean, he's hitting 400. And I know that his total base is 2.5. But he's hitting 400.
Here's where I know, without even looking at the numbers yet, I just have the first one pulled up. Here's where I know and with a plus 105 money line bet, it may not be the worst thing in the world. Aaron Judge's RBI prop is at minus money right now, right? Like, and obviously that's because a dinger gets it, and also because he's got Bellinger ahead of him on the leadoff spot, and that's going to be a big help. So let's go look. I'm going to look at Aaron Judge's total bases prop over 2.5 bases is an even money bet. Let me look at his hit prop is over 1.5 at plus 160. His hits runs RBI number deck over 2.5 at minus 130.
I'm going to stay away from all of those, and I'll tell you why. Because he's hitting 400, and I'm at the point where I'm wondering why anyone's pitching to him. He doesn't have Juan Soto behind him. He doesn't have Giancarlo Stanton behind him. Jazz Chisholm's hurt. And by the way, I'm not saying Jazz is destroying the world. Jazz does have 7 home runs. He's hitting 190, but he does have 7 home runs, so at least there's thump behind him. I don't know how many at-bats he's going to get. So obviously, if we're going to take this, we're banking on him doing it with one swing of the bat, which is not a bad thing technically. He's Aaron Judge. But if we were going to do that, we might as well take the home run prop, but I don't want the home run prop.
No, I'm going to say, and we've had this discussion, I will never have a home run prop in Parlay v. Parlay, despite the fact that those lunatic psychopaths in team production have not only done it, but they've won with it, which is beyond infuriating. Here's my question, and I don't know if you have the recent trends out front of you, but Goldschmidt is behind him the cleanup spot.
Thank you for saying it before I said it, because Paul Goldschmidt is hitting 361 this year. I'm going to say that again. Okay. Paul Goldschmidt is hitting 361 this year so far.
So then my question becomes, do we like a Goldschmidt RBI prop at plus 130? Do we like a hits prop? Goldie on the hits prop right now is over 1.5 at plus 225. So I don't want that unless we can find an alt line. And for an RBI number, Goldschmidt is 1 RBI at plus 130. So you get a plus 130 either way. Do we like the plus 130 on the RBI or on the bags? He is over 1.5 hits run RBIs at minus 160. So I don't know that there's value there. I like a Goldie prop here, but do we like the hits prop where we've got to get him to, let's see, let me get his hits number pulled back up here, over 1.5, 2 hits at plus 225, or do we just go with the plus 130 RBI prop, batting in the cleanup spot with Judge, Rice, and Bellinger out front of him?
His total base is 1.5 at plus 100. I'm not going to lie to you. You know what I want? I want the Ribby. We are the RBI prop kings of the world, and we have abandoned our post for a while, bro. It's time for us to bring back the Ribby prop, and that is what's going to send these kids to the SAT.
We did go last year. We hit some stupid number of consecutive Ribby props. I mean, it was like 7 or 8 in a row. We'd go cold and miss one and then get 3 or 4. We were RBI prop kings last year. It has not treated us well this year.
We haven't done it much. We haven't.
We haven't. We kind of stayed away from it the first couple of weeks of the season. We're now in show number 4 of the MLB season, and I think we're 1-2 on RBI props. So we can, and none of those in parlays. These were just us picking RBI props off to the side. Mm-hmm. If we want to go back to the well, I'm good with a Goldie RBI at plus 130 if you like it.
Lock us in, baby. I like that Goldie prop. I like playing Goldie today. I really do. I think that's a smart play. The guys that are ahead of him. The reason I don't want to use Judge is because I just assume they're going to pitch around him.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think so, and I got to think it felt different last year, and they have Judge in the 2-hole today, Bellinger out front. They got Rice, Goldie, and Austin Wells behind him. Rice is hitting the ball well. Goldie's hitting the ball well. You liked Austin Wells as our third prop here, so he's hitting the ball well. I don't disagree with you, but I also look and go, can you pitch around Aaron Judge? Like, I know he doesn't have Soto behind him like last year. I know that he doesn't have Stanton behind him like last year, where it kind of became like you could not pitch around any of those guys. Do we like Rice, Goldie, and Wells not enough that Judge takes a couple of BBs today?
Well, I like Wells today. I like the sample size, and I just got a good feeling about Wells. I'm here in New York City. The weather is stunning at the moment. I just like him today, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend he's killing this season. He's got 5 homers. He's hitting over 200, but it's not like a monster year. He's just got a good sample size against this guy, and I really like the price.
Okay, so what is our final pick? We're going to go Yankees on the run line at plus 105.
We got
Goldie for 1 RBI at plus 130. Buddy, I'm going to tell you right now, I think we should go find like a minus 120, minus 125 number for pick number 3. Honestly, unless there's an even money bet somewhere that you're just in love with, I think we can go hunt us down a decent minus money number here and feel comfortable about it.
Okay, let's
wait. Deck. Aaron Judge for 1 RBI at minus 105.
No, I don't like that price. No, I don't. I hate that.
We don't. But here's the thing: we don't. As in, it's too short because we don't need another plus money bet here. We've got 2 already.
We're gonna put 2 RBI props in this.
I mean, there's 2,
and really one of them is evil. And one of them is
okay,
even.
That's fair. All right.
No, I'm not against it. I want you to talk me into it because I'm intrigued. But I need you to talk me into it.
I mean, okay, I'm going to talk myself out of it instead of talking you into it. And I'm going to talk myself out of it.
I'm willing. Buddy, make no mistake. I'm willing. I just need to be talked into it. If you're that into it, I can be too.
I'm going to talk myself out of it. And I'm going to talk myself out of it by saying this.
Dude, if you do that, he's going to hit 4 homers today.
Yeah, and but that's the thing, is I feel like that's it's almost effectively taking a home run prop. They got Bellinger out front of him. You got Cabrera and Vivas batting 8 and 9. Those are the 3 guys that we would be relying on XBHs to get into a spot where a single or a double from Judge is a routine RBI. I almost feel like it's just kind of almost by default taking a home run prop.
So I'm a home run prop, yeah.
So, and at minus 105, I mean, granted, again, like, I'm good with I'm in fact not good. I'm almost saying we should go with a minus money third bet here. I feel like we got to look and figure out what we're going to take.
Fair point. Well, then let's just look around a little bit more. We can take Aaron Judge hits, runs, RBIs at minus 130 over 2.5. If we're dead set on taking a Judge prop, that is.
I'm not necessarily dead set on a Judge prop, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not against it, but that 2.5 number, again, like I kind of think we're leaning here. I'd almost feel better. What's his bag total? Judge's bag total is over 2.5 bags at even money. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, like, do we trust the 3 guys ahead of him to give him RBI opportunities to get to over 2.5?
Yes.
So do you want to go with
Cody Bellinger?
Okay. So do we go Judge over 2.5 hits, run, RBIs at minus 130? Do we like that enough?
I do.
Okay. So we are going to go Yankees minus 1.5 at plus 105. Goldie for a single RBI at plus 130. And Aaron Judge over 2.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at minus 130. Is that where we're going to land on, Cody Decker?
That is where we're going to land. Let's go ahead and lock it in right now. And can you give me those numbers one more time? I just want to take my guess on what that could be.
Yankees minus 1.5 is plus 105.
Plus
Paul
105.
Goldschmidt for 1 RBI is plus 130. Aaron Judge over 2.5 hits, runs, RBIs is at minus 130.
I'm going to say we're at an even 5.5, Bob. We're going to say plus 550.
Much like George Washington, I cannot tell a lie. I was punching it into the rundown when Double D jumped in there and threw odds up, so I already know what they are and therefore cannot play this week. I could have just nailed the number and looked like a genius, but I'm an honest man, Cody Decker. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back here in a minute. We're going to talk some Game 7 Nugs clips. Then we're going to talk some NHL, and then we're going to sweat through Parlay v Parlay. It's all coming up on Bet for the Cycle and the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. to the chaos on Bet for the Cycle with Cody Decker and Rob Brown on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
And rounding out our first hour of our 4-hour extravaganza, that is Bet for the Cycle weekend show here on the BetMGM Network. We've been here for 4 years, and we love that you're joining us yet again on another wonderful Saturday. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and all of you, and a cast and crew of millions in the background making this look and sound amazing. And as we talked about at the top of the show, after we just built a parlay for you, we're in the midst of the NBA playoffs. And the NBA playoffs thus far, even though I have an endless gripe that the 2-month set playoffs is the most dumb setup in the history of anything that's ever existed, I digress. Thus far, the playoffs been fantastic. And look no further than the Los Angeles Clippers versus the Denver Nuggets. Man, this has been fantastic. It has been everything it's been billed to be, and I can't get enough of it. The only thing I'm heartbroken about, Rob Brown, is it's only going 7, and it's only the first series of the playoffs because I don't want either of these teams out. And who had better to get on, host of the afternoon drive over at 850 KOA in Denver, talking a little Nuggets over here, the one and only Ryan Edwards. Ryan, talk to us, man. How you been? How's this playoffs been for you over there in Denver? And frankly, is Joker the best player currently living?
Well, it depends on who you ask. But yes, out here in Denver, we built statues just right outside our studio. We're big fans, as you can imagine. He's certainly transformed all expectations of the Nuggets. I mean, you won their first championship in 48 years of existence. So that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. No, it's been nerve-wracking, but very exciting, like you said. I think, you know, it's one of those situations where the Clippers were the hottest team in the NBA coming into this thing. They were 18-3 in their final 21. And then the Nuggets, they're playing well, but they fired their coach and GM 3 games before the start of the playoffs. So it's kind of a mixed bag on what our expectations were. But, boy, it's just been sensational. Competitive games. I think there's only really one blowout in this whole thing. But for the most part, you even know tonight, like there's no way one team is just going to go all the way through this thing with ease. We'll get down to the final minute or two of this game, and it's going to be amazing.
So I wanted to ask about the firing of Michael Malone. Ryan, Rob Brown, great to talk to you, big dog. What do you think impact this did have? Because there were 2 schools of thoughts, which is you've blown up, even if Michael Malone was kind of on frayed nerves with players, you've blown up whatever consistency and continuity there was in the locker room. And then there was about half the fan base that said maybe it was needed. Maybe that's the kick in the pants that the boys needed to kind of take it to that next level. And we know Jokic on the sideline with the clipboard is really calling the shots anyway. So what is your opinion on the landing spot after the firing of Michael Malone and the fact this team is going to Game 7 in round 1?
Well, I'd say in general, there's a pleasant level of surprise. I mean, the West is tough, right? So it's like going into it, even if Michael Malone was here, I mean, you'd say if you get to the 7th game with the Clippers, once again, are one of the best teams in the NBA, you'd say, okay, that's pretty good. I mean, on the other side of this round, you got Oklahoma City, and they're just going to be such a bear, and they've been waiting because they swept Memphis. But, yeah, I mean, the expectations were interesting around town once they fired Michael Malone, because there were some people that said, okay, well, this is clearly the signal they don't believe in this team. But then Josh Kroenke, the owner, comes out and says, nah, not so fast. We actually really do believe in this team. We're doing this because we believe in this team. So it's a bit of weird messaging all around. And they said, hey, we still think we can win a championship this year, and that's why we're doing this. But once again, guys, you've been around sports as long as I have. When a coach gets fired, that's not usually the signal that things are going great. That's usually the signal of we believe in the process that we're in. It's usually the signal of we're about to tear this thing apart. If they do lose today, it's going to be very fascinating to see how they approach this offseason, because some decisions on maybe Michael Porter Jr., hey, Jamal Murray, we just paid him a lot of money, but maybe are we regretting that? Do we need to really kind of rethink how we build around Nikola Jokic? So there's going to be a lot of questions if they lose today.
I'm glad you said that, Ryan, because I was live on the air when Michael Malone announcement that he was fired. And I'm not going to lie to you, I was blown away. It made zero sense to me at the time until somebody, I'm not even sure who said it, but it was the only theory that truly made a little sense to me because of what you just mentioned, the owner coming out saying, no, we do believe in this team. That's why we did this. And like you said, fire your coach with 3 games left is not exactly the message that sends. But The theory I heard was they wanted to move on from Michael Malone, but because you got Nikola Jokic over there, you can ride on the back of Nikola Jokic even on a bad team. And I guess the idea was they wanted to get Michael Malone out before he could take credit for the work that Jokic does through the playoffs.
I mean, it could be. It's fascinating listening to Josh Kroenke in that press conference because he said it was all the way back in the fall that he was having this thought. And he's like, well, I wanted to give it a little more time because guys were coming off of the Olympics, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic. They wanted to give them time to round into form that's not all on the coach. And then he wanted to fire him before the All-Star break. Well, they went on an 8-game winning streak, and you couldn't fire him then because that would be really weird. And then they went on a 4-game slide right before the playoffs. And suddenly Josh Kroenke had a light bulb go off and said, no, this is the time we're going to fire the coach right before the playoffs. This is going to be brilliant. And, you're setting history. It's the latest a coach has ever been fired for a playoff team. He knows that. He's well aware of that. Like I said, the whole thing has been sort of mixed. Now, to your point about taking credit, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of that because if they do win a championship with Michael Malone, you certainly can't fire him then. So if you've been thinking about it for dang near a year, you got to kind of pull the trigger and just make a decision at some point. And you're right. If he wins the championship, you would look really stupid then. So I don't think they're going to win a championship this year. I mean, it's not to say they're not a good team. There's a lot of good teams out here in the West, but it's just to say that I think that the way they viewed it is Nikola Jokic is the center of this. As long as he's on board with whatever new direction we ultimately take and he's going to have a say in it, then I feel like they kind of feel like every other piece, including the coach and GM, are movable.
Fair or unfair, Ryan, there's been obviously speculation by folks with microphones everywhere that if this team doesn't win, and I'm not necessarily saying a title, but make a run at it and feel like a genuine competitor, that Jokic might pull a star move and try to force his way up out of Denver. I've gotten tired of the conversation, but I also understand why it is happening. Where have you landed on that? Do you think there is a chance that if the Nuggets fail tonight, if they drop Game 7, that this might be the last game with Nikola Jokic in a Denver Nuggets uniform, or is that just folks trying to make some drama out of something?
Listen, I'm going to say this clear for all the vultures out there that are trying to take our guy. Stay away. He's our guy. You guys can leave him alone. Stop sending out articles about how the LA Lakers are going after Nikola Jokic and that he's going to bolt for New York. That's not going to happen. They've got a vice grip on this guy. They understand that they are a mediocre, if not a lottery team, without Nikola Jokic. I mean, the plus minus tells you everything. He is obviously the greatest player in history, and he's only getting better. He had his best season this year, and if it weren't for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander going off, it would be another runaway MVP, his fourth, which should be his fifth, because Joel Embiid, it was his turn, by the way, to get an MVP that year. But here we are. Yeah, listen, I mean, in the Luka Doncic era of NBA, yeah, anything's possible, right? I never thought he would get moved. So we have to acknowledge that there's always a possibility. But I would sincerely doubt that the Nuggets would view it in the same way because they don't think of him as some tubby, out of shape, can't stop drinking, doesn't play defense player, right? The way they look at Nikola Jokic is he is the alpha and the omega for this organization, and they're going to do everything they can to get him another championship or two.
So I got to ask you the question, going into Game 7 tonight, how are they going to stop Kawhi? Because Kawhi has been on fire.
Yeah, that's a question. I mean, he hasn't really had a bad game yet. I mean, James Harden took a couple of games off, but that's not too much of a surprise. We've all watched
that's James Harden.
That's just what he does. It's good that he finally showed back up last game, but who knows for tonight. As far as Kawhi, I mean, he's a Terminator. I mean, he just really is, and it's really on both ends of the court. He sets the pace for everything. They've done a pretty good job at trying to work through several scenarios. I thought it was an interesting move for Ty Lue, and it obviously worked out in Game 6, where they only played, they played Dunn 10 minutes, and then they brought Nick Batum off the bench, and he played 34. And that really kind of helped the spacing, especially for James Harden. I'm interested to see what David Adelman's response is that going to be to that tonight. But honestly, there's not much of a slowdown really for him because he has such great length. Even with that line drive shot of his, it always seems to go in, and that's the guy. Like he's gonna play well tonight. What you have to do is not have a Norman Powell go nuts like he did in Game 6. That for me is kind of the deal. And then I think Christian Brown working on James Harden is, once again, that's just a yeoman's effort, right? He's going to have to work really hard to slow down a little bit. So as long as you don't get all three of those guys going nuts tonight, I think they have a good chance.
So I'm going back game by game and looking at the box score. And, the games where Jokic is what Jokic is, that triple-double with arms and legs, and then he gets the help from Jamal Murray going off for 23 or 25, seem to be the games, obviously, where the Nuggets are doing their thing. It's the games where Jokic is turning in slightly shy of triple doubles that it seems that this team has struggled. Is there any rhyme or reason that we got about a minute left, Ryan? Is there any rhyme or reason? And do you expect Jokic to have a Jokic game tonight with Jamal Murray, or what is the key to the Nuggets finishing this thing off? We got about 60 seconds.
Yeah, I think you need more than just Jokic. I mean, even in the game that Jamal had 43, Jokic had a triple-double, but he didn't have a really efficient night, especially from shooting. So in the end, it's getting other guys involved. They're going to need a third guy. Like Jamal's going to have to perform, certainly. Michael Porter Jr. only has one arm, so I don't think we really can expect much from him. It's got to be AG. It's got to be Christian Brown, maybe even Russ Westbrook off the bench. But for me, the key tonight is to have three guys in 20-plus, and Jokic is just going to have to consistently do what he does. So it's going to be fascinating to watch. I can't wait.
You can check him out over there in Denver at 850 KOA. Man, you are the man. We can't thank you enough, Ryan Edwards, for joining us, talking all thing Nuggets. And, dude, even though I'm a card-carrying Laker fan, I hate the Clippers way more than the Nuggets, so I'm rooting for your Nuggets.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
My man. Guys, we're getting ready to take a quick little break. When we come back here, by the way, did you know that there's another playoffs taking place right now at the exact same time as the NBA playoffs? Who knew? The NHL playoffs are underway. Rob Brown thinks it's the very best playoffs. I can't wait at some point to yell at him about this.
Second best.
Oh, sorry. Second best, because college baseball.
College baseball's the best.
I host a show with an idiot. Guys, Rachel Dory, next talking NHL. Bet for the Cycle, Hour 2.
Bet for the Cycle. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. The definition of wagertainment. It's Bet for the Cycle with Rob Brown and Cody Decker on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Show rolls on. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you on the BetMGM Network. We have got a lot that we're going to do here. Number one, we're about to take you through our parlay v parlay bets because the Yankees and the Rays are just minutes from going first tip, and that's our first tip. I got basketball on the brain. That is our parlay v parlay challenge. Then we are going to talk to one of my favorite people in the game to talk to, Rachel Dory, about the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. And then I have a food hot take that I thought was a hot take, but then Cody Decker told me that it is a correct take. Smash burgers are overrated. We will talk, fight, agree. I don't know about that coming up shortly. But, Deck, we are minutes away from first pitch. So we, as we continue on with the weekend show, need to get it. Let's play a very quick edition of Parlay v Parlay.
1, 2, 3.
Hold one.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the game show where we put ourselves through pain, humiliation, and torture for your entertainment. You're welcome, America. It is Parlay v Parlay. Here is Team Talent's three-legger today. We are going Yankees over the Rays on the run line today. That's a plus money bet at plus 105. We're taking Paul Goldschmidt in the cleanup spot today to record a single RBI. That is a plus 130 bet, bringing back the RBI Kings run. And then Aaron Judge over 2.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at minus 130. That is going to bring us to a total set of odds, Cody Decker, of plus 734 when it's all said and done. I'm good with a nearly 7.5 to 1 or plus 7.5 set. Double D, get in here. Give us Team Production's bets.
All right, real quick. Team Production. Ben Rice over 1.5 bases at plus 115. Aaron Judge over 1.5 hits at plus 160. Paul Goldschmidt over 1.5 bases plus 115. Total parlay plus 1102.
Can I hear that second one again?
Aaron Judge over 1.5 hits plus.
I thought you guys were going with a home run prop today.
No,
cowards.
No, that was Dan. Actually, the over 1.5 hits is more than the home run prop. If I'm not wrong, I think the home run for Aaron Judge was plus 155. So the over 1.5 hits is plus 160.
You want to hear a dumb number just because I found it and it's interesting? Like, I'm looking at home run numbers, and I would say 4.5. Deck and I have said, like, anything less than like 3.5 to 1 is a dumb number to take a home run prop. Aaron Judge first to hit a home run, not to hit a home run, to be the first one to hit a home run is plus 450. That is a home run prop number. He's got to be the first one to hit one for that to cash. That's a dumb number, and I hate it.
Yeah, because home run props are stupid, and so is our production staff.
All right, so we're locked in. Team Production going 11-1 with a Ben Rice over 1.5 bags at plus 115. Aaron Judge to record 2 hits at plus 160. Paul Goldschmidt over 1.5 bags at plus 115. Team Talent going up plus 734 with a Yankees run line victory at plus 105. Goldschmidt for 1 RBI at plus 130. And Aaron Judge over 2.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at minus 130. Rachel Dory, CEO of Betalytics, here to talk a little hockey. But since she knows ball, are you Team Talent or are you Team Production in our Parlay v Parlay challenge, Rachel Dory?
Extremely funny that you're asking me this because I made my own parlay for this game too. But I don't know. I think I'm going to go with Cody on this one. I think I'm going to go Team Production here. I like Aaron Judge a lot. I like Paul Goldschmidt a lot. I do when you look at what Aaron Judge is hitting right now, he's hitting 583 over the last few games, and that's insane. That would equal out to 2 hits. I like it plus, 11-1 odds. You can't go wrong with that.
Oh, Rachel Dory turning her back on us, Cody Decker. I don't know how I feel about that.
It's because she's wrong. I don't mind.
Rachel Dory, CEO of Betalytics, host of the Puck Social podcast, joining us here on Bet for the Cycle to talk we can talk some baseball. We can talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. First off, Rachel, welcome back. How's the hockey playoffs treating you so far?
Well, the Toronto Maple Leafs nearly caused me a heart attack over the last, call it, 4 or 5 days, but they managed to scrape it together and win, so I can enjoy my Saturday night without having to sit on my couch in the fetal position wondering if I need to find a new hockey team to support. So alas, the first round is always the best round of the NHL playoffs because everyone is at their healthiest. That's when you get a lot of the really fun matchups. And then it kind of gets into the nitty-gritty. You've already got guys that are playing with broken limbs and whatnot. And so I always say the first round of the playoffs is my favorite. It's probably pound for pound the best playoffs around professional sport, I would say. And, I mean, I've really enjoyed it. This first round has certainly been extremely entertaining for various reasons.
Rachel, listen, I'm with you on Toronto. I want this team to go as very far as humanly possible. This is a Leafs show as far as I'm concerned, but I got to say, I'm really at a crossroads here because I hate the Florida Panthers, but I really do want to go to Elbow Room at least one time. What is the more likely thing to happen? Am I watching hockey in Elbow Room in 2 weeks, or am I going to see the Toronto Maple Leafs continue?
It is more likely that you are going to be at the Elbow Room. I would say Florida... I know. Florida is it's very rare that you get a back-to-back Cup champion. Florida's trending in that territory. The fact that they just dismantled the Tampa Bay Lightning in the way that they did, and Tampa is a very good team, is sending off alarm bells around the NHL, and it should be. Now, we can have a conversation about whether or not Florida's second-best defenseman should even be allowed to play. He just finished serving a suspension for PEDs. And I know in baseball, if you get suspended for PEDs, you're not allowed to play in the playoffs.
Agreed.
So I think it's kind of insane that you get suspended for a quarter of the season, and then they're like, you know what, Game 3 of the playoffs, come on back. They just come on right down the red carpet. Everything's fine. And even better, not only did he come back, he got suspended again because he concussed a guy by elbowing him with all that PED strength that he has in the head.
Oh, nice.
So
Rachel Dory, I blame all of that on Brad Marchand. I blame all of that on Brad. Listen, I hated Brad when he was in Boston, but as a kid who grew up on the beach in Florida, I cannot say anything other than this team hit another gear when he showed up. How much of a difference has he made, if one at all, being added to that roster?
I think he's made a difference. He's not one of those top-line players that you add anymore, but certainly he provides a level of depth. And Paul Maurice, their coach, said if they're getting 1 to 2 points a series from Brad Marchand, they're getting a goal from him or Lundell, won a series, they're happy with that. And that's exactly what they got in the first round. I believe they got 2 goals from that line. And so when you have depth, that is what can be the difference. Because on talent, you can make the argument that the Toronto Maple Leafs do have the higher-end guys, Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, William Nylander, Matthew Nyes. You would probably take them talent-wise over guys like Matthew Tkachuk, Sasha Barkov, and Sam Reinhart. But then when you get to the lower end of the lineup, you get to Anton Lundell and Brad Marchand and Sam Bennett. You would take those guys over the guys that Toronto's going to throw out there, be it Max Pacioretty or Nick Robertson or Max Domi. And so Brad Marchand brings a level of depth to the Florida Panthers that makes them not only unenjoyable to play against when you consider they can have a rat line of Tkachuk, Bennett, and Marchand together, which has to be the most annoying line since the Broad Street Bullies. But when you look at the talent they could bring, it makes them that much more difficult to beat. Because even if you shut down Reinhart, Barkov, and Tkachuk, you're still contending with Marchand and Lundell and Verhaeghe and Rodriguez, and that's a problem.
Rachel, I grew up a diehard Kings fan. I used to go to the Great Western Forum every single night to catch Kings game, and death, taxes, and the Kings get knocked out in the first round seemingly seems to be the case these days. Haven't even won a playoff round since 2014 when they won the Cup. What in the living hell is wrong with this franchise?
Yeah, I mean, outside of the Minnesota Wild, who haven't won a playoff series in over a decade, and I believe they've made the playoffs in 9 of the last 11 years. So could you imagine making the playoffs 9 years and not getting out of the first round
Dear
one time?
God.
Like I don't know how you manage that situation. But with the Kings, I think it's especially frustrating because the last 3 years against the Oilers were the better team. And I don't really think that anyone is going to make an argument against that. The Kings were younger, and they were kind of going through a transition period. This year, I picked the Kings in 7. And the reason that I did that is because you have guys like Quentin Byfield and Brant Clark, and Anze Kopitar has a resurgence, and Drew Doughty looks really good. And you look at those players, and you say, okay, if they shut down McDavid and Draisaitl, this is really doable. The problem that you have is in Game 3, their coach made one of the dumbest coaching decisions I think I've ever seen in the National Hockey League, and it not only flipped the game, it flipped the entire series, because from that point on, the Kings and the Oilers were both totally different teams, and it was a complete role reversal in that series. And then further to that, the Kings would get a lead in Game 4, 5, and then they would go into this turtle shell in the third period. And when asked about it, their coach would be like, nope, we don't need to change anything. Excuse me, sir, you're losing the games. Your job as a coach is to win. I think maybe your strategy isn't working, and you might want to adjust that. His refusal to adjust his tactics in the third period cost the LA Kings this series. It is a series they absolutely should have won when you consider the abysmal goaltending that the Oilers were getting and how great Darcy Kemper was. Honestly, it's a fireable offense in my eyes, especially with the level of coaches that are available on the market right now. I don't know how you can look at what Jim Hiller did and not say your coaching decisions handicapped our team's ability to win this series.
Mm-hmm. Rachel Dory from Betalytics joining us here on Bet for the Cycle. All right, Rachel, the Carolina Hurricanes have moved on. The bunch of jerks on to round 2 after taking the Devils apart. Are they a legitimate threat? Are they up against the team of fate in the Caps? Are people overestimating them because the Devils were just outmanned? Or can the Canes make a run with all the drama they had in the season with Rantanen and sending Marty Natchez out to Colorado? Is this team a legitimate threat?
Do I think the Canes are a legit threat? Yes. The problem that they have, and if you would have asked me this 5 days ago, I would have picked the Canes in 6. The problem is Frederik Andersen is no longer in goal for the Carolina Hurricanes, and that changes the calculus here because now Washington has the distinct advantage in goal, and they had the better season. Now, I do think Washington was a little bit fortunate this year with some of the shooting percentage luck and almost every single guy having an elevated season, which rarely happens. And then you look at Carolina, they do have good depth. Taylor Hall's been a fantastic add for them. Seth Jarvis is one of the best two-way players in the game. You have Jordan Staal and Sebastian Aho. But the reality is goaltending is a huge factor in series that are expected to be very tight. And right now, that advantage is solely in Washington's favor. I think this is going to be a very close series. I think there is going to be a ton of one-goal games. And in one-goal games, you have to go with the team that over the balance of the season has performed better and most importantly has had the better goaltending, and that is the Caps. I'm not sure they're the team of destiny because I do think the Florida Panthers are pretty much just going to mow down everybody in the Eastern Conference, but I do think that the Caps are the team to beat here. I have Caps in 6.
Really quick, Rachel, the Jets. Are the Jets going to blow this? Because I need more wideouts in my life.
Oh, man. Connor Hellebuck at home versus Connor Hellebuck on the road are two different beasts. I would take the Jets at home. I would probably wait to see if Mark Scheifele's playing. I would say that. And if he isn't playing, then I would take the Blues because that's their number one center. Regardless of what happens, whoever comes out of Dallas and Colorado is probably going to curb stomp the Jets. So I don't really think it matters at that point. I really do think either one of Dallas or Colorado is just a significantly better team than the Jets, especially when you consider the fact that Connor Hellebuck has seem to have turned into a pumpkin. So I would say if Scheifele plays, take the Jets. If he doesn't, I'd be taking the Blues.
10-second answer, Colorado or Dallas?
Peter DeBoer is 8-0 in Game 7s and 3-0 against Jared Bednar. I'm going with Peter DeBoer in Dallas tonight.
Good enough for me. Rachel Dory, the CTO of Betalytics and one of my favorite people on planet Earth to talk hockey with. We appreciate it, homie. Let's do it again real soon.
Sounds good. Let's do it.
Rachel Dory, the GOAT. When we come back, probably baseball. Or maybe I just ran about why smash burgers are bad and you all need to stop ruining hamburgers. It's the weekend show. Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Ages, we are here halfway through our second hour of our 4-hour extravaganza. That is Bet for the Cycle. And yes, we just had Rachel Dory on, and we just talked a lot of hockey because she's an absolute badass and knows hockey better than you know anything. So it's great to have her on the show. And we have some news because we do have a parlay v parlay going on right now. Yankees versus Rays are in the first inning, and we already cashed one of them legs. But here's the thing. We talked about Aaron Judge today and talking about taking a home run prop. We will never take a home run prop in one of these parlay v parlays, even if it is Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge, home run. First home run of the game. Is that a problem? Yeah. No, because we did have a hits plus runs plus RBI prop on him, which paid out to what, Rob Brown? I believe it was minus 130.
That was minus 130, and in a single swing of the bet, that cashes, and leg one is down in one swing of the bat for Team Talent.
That's right, and they keep in mind, Team Production also has a Aaron Judge bet in the parlay, but it is for over 1.5 hits, I believe. So he has to have another hit in the game. He's got one of those legs. We will keep you updated. Paul Goldschmidt at the plate right now. We have a parlay on bet on Paul Goldschmidt as well. So we will keep you updated as far as that goes. Rob Brown, I wanted to talk to you about the Thunderbolts in this segment, but Rob Brown decided to be an absolute jerk and not go see Thunderbolts for your boy.
Wait. In fairness, may I defend myself? In fairness, over the past 8-9 months, I won my wife over to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and she has been, Cody Decker, burning through everything from the 17 years old Iron Man 1 all the way through Endgame, and now she's working on the TV show. She is in love with Yelena because Florence Pugh is incredible. She asked me to wait because she is finishing up right now Hawkeye, the series Hawkeye, the TV series Hawkeye, and she wants to finish that to then go see Thunderbolts. So as much as I wanted to see Thunderbolts on opening night because I knew this was going to come up here on the weekend show, my wife asked me to wait to go see it with her, and if she is going to continue to go down the MCU rabbit hole with me, I can't say no to that.
Okay, I understand. Rob Brown, though, the movie is titled Thunderbolts with an asterisk. You're a card-carrying Marvel reader. What do you think the asterisk means?
I have been struggling with that to go with, but the assumption I have, and I can't say spoiler alert, I haven't seen the movie, I don't know.
And I'm not going to give you the answer, by the way. I won't do it.
My assumption is that the Thunderbolts by the end of this movie are going to be labeled the New Avengers. That's my assumption, that by the end of this movie, they will be the New Avengers, and we will start to see their crossover into the larger MCU as we work towards Doomsday. That's my guess.
Interesting. I look forward to you seeing the movie, and I would like to point out, they did, how about this? You are aware of the Sentry, you're aware of the Void, the character. I told you, and I firmly believe this, the Void is the dumbest creation in the history of the Marvel written comics. It is dumber than hell. The existence of Sentry is so stupid in Marvel's comics, I don't know what to do with. It's the worst comic I have ever read in my life. Right next to Spider-Man One More Day. That made me rage quit reading Marvel. That was such a bad comic. The Sentry was right up there with it. They did a very good job with it in this movie. They did a very good job with it, in my opinion, in this movie.
Yeah, I'm intrigued because I don't hate the Sentry because there were a couple of good series where the Sentry was involved where there was some actual depth to the character that made him interesting and intriguing. The same is true of the Void, which I know is kind of the counterpart in this whole concept. So I'm intrigued to see what they do because there's obviously a lot of questionable characters out of the MCU that they've done a good job with. There's a lot of good characters they did a bad job with. I am intrigued and yet preparing myself to be disappointed. I thought the Taskmaster in the Black Widow movie was one of the biggest waste of a character in the entire MCU at large. So I'm interested to see what, if anything, develops there, or because I know somebody's dying in this movie, and that's my guess as to who. We'll find out. But I'm intrigued because in the comic book series, Void would wipe out the Thunderbolts without the help of Sentry in about 0.5 seconds flat. And I'm intrigued to see how they turn this into not just a 2-hour movie, but a 2-hour movie that is apparently the foundation of everything that's coming up in the next phase of the MCU. I'm excited about it. I go into it, Cody Decker, with cautious optimism.
Would you like my grade? And I will give you a legitimate grade because I know you're reading the reviews, and the reviews are very good for it. But I want to give you some caution here. This is not the best Marvel movie of all time. It's not the best Phase 4 or Phase 5, whatever phase we're currently in. I would give it a solid B.
Okay.
To B minus.
I think I'm good with that. And I think I'm good with that, Deck, because of two reasons. Number one, it is, movie-wise, it is the first big push of the MCU towards what is effectively a reset towards its next phase, which means there's a lot to this movie that I think has to be utilized as a setup pitch, right? And a setup pitch is not the most exciting pitch in a pitcher's tool bag, but it is probably the most important. So it feels like an important movie to me, but when you have to go through a lot, it's kind of like how at this point, every time that they reboot a Batman or a Superman or a Spider-Man, I'm like, I don't need half the movie being the origin story again. We all know it. The setup pitch is kind of boring. Like, let's just get to the meat and potatoes. Let's get to the heater. Let's see what you got in the bag. And I'm worried that it is such a setup film to what is the MCU, as we talked about last week, effectively having to get it right or fading off into obscurity and going with such a big swing with Void, with Sentry, and with a bunch of realistically underpowered superheroes as the protagonist. Cautious optimism for me.
I think you'll like it. I do think it set an interesting table. They did lean in. Here's why I gave it a lower grade. This movie was not funny at all. Like, it wanted to be funny. It was not funny at all. I did find it enjoyable. I did find it remarkably touching, all things considered. And I thought they told an interesting story, and I loved, and you're going to love the end credits scene. The end credits scene, not the mid credits scene. You'll love the end credits scene. So I'm looking forward to you seeing this movie. I'm looking forward to chatting with you. And man, I'm very excited for Fantastic Four. I can't stress that enough. Now, that being said, let's get back to the main topic of the day. Rob Brown, what is your problem with smash burgers?
Okay, guys, when you describe the perfect hamburger, the perfect hamburger is described as what? Succulent, juicy. When you smash a burger, you have just made one crispy, thin layer of beef. I need you all to stop. Do you know what a smash burger is to me? It's like, what if you took one of the most classic and iconic of American foods and we removed all of the adjectives that are the reason that America loves the food? What if we took a succulent, juicy cheeseburger and we took the succulent, juicy out of it and we just gave you a level of crispy, overcooked beef? I need you to stop. You know what a smash burger feels like, Cody Decker? You know how every now and then in America, we get hooked on a real dumb trend and everybody loves the trend, even though it's dumb as hell. And it's like, welcome to the social media world of 2025. That's the smash burger. It's the food version of that dumb trend. I am convinced that no one realistically or reasonably likes a thin, pointless smash burger more than they like a big old, thick, juicy, real-life American cheeseburger. They just see everyone on the internet talking about it and go with it. Here's the other aspect of it, Deck. The problem is that smash burgers are easy. You smash the meat and you cook it till it's crispy. To cook a burger takes practice. And it takes training, and it takes seasoning it well, and it takes understanding the hot and cold zones on the grill. It takes time to learn the skill of making a cheeseburger, and too many of y'all are unwilling to put in the time and energy and patience to learn to make a good cheeseburger on a grill, on a Blackstone, on a George Foreman. Figure it out. A smash burger is for lazy people or people who care more about the profit of selling the burger than the product that is the burger. It is a lazy, viral way of making a great American creation worse. And I need you all to stop pretending that it is in any way, shape, or form better than a true classic amount. I'm not this guy, Cody Decker. You know this about me. I'm about as woke as they come in this industry. But sometimes hanging on to the old ways truly is better. A good cheeseburger is better than a smash burger, and anyone who thinks the opposite is just flat out empirically effing wrong.
Now, I'm going to agree with you, Rob Brown. A good burger is always going to beat a good smash burger 10 out of 10 times, with the exception of course, the legend that is the double-double from In-N-Out, because quite frankly, an In-N-Out burger is a perfect burger, but I do digress. It is a smash-style burger. I don't think it's quite as far as going to the extreme of the smash burgers that you are referring to, because, modern-day smash burgers are more or less smashed to a smithereen-thin type of layer. In-N-Out is at least kind enough to give you a patty of a semblance. That being said, a regular good old-fashioned burger. I have burger nights here. Me and my girlfriend, Miss B, we have burger nights all the time here in New York City on the grill. And I got to say, man, burger night is one of my very favorite nights. I love making a patty. I love spending hours on creating the patty, seasoning the patty, putting the patty in the fridge, putting it on the grill. It's a process, brother. I'm not the greatest griller. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm grilled daddy. There's only two things that I am phenomenal with. I am phenomenal with making some really good seasoned and, quite frankly, marinated grilled chicken. Then I got some really good spices that I put together to do that with, and I can make a burger with the best of them. That being said, you need somebody to cook a steak. I usually digress to somebody better than me. I'm not your steak guy. I'm your burger guy on the grill, and I got your back. I don't love smash burgers. And you know what I really don't like? New York City style smash burgers. The guys out here in New York City live on smash burgers like it is their currency. I don't get it. It's weird. It's messy. And that's another thing I want to bring up. Smash burgers are messy. So messy that they're not really all that edible. That's why I don't like smash burgers. I have to eat them within a 2-minute span of them touching my plate because of the smash burger style. It just seeps through the bun in a way that if I don't eat it within 2 minutes, then it's just a soggy piece of meat with what used to be wheat products.
I don't disagree. Like, I'll go so far as to say a great American cheeseburger kind of by default's got to be a little bit messy. I'm not saying it's got to be a disgusting slob that ends up falling apart in a pile, but like there's going to be a little drippage to it if you do it the right way. This is another part of the reason I'm anti the smash burger. Now, as far as the grilling angle of it, Cody Decker, I grew up, and this is going to be one of those things where maybe there's a bit of regionalism, a bit of tribalism here. I grew up in the South. Grilling meat is just part of what we do down here. We've all got a little extra space. We've all got a barbecue grill. I recently updated to a Blackstone flat top, and I'm going to tell you, it's one of the greatest decisions that's ever been made in my entire life. They are fantastic. I am grilling outside with the wife like 3 to 4 days a week, legitimately. I am a fantastic griller. I can nail a cheeseburger because I've learned where the hot and the cold zones are on the grill. I can make you a magnifique steak. Had to learn a little bit with the Blackstone because it grills a little bit different when you go with the flat top griddle style than when you do an open flame, but I figured it out. Got the special, unique stylized seasoning down. This is what I'm saying. People, if you will put the time, the energy, the effort, understand that this is a science and you get it right, you'll never make another smash burger in your life. Because once you nail that perfectly seasoned, perfectly grilled, medium rare hamburger, when you get that crispy, fresh lettuce, when you get that perfectly sliced, juicy tomato, when you get that freshly baked bun, don't do with this old stuff. Once you get, and I'm not saying you got to build it the way I like it, but when you figure out the meat, and then you figure out how to build that burger around it in the way that you like it the best, you will never want to smash another burger and waste that patty again in your life.
Rob Brown, when you come to New York City, man, I need you out here. I need you to come here soon.
I'm working on it. I'm thinking probably sometime in the next probably next month and a half to 2 months. Rob Brown's coming up, and Deck, you put a grill up on top of that big New York City high rise that you live in. You and I am gonna make you the burger that is going to go ahead. It's gonna have you going on a rampage, burning smash burger restaurants down around the city.
Mm-hmm. Rob Brown, I'm not putting a grill up there. There is a grill up there waiting for
Beautiful.
our delicatessen hands to work on it. And also, there's a place in New York City got to take you, because I firmly believe that Father's Office in Los Angeles might be the best living hamburger in the world. There's a place in New York City that might be challenging it, and I can't wait to take you to it. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, a little game we like to call Would You Rather, weekend show style. Bet for the cycle right after this.
Bet for the Cycle. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
On the BetMGM Network, Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you paying attention to this Rays-Yankees game. That is our Parlay v Parlay Challenge. We are knotted up at 1 apiece, and Aaron Judge Dinger in the top of the first scored one for the Yankees. Not but a few minutes ago, Caballero ended up with a hit and a run scored for Tampa to knot it up at 1. Cody Decker and I do have the Yankees on the run line, so we need a little bit more offense, but we are only in the bottom of the second in this one, so there's still a lot of baseball left to be played. We have already ticked off one leg with Aaron Judge over 2.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. That home run cleared that for us. Now we wait on a Goldschmidt RBI. He is 0 for 1. And of course, the Yankees on the run line team production has Ben Rice over 1.5 bases. He has an 0 for 1 day with a K so far. They've got Aaron Judge over 1.5 hits. They have gotten 1 so far, and they've got Goldschmidt over 1.5 bases. Goldie is on both of our lists. He is 0 for 1. We are end 2, going top 3 here in just mere minutes. But we're going to play a little game here. Double D, I forgot what we said we're going to do, so take it away.
It's time for Would You Rather. Just saying, there's no reason this can't be a gong show. It already is. We might as well just throw a gong in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Amateur Hour. It's time for Would You Rather.
Welcome to the Baseball Gong Show, where everything possibly goes wrong in 4 hours straight. Welcome to the show. It's time for Would You Rather.
Yeah. Would you rather there, Rob Brown? So we'll start off with Would You Rather number 1, Cody Decker. To win the NLCS, you got the Padres at plus 1,200 or the Diamondbacks at plus 1,500.
Two of my former employers, 2 teams I absolutely love. Neither are getting there because the Dodgers will. That being said, if I had to pick, would you rather, which is the name of the game, of these two, taking the Diamondbacks, longer odds, and frankly, I like their pitching staff more. The San Diego Padres, I do believe in this team. I absolutely do, and I would love to see them knock out the Dodgers. But I'm looking at this as a Bills-Kansas City Chiefs type of situation. Till somebody knocks out the Dodgers, no, I ain't touching it. But if I had the choice between these two, it's going to be the Diamondbacks. And it's, again, because of that pitching staff. That pitching staff is scary. And especially if you catch the Dodgers in a 5-game series with that pitching staff, the Dodgers might be vulnerable to the D-backs in a 5-game series in an NLDS type of setup.
I'm going to agree, but I'm also going to point out that, like, I still don't think we have seen anywhere close to the best of the Dodgers, right? Like anywhere close. And they are leading, well, they are tied for the lead for wins in Major League Baseball, but they have been missing so many dudes. Glasnow, Snell, Edman. I don't think we've seen still waiting on Shohei Ohtani to potentially be ready to go to the bump if they need him at some point. I mean, this team has just been riddled with injuries and still are only leading Major League Baseball in victories despite it. So I don't think we've seen anywhere close. I don't think this really matters. But since the game is Would You Rather, and I got to take one, I'm just going to lay it up and agree with everything that Cody Decker said there. I know the D-backs have had a couple of interesting ones. They lost the series to the Braves. That was kind of at the point where the Braves look like, oh, maybe they do know some baseball. So I think people maybe overreacted to that a little bit. But I would have to say Arizona is the right selection between these two, and I'm getting a better number out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Cody, how long have you been talking about how good the Arizona Diamondbacks are?
3 years. 4. Actually, it takes about 4 years. I would say the second half of the season of 2021 or 2020. What year did they go to the World Series? 2023, was it? Yeah, a year and a half ago. So 2023. The second half of 2022, I was on this show constantly telling everybody, if you do not start paying attention to the Diamondbacks, they are going to hurt you. And if you liked making money, you should probably pay attention to the Diamondbacks because no one figured out that they were good, including Vegas. I was sitting there yelling at you all to listen to what I was saying. And then by the time they got to the World Series, it was all too late. The books had adjusted and none of you listened to me. Too bad. I made money and you guys are just all dumb. Anyways, they're still damn good and you can still get them at a price. Do it while you can, because eventually you can't.
That's what I was looking for there. All right. Would you rather number 2? Rob Brown, Aaron Judge to bat over 400 for the season is plus 8,000, or the Dodgers to win 117 plus games this season at plus 800.
It's listen, I don't think the Dodgers are getting to 117, but nobody bats over 400. The best in history don't bat over 400. Ted Williams and nobody else was a threat. And again, like I said in the last answer, I don't think we have seen anything close to the final form of the LA Dodgers. This team is only going to get better as they get their position players back. They're only going to get better as they just repeatedly add Cy Young winners and finalists back into their rotation from injury. They're only going to get better, and they've already started to. I don't think the Dodgers are getting 117, but if you're asking me between these two, nobody bats over 400, even the best of the best. The Dodgers at least might make it compelling for a little while in like August.
I want to make this abundantly clear. What I'm going to say, if it's construed as an insult to Aaron Judge, punch yourself in the head. I'm sorry, because it's not. The fact is, if Tony Gwynn didn't hit 400, no one's hitting 400. The end.
Yeah.
If Tony Gwynn didn't do it, no one does it. And if he does, I will come right here and say I was wrong. Wow. Because quite frankly, if somebody hits 400, that is so insane. I don't know what to do with myself. That being said, I don't think the Dodgers are getting over 117 either, but it's not because they're not capable. I mean, look at this team. They're absolutely capable. Their AAA team might be capable. I just think it's one of those things where it's not necessarily they're taking the foot off the gas, because they're not. And it's not necessarily that they're playing with their food, because they're not necessarily doing that. It's just, why would this team go all on the throttle for 162 games? That is just, there's no reason to do that. When you get to October, you need as many guys healthy as humanly possible. So frankly, I don't even want them to get to 117. I want the Dodgers to be at their best in October, just like I want the Padres at the best in October, Braves, Phillies, D-backs, whoever's in there. I just want them all at their very best, because you know what I don't want at the end of the year is excuses from anybody.
Does it feel, real quick, Dak, I kind of feel about the Dodgers the way that I've been talking about the Celtics all year, of they know that they are a top-tier team. They know they are a favorite. There is no reason to do anything but put it on cruise control to make sure that when you get to the playoffs, you're the healthiest team there. And would you look at that? The Boston Celtics went cruise control. Yeah, they ended up as the 2 seed, but they got a favorable round 1 matchup. I think they got a favorable round 2 matchup as the 2 seed, to be honest with you, with the Knicks in round 2. They're the healthiest team in the playoffs, and they're playing the best basketball of anybody in the East. I feel like that's the Dodgers as well. If I show up to a Dodgers game in uni and I go, hey, coach, I got a bit of a bruise on the tip of my thumb. Sit down for a week, kid. We got the guys to let you go make sure you're 100%. This feels like a cruise control team. And I think a lot of people are going to be misled when we get into the playoffs into thinking that the Dodgers aren't a favorite because they didn't have the full heater on down the stretch. I think they're going to trick people just like the Celtics did, which is why I got a great price on the Celtics to repeat this year.
Yep. No notes. No notes. Why would I give you a note? I agree with everything you said. I mean, as much as I want to see the Cavaliers get to the finals, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm going to just keep using this Chiefs example again. Yes, they lost in the Super Bowl. But I haven't seen anybody in the AFC get to the Super Bowl. Until I see it happening, Chiefs are just going to be back there again next year.
Fair enough. All right, Cody. Would you rather take the Knicks-Celtics series to go over 6.5 games at plus +340 or to go under 4.5 games at +300?
You want my honest opinion on this? Quite frankly, I think this is going to be the Celtics in 5. But if you're giving me the choice of what I would rather, I will take the under. The Knicks are going to get their asses obliterated by the Celtics. This isn't even going to be a contest. I kind of wanted Detroit to knock the Knicks out so we don't see the Knicks bloodbath that we're about to get. The team went 0-11 this season against the Cavaliers, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Celtics. Last I checked, that's a decent sample size of a 0% winning percentage. I'll just stay on that.
Yeah, a sweep is far more likely than a game 7. I don't think it's going to be a sweep. I think the Knicks will get one. I think Jalen Brunson's going to have a 42-point game in there somewhere, and maybe it lines up with Cat having a 17-point, 15-board game that kind of gives them the edge to win a 108-106 contest because somebody from Boston didn't show up. But no, and I said this last night on BetMGM tonight to Ryan. Here's the thing about the Boston Celtics. If Jason Tatum's hot, they play a game that caters to Jason Tatum. If he's not, they play a game that caters to Jaylen Brown. If he's not, they play a game that caters to Derek White. That's what they did in the finals last year, and Derek White won them that finals. And if none of those work, they play through Kristaps Porzingis, clog the middle, and open the floor up for everybody to kind of find themselves. There's nothing the Knicks can do to stop all 4 variations of the C's offense, and they can change it up in game and be very good at all 4 variations of the C's offense. I think a sweep is way more likely. I hope I'm wrong because I want this old school rivalry to get revamped, Cody Decker, but I don't see it happening. Here's what we got to do. We got to run to a break. But Double D's got a couple more would you rathers, and I like a couple of them a lot. And so we're going to probably pick this up on the other side, unless Decker and I find something during the break that we want to rant about instead. We'll see how it plays out on the other side of this break. He is Cody Decker. I am Rob Brown. Double D's in the house. You're listening to The Weekend Show. Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Bet for this cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
MGM Network, Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you every Saturday from noon to 4, the four most electrifying hours in sports talk entertainment. You may have heard, ladies and gentlemen, but one of the biggest sports gambling days of the calendar has arrived. It is Kentucky Derby Day. And to talk a little bit about that, we have brought on NYRA bets handicapper and content producer Matthew DeSantis to talk a little horse racing with us here. And I'm going to start by saying, well, first and foremost, hello, Matthew. Welcome to the show. And second off, the reason we wanted to have you on is because Deck and I are self-admitted both novice horse racing guys. We talk about horse racing effectively 3 times a year on the show, and it is the 3 races of the Triple Crown, the Kentucky Derby, obviously the most prestigious of them. So if you don't mind to start it off, what I'd like to ask you here, Matthew, is to kind of just give us the 36,000-foot view for gamblers, for people that are maybe checking in, they gamble once or twice a year, it's maybe on the 3 legs of the crown. What are the storylines that are standing out the most about this race today to you? Is it the weather? Is it a couple of horses that have been removed? Is it a betting favorite? Like, what's jumping off the page at you about this particular edition of the Derby?
Yeah, I think a few things. This story is this Derby, but I do think you have to start with the weather. It's going to be a sloppy track, and a wet track is sometimes a great measure. Often is quite good for front-end speed. Churchill Downs to Patrick Miles was won by a horse that went to the wire.
I'll tell you what, guys, if you don't mind, we've got a little bit of a bad connection with Matthew. If we could maybe try to reconnect him, maybe give him a dial back and see if we can get a better signal, because I do want to hear what he has to say, because I did see during the break that it is raining just outside of Louisville,
first
Kentucky.
things I looked up.
Yeah, it is raining, and this is one of those spots where I know that journalism was a big favorite. I've got a couple of buddies who are very into the ponies, and they were talking about how the speed advantage on a quarter mile for a horse like journalism is a big advantage. But when it rains, when that dirt turns a little more muddy, it can obviously have a bit of an impact. So I am very intrigued in what Matthew has to say about the weather in this race, and also to find out if he's a mint julep guy, because let's be real, that's my favorite part of the day. I think we have Matthew DeSantis back. Matt, had a bad connection there. I hate to ask you to run that by us again. I know you were talking about the weather. Give us a little insight onto what that might do to this race.
Yeah, it might just change the pace dynamics a little bit. Horses, when there's a wet track, you'd imagine they don't love getting mud thrown up in their face. So a lot more horses are going to want to run forward and be fast early. We've just seen a couple of races here at Churchill run earlier today where the horses that have won have gone out up front and not been caught. So early speed could be really, really important, change some of the factors in this race for sure, and something to keep an eye on. And there are some horses that do not like the slop and some horses who absolutely love it.
You know, I heard Rob Brown already mention journalism. I've heard Rose's favorite. What Run for Roses, I should say, favorite. What are your thoughts? Is there some value in one of these lower type of odds names that you think we should be taking a look at?
Yeah, I mean, certainly journalism is going to likely be your favorite and is absolutely more than worthy and is just a dominant horse at this point out on the West Coast. But he's never run over a wet track, so there are some questions there. And you know, I think if you want to try to beat him, I would try to beat him with a couple of different horses. I think a horse like Sovereignty at 9-1 right now for trainer Bill Mott makes a lot of sense. This is a horse that actually has won at Churchill Downs before, won the Grade 3 Street Sense as a 2-year-old, and he actually beat the winner of the Arkansas Derby and the Louisiana Derby in that race. The other big price, 27-1 right now on the board, Chunk of Gold. I absolutely love this horse. He finished second in the Louisiana Derby last time out. You could have gotten him for $2,500. That's how much he sold for as a yearling. And so it is incredible that he has made it to the Kentucky Derby. It's a great Cinderella story, but he's a serious horse, and he should like the conditions today and has been training great for trainer Ethan West.
You mentioned something, Matthew DeSantis, NYRA Bets handicapper and content producer joining us here on Bet for the Cycle. You mentioned something a second ago that I don't think I've ever considered, and that is the horses' thoughts when they are running these races. And obviously, none of us are Dr. Doolittle and have the ability to directly communicate. But when you were talking about these horses that maybe train one way and there's a different track condition, or maybe they're experiencing being in the middle of a pack of horses, which is not something you can really simulate without running a race. Is there any way by watching races that are lead ups to this, is there anything that you look at and go, this horse prefers better under certain conditions than others? Is there any insight that we might pick up an edge especially when we do have conditions like rainy, wet weather in Louisville?
Absolutely. So I'll give you a prime example. The number one horse, Citizen Bull. He's trained by Bob Baffert. That's a big storyline as well. Bob Baffert had been suspended from Churchill Downs the previous 3 years. He's back, and he's got a horse that was the champion 2-year-old last year. But here's the thing about Citizen Bull. He knows how to win one way, which is to get out up front and take them all the way around the track. He does not do well when he has to sit off of horses, and once he is pressed too much to run too fast early, he often will fade. So that's an example of a horse only really knows how to run one way. When you look at the running lines and watch some of the races leading up to this, you also get a sense of a horse like Sandman, very popular horse right now. Listen, everybody who is a Mariano Rivera fan of the Yankees and loves Metallica is going to be rooting for this horse. But listen, he's a horse that needs a massive setup. In other words, he needs them to go really, really fast early and wear themselves out, because he is a deep, deep closer. He'll be sitting 19th, 18th, 17th. He's going to be sitting in the back of the field, and he's going to need that setup to come running late and get everybody else in front of them a little bit tired. So you can kind of see the sort of setup that some of these horses need coming into this race, and then figuring out whether or not they get the preferred setup for their best effort.
Matthew, I got to ask, when you're looking at gambling, and especially if you're talking to, say, novices about gambling, whether it's horse race gambling or just gambling in general, what type of tips do you try to give them to actually attack a certain race a certain way? Is it always just the obvious things, the just checking the odds and the weather, or there is an extra layer to this for you? Is it just also trainers? Is it ownership groups? Is it temperature? Is it where they're actually being bred?
Yeah, no, those are all great questions. And I think that you do try to keep it pretty simple. I would say one of the things in horse racing is we have something called speed figures. It just quantifies how fast a horse ran their previous race, and it attempts to kind of standardize that on one scale. And so certainly speed figures are a really big deal, looking at which horses have run the best and most consistent speed figures throughout their races leading up to this. So that's certainly one aspect of it. But yes, knowing certain trainers, I think, is a big deal. You have somebody like Bob Baffert, like I said, who's had a lot of success at Churchill Downs and in the Kentucky Derby have a race. You have a trainer like Brad Cox with the horse Final Gambit. He's a little bit of a long shot, but Brad Cox has already won a Kentucky Derby and is one of the best trainers we have in the industry. So you try to kind of share some additional information and some additional context, just so you want people to have a good time when they're betting. And betting the favorite isn't always a great idea, because favorites only win about 30% of races. So you want to try to give people a couple of ideas for horses that they might want to bet that are a little bit more money, a little bit higher odds. And I'll also give you a little tidbit. The last 6 runnings of the Kentucky Derby, favorites are 0 for 6. So right now you want to actually maybe try to get a little bit of a price to try to play against journalism.
What's the strategy for that? I mean, is there anything I know, and I was learning a little bit earlier this morning about the speed figures and kind of how the algorithms work to put those numbers together and standardize, but obviously different horses run different races on different substances at different lengths, et cetera, et cetera. So what are you looking for when you are trying to find maybe an outside horse, maybe stay away from the favorite, find some value middle, maybe back into the pack? What are some of the things that jump out to you first that maybe give you an edge on a horse that isn't a popular selection?
Yeah, I would say the number one thing is an old adage, pace makes the race. And that's the very first thing you have to start out as a handicapper. What does the pace of this race look like? And it changed a little bit during the week. There was a scratch of a horse, Rodriguez, and he was supposed to be one of the faster horses in the race. And the fact that he scratched out of the race means that the pace might be a little bit more moderate. I think that certainly gives credence to a horse like Citizen Bull, potentially being able to get out up front. I'm not that, no pun intended, I'm not that bullish on that horse, but I can understand how some people could talk themselves into it. But I think the key is, for me, there's a lot of deep closers in this race. There's a lot of horses that'll be coming from well in the back of the field, like a Sandman, like a Sovereignty, like a Tiztastic. So as a result, I would actually like to pick horses that prefer to run in the middle of the pack, because they're going to be able to get the first crack at the leaders, and they aren't going to be so reliant on the pace melting down, as we would say, and just getting so fast early that all of those horses just back up and really start to get tired at the end. And that's why I think a horse like Chunk of Gold, the number 19 for trainer Ethan West, 27-1. This is a horse that I think will sit the right type of trip and sit kind of mid-pack. Will be sitting, 8th, 9th, 10th in the early going of the race. I think that's perfect, because that horse has a good kick and should be able to accelerate past the leaders, but isn't going to be so far back that he's relying on everybody just falling apart kind of in front of him.
I have to ask this. I've always actually wondered this, and I'm sure I don't know how one can even quantify just how important an experienced jockey is. But someone like Jareth Loveberry, who has been in this Derby before and has finished second with a different horse, he's riding Chunk of Gold today. What exactly? How much experience would a jockey need to really come out on top over at the Kentucky Derby?
It matters a lot. You rarely see a jockey win this race the first time they're in it. It is such an unusual race, and I think people who are not familiar with horse racing, you have to understand, these horses have never faced 19 other horses before. They've never faced this large of a field. I mean, that cavalry charge coming by the grandstands the first time is exactly that, a cavalry charge. And there's so many decisions that have to be made in a split second as soon as those gates pop open. And so you do want to look for more experienced jockeys. I think, it gives me confidence that Jareth ran so well 2 years ago with the horse Two Fills and finished second that day. I think he learned a lot from that effort. But, that's where you look at a horse like Sovereignty, who's jockeyed by Junior Alvarado. Junior's been in so many big races, won so many big races across the world, actually, that it gives you confidence he's going to give him a good ride. And so I think that's actually one of the potential criticisms of journalism. He's jockeyed by Umberto Rispoli. Umberto's a very good jockey, but he's really a better turf jockey out in California, and he doesn't really ride in the mud, in the muck in Kentucky very often. And so he's rather inexperienced jockey under these circumstances. And I think there's some criticism, or at least some questions that you could raise about whether he gives him the best ride.
Is there any, I was reading about, apparently this is starting to become a more international event. We're starting to see trainers, we're starting to see companies from outside of the United States, horses from the Middle East, horses from Japan that are starting to get involved. Number one, how true is that, Matthew? And number two, what influence does that have on the race? I mean, there are horses that have done work that maybe haven't done a lot inside the United States, not a ton of familiarity to it. What impact has that had on this race, on the gambling odds for those of us that, again, aren't maybe paying a ton of attention to horse racing, and certainly not on an international scale?
Yeah, well, first of all, the Japanese in particular are absolutely coming for the Triple Crown. That is something that, as American sports fans, we just need to become familiar with, that the Japanese, I would say, within the next 5 years are going to win the Kentucky Derby. They have an outstanding program over there for racing, and they have raced their horses all across the world. Last year, of course, if people remember, they had a horse in this race, Forever Young. He came up just a nose short. He finished third place in that thrilling finish. They have two horses this year, the Japanese, Luxor Cafe, the number 7, and Admire Daytona, the number 6. Luxor Cafe is the better of the two. He is a legitimate horse. He has won his last 4 races. He was the Japanese nominee to run over here in the Kentucky Derby. He's currently 8-1, which shows you how much respect the public is now giving these Japanese runners when they come over. He has a dazzling turn of foot when he turns it on. His last couple of races have been really, really impressive. My biggest question with him is, kind of going back to what I said earlier, the interesting thing is if you watch Japanese racing, they run over a slightly different track composition. And what I mean by that is the dirt track over there is really more sand-based. And so it's a really fine, grained kickback that they get. And it's very, very different from the main track that they're going to have at Churchill Downs today. And you wonder how a horse takes to that kickback and that surface, having never run over it for the first time. But he is incredibly talented. He's also sired by American Pharaoh, who was the Triple Crown winner 10 years ago this year.
Matthew DeSantis, NYRA handicapper and content producer. Got about 20 seconds, Matthew. Give me your win play show today that you like.
Absolutely. I'm going to go win on journalism. I just think he's that much better than everybody else. I'm placing on chunk of gold at a big price. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a swing and also place a show bet on Burnham Square, the number 9.
I like it. Matthew DeSantis, NYRA handicapper and content producer. My man, thank you very much for coming on and walking us through this, buddy. Good talk. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys.
Anytime. We appreciate it. All right, we got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, we'll check in on our Parlay v Parlay game. Top 5, 1-1 between the Yankees and the Rays. We'll look up and down the rest of the schedule, and we'll see whatever else Double D wants us to talk about. That's coming up when we come back. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you bet for the cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. The Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Cody Decker. Thanks to Matthew DeSantis for joining us in the last segment to set us up for the Kentucky Derby taking place later on this evening. Thanks to Rachel Dory for joining us earlier in the show to talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. Thanks to Ryan Edwards from 850 KOA in Denver to talk Game 7, Denver and LA. And thanks to Double D for being the amazing person that he is and putting together a list of questions we like to call Would You Rather that we're going to get back to right now.
Rob Brown, would you rather Donovan Mitchell to make 7 plus threes in a game at plus 340 or Evan Mobley to score 30 plus points in a game plus 350?
Evan Mobley has scored 30 in 3 of his last 4. And granted, it was against the Miami Heat. Okay? And with all due respect, the Miami Heat and the Memphis Grizzlies were the two teams that had no business being in these NBA playoffs. The Memphis Heat, the Memphis Grizzlies and the Miami Heat are the two reasons that I said multiple times we should slim the NBA playoffs down. Like 2/3 of the league gets in, and there's always teams that get absolutely run in the first round that kind of take away. Now, granted, we would lose series like Denver Clippers, but the Miami series was boring. Mobley got to 33 times. The only one he did not get into in the last 4 was the last one, and that was a game where obviously the Cavaliers were just so far out front that they didn't need him to. I love what Evan Mobley is doing right now. I like that he's shooting a consistent 60%, 65% from the floor, again, against Miami, and it's going to be a little tougher in round 2. But 7 threes for Spida in a series deck that I think they're going to be playing inside out, not the other way around, feels like a big time number. So I would take the guy, and it's going to be a stretch. 30 is going to be a big number for Mobley, but he's done it 3 out of the last 4 times. The only time he didn't was in a game that wasn't all that competitive at all. I would say Mobley plus 350 is the play out of those 2 options.
No notes. None. Not a single note. Not a single revision. Not a single, edit. Nothing. Just copy and paste, turn in same homework. Correct answer. Evan Mobley is
Mobley
is that.
For the record, Donovan Mitchell has gotten to 7 threes 1 time. And more importantly than getting to the 7 threes, which he's done 1 time in these playoffs, he's shot 7 threes 4 times, but 8, 9, and 10. So it's not like he's lifting Steph Curry numbers, 15, 16, 17 threes per game, and we just need him to get to 45%. He's barely shooting enough to make 7 threes. Mobley would be the call here.
Yep.
I concur. I like everything that Rob Brown said. I'm going to go with a Cody Decker. Turning in my homework at this point.
That's
nothing.
It was
nothing
A+.
else to add.
I would be wasting your time by trying to.
All right, Cody. Would you rather NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year Ashton Genty at plus 250 or Cam Ward at plus 250?
Ashton Genty at plus 250. I really like him. I think he's going to do really good in silver and black. I think he's got the right offensive coordinator. I think he's got the right quarterback for him to also really help. I think this is going to be a very interesting year for the Las Vegas Raiders. I don't know what it's going to really be just yet, but I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I didn't see a world where the Raiders just keep making good decision after good decision after good decision. None of the decisions have been like, oh my God, we're winning the Super Bowl. I don't need that right now. I just need steps forward in the right direction, which they haven't taken. And get ready for this, 20 years. Sorry, 22 years. Thank you. I'm very happy. I like what this team is doing. And I think Ashton Genty, and I had him on my show, Beetle and Decker. I will tell you this kid is different, special, different. I'm fired up for what the Raiders are doing right now.
I wouldn't disagree. Genty would be my pick, and I think it's for a number of reasons. It's everything that Cody Decker just said. It's also the fact that, let's keep it a buck here, the Raiders are going to be a running football team this year. They're going to use Janty like Pete Carroll used to use Marshawn Lynch. He is going to get the numbers. Let me just throw why it maybe is a little more compelling, a little closer than it's a Janty slam dunk here. And that is because I look at what has been put together by the Tennessee Titans around Cam Ward. Tony Pollard got paid by the Titans for a reason. Calvin Ridley, in my opinion, while he has had some brick hand stretches, was also a very underutilized piece of the offenses he's been in the last couple of years. Tyler Lockett, I think it's a legacy year to prove that he was more important than he has been labeled. And here's the overall piece. Look at the rest of that division. The Texans had a great rookie year at CJ Stroud. They took a step back. Still a 10-win team. Let's not take away from them, but still a 10-win team. I look at the Colts. What are we doing here? Danny Dimes or Anthony Richardson and all the drama that surrounded them last year? No faith there. And then there's the Jags, who took the big swing with Travis Hunter. And they did go get an offensive coordinator in Liam Cohen, who is known for working with quarterbacks. And I do think it is a make or break year for Trevor Lawrence. So the Jags are actually one of my interesting teams to watch this season. But the point is, they were a 4-13. If they improve 100%, the Jags, they're an 8-win team next year. What I'm saying here is, if the Titans have what they think they have in Cam Ward, and they play in an AFC South that is not a good division, not a bad division, it ain't the NFC South, but it ain't the AFC East either, or AFC West either. If the Titans find a way to steal this away and win this division, then Cam Ward in his rookie year as a quarterback, and we all know we love handing out trophies to quarterbacks, could steal this thing down the stretch. It has more to do with everything around him, Decker, than him directly. But if Cam Ward can lead the Titans to winning a questionable AFC South, then Cam Ward could steal this away from Ashton Janty. So it's a little more compelling than I think the better player, which is Ashton Janty. Oh, by the way, I have to publicly apologize to Cody Decker because Austin Wells just hit a home run. My bad, dog. That's on me. That's my bad.
That's all right. I mean, what was our bet on him again?
We didn't take one. We walked away from him.
I really wanted that one. Yeah, I really wanted that one, but
yeah, you did. That's my bad, bro.
Really wanted that one.
I'll say this much. I think it at the end of the day, it probably will be Ashton Janty. But I also believe that Tennessee might have gotten the steal of the free agent rookie class that didn't get drafted. Restrepo, the wide receiver from Miami, who played with Cam Ward, that could be a thing in Tennessee, and they might put up numbers together that would push Janty and have people debating the Cam Ward, Ashton Janty Rookie of the Year debate.
Dirty little secret, Double D. I like that take a lot. I think a lot of the reason he fell was because the Miami Hurricanes hilariously ineptly coached last year. I'm looking at the Georgia Tech game, for instance. Hilariously mismanaged my offense last year. I thought the same thing. I really like that take. It's a chemistry thing, right? It's a vibes thing. It's do he and Cam translate with what they did last year to what they did next year? But if you are right, he could be that like 5-wide spread secret weapon that gets tossed in there and has a couple of big time plays that pump the numbers up. I like that take.
Mm-hmm. To me, that there were people talking about Restrepo being the steal of the draft if he went in the 6th or 7th round. For them to get him as a free agent rookie blows my mind. All right, last one. Let the debate begin. Rob Brown, would you rather take the Raiders at plus 310 or the Saints at plus 400 to make the playoffs this season?
He knows the answer. He knows the answer, and he's going to be so mad to say it out loud. He knows it. He may not admit it, but he knows. You know what the answer is.
Dog, it's the answer is the Raiders. What?
My man!
I want to be clear here. I have fun doing radio, and I bounce back and forth between very serious Rob Brown, who wants to be right and look like the stinking genius who knows ball that he is, versus Rob the goofball Brown, who just has a good time. Obviously, when I scream into the microphone that Derek Carr is a future first ballot Hall of Famer, I'm full of bleep, okay? I'm just goofing off. It is called, as I had to say last week, and I'll probably say against next week, and I'll definitely say it for, 17 weeks of the NFL season. It's called coping. My team is run by a bunch of dumpsters that make decisions, I assume, via a poorly programmed artificial intelligence algorithm. That's the only thing I can come up with. Listen, do I want to have some optimism that a guy I actually do believe is a good player in Spencer Rattler this year, when he's not playing behind our third string offensive line and when his number 1, 2, and 3 wide receivers aren't all on the IL for his starts? Do I want to believe there's a little something in there to shock people? Yes, I want to believe that. Do I want to believe that Alvin Kamara is going to have a bounce back year and be a dog again? Yes, I want to believe that. Do I want to believe that our first round draft pick at offensive tackle is going to step in and be an absolute stud, Kelvin Banks Jr.? And yes, I want to believe that. Do I want to believe we got younger on defense and we're going to make some move? Do I want to believe that? Yes, I want to believe that. Do I? No. Do I think Tyler Shuck, who for some reason is also plus 250 in the offensive rookie of the year race, is going to come in with Chris Olave as his first, last, and only receiver option and take himself to the Pro Bowl? Do I want to believe it? Yes. Do I think he's even going to beat Rattler out in the preseason workouts? No. Why the hell would I? My team stinks. My leadership's a joke. My GM should have been fired 8 years ago. My owner is a bad person. Not owner, just bad person in general. My team sucks, Cody Decker. At least you have the optimism of a handful of good offseason decisions. I don't even have that to lean on to right now. If you put a dime on the New Orleans Saints to win anything this year, I'll give you my Venmo because I can spend your money better. What are we doing? I hate football.
You know what I love about this is that Rob Brown just is feeling everything I've always felt my entire life. And it's not that he hasn't felt it before because he's a Saints fan, but he has gotten a championship in his lifetime. And my team did go to a championship in my lifetime, and it's the most embarrassing loss in the history of the Super Bowl. It was such an embarrassing loss to my former head coach who put together all of our entire schemes, and he beat us by 50, that everyone thought that the XFL, which was launching 1 week later, was going to be a success. That's how bad that Super Bowl was. I just want to make that abundantly clear what my Raider fandom has been my entire life. Just endless kicks in the nuts over and over and over again. It's just stepping on a rake onto another rake onto another rake that just constantly smashes me right in the face. That is what Raider fandom has been like. That's why these last couple of months have been outliers. I don't understand what's taking place. Competency all of a sudden? An owner that's getting out of the way and letting competent football people run things? This is not your daddy's Raiders. How do I know that? Because his daddy was Daddy Al, and he was a lunatic for the last 25 years of his run of that franchise. This is an actual new beginning, an actual one. A coach that has a pedigree, a quarterback that has done anything, a running back that might be something, a tight end after 1 year has proven that he is going to be a star of the future. This is a team to watch out for. Do I think they're going to make the playoffs this year? Wasn't the question, but do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Probably not. But do I think they could be a 500 team? Yes. And if the question is who's going to make the playoffs between the Saints and the Raiders, and I have to pick one, bro, I'm taking the Raiders 10 out of 10 times and 9 times on Sunday. Period. Stop.
Can I play devil's advocate here?
No.
Who plays in the harder division?
Who cares?
I would say the Raiders. I would say that
too. Can I ask you this? Were the Broncos world beaters last year? You know, the playoff Broncos out of the AFC West? I think the Raiders right now are better than the AFC West playoff Broncos.
That's a statement. I think just for me at least, I would lean New Orleans here just because of the division that they're in.
Cross my mind.
You mean, wait. You mean the division that we went 5-12 in last year? You mean the division that all three teams got better in that we went 5-12? And you mean the division where Bryce Young just got Tet McMillan, arguably the best pure, but no worse than second best receiver, restacked their defense? You mean the division in which the Atlanta Falcons added not one, but the two best pass rushers from the Southeastern Conference to their defensive side? And have Bijan Robinson running the ball. You mean the division where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have won that thing 3 straight with double-digit wins. All 3 of those teams got better. We were 5-12. Here's the problem. Yes, the division's worse, Double D, and we were the sack of crap at the bottom of it last year. We finished behind the Panthers last year, Double D.
So the whole Arch Manning thing you're willing into existence. I remember you saying that.
It's the only thing that has me like any sort of hope. It's all I have. It's all I got. I'm gonna go outside. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM network. Maybe I'll come back. Bye.
Bet for the Cycle. We'll be right back on the BetMGM network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Network, Rob Brown, Cody Decker, and you, taking you all the way up till 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have got a full slate of baseball games to get into today. We have got a couple of games that are live right now. The Yankees and the Rays. Yanks up on top of Tampa Bay right now, 2-1. A pair of dingers. Aaron Judge has got one. Austin Wells has got one. It's 3-0 White Sox over the Astros right now. They're looking for win number 10 are the White Sox. Next round of games starting up here very shortly. Cleveland at Toronto with Gavin Williams and Kevin Gossman on the bump. San Diego is at Pittsburgh at 4:05. The Rockies at the Giants at the same time. 4:10. Minnesota's at Boston. The A's are at the Marlins. And then a big night slate so far this evening. Arizona's at Philly. Washington at Cincinnati. Seattle at Texas. The Cubs at the Brewers at 7:10. The Royals at the O's. The Dodgers game number 2 at Atlanta at 7:15. If that doesn't get rained out, there is a heavy possibility of rain in the ATL tonight. And then Detroit at the Angels. There are two things that jump to the top of my radar, Cody Decker, and I would like to hear your thoughts on either and or both of them. The first is Mike Trout headed to the injury list. It took him about 30 games to get there. It's been obviously a consistent problem. This one is being labeled as a bone bruise. Not expected to be any structural issues. Just giving him some R&R. The other one, I was on BetMGM tonight last night with your friend and mine, America's friend, Ryan Horvat, and the rest of the Chicago-based crew of that show. I've been having to try to convince these people, and it's almost frustrating at this point, Cody Decker, that they're 20-13 first in the NL Central Chicago Cubs, a Chicago Cubs team that, and I learned this yesterday morning, has played the toughest schedule in baseball to date. They have played fewer 500 or sub-500 teams than any other team in MLB to date. It actually is a good baseball team. Ryan was like, oh, well, you know, we go on this run and it's going to fall apart at some time. I'm not convinced. That's a good baseball team. They dropped 2 out of the 3 against the Phillies. They took 2 out of the 3 against the Pirates leading up to this series against the Brewers. Are you with me that the Cubs are actually a good baseball team? Or are you with Horvat in, we're just on a flash right now and we'll come back to earth at some point?
I'm with Horvat. I think they're a good baseball. Oh, slow down. Hold on. I want to specify this. I think they're a good baseball team in the NL Central. That's what I think they are. Do I think they've had a great first month of the season? Yes, but I want to reiterate and say that exact phrase again. By the way, Aaron Judge gets another base hit. That would be his second hit of the game, which does get a leg for the team production parlay. Ben Rice coming up to the plate, and of course, we have something on Paul Goldschmidt right after Ben Rice. So hopefully, get another guy on base and get ourselves a ribby with Goldschmidt. The thing is, the Cubs are good on paper, and on paper, they should be the best team in this division. And I did take out a flyer of plus 470 for the Reds to win this division, and they stumbled out the gate, but the Reds have kind of somewhat corrected the ship. They've won 7 of their last 10. They're playing a little bit better at home, 9-8 at home, 9-7 on the road. They're 18-15. They're only 2 games behind the Cubs now. The reason why I think the Cubs might fall later in the season is because, buddy, 1 time is an outlier, 2 times can be concerning. It's every year since 2016 that this team falls off a cliff. It just is. Do I want them to fall off a cliff? No, because I want the Cubs in there. I want the Cubs to be in the playoffs. I think baseball is better when there is a good Chicago-based team, and the Cubs are usually my pick for that. I would love to see the White Sox be better too, but as Rob Brown said, they're going for their 10th win right now as the Chicago Bulls Sox. And by the way, the Chicago Bulls Sox are undefeated, and the Chicago Bulls Sox currently are up 3-0 right now. So I'm kind of digging the Bulls Sox a little bit. Now, the Cubs, they're good, but they're NL Central good. And at the end of the day, is NL Central good enough to get you to through October? I don't think so. And that's just my opinion right now. As the season goes forward, maybe it'll change. But as of right now, I ain't ready to say that this team is a playoff team.
I think, listen, this is a weird spot. I asked you during the break when we were kind of like, all right, where are we going to go next? We got to talk some baseball. What do we want to get to? I brought up the question, Braves, Dodgers, 3-game set. These are the last 3 times that these two teams will play each other this season. The Dodgers so far are 4-0. They win a 2-1 snoozer last night where the Braves had 2 hits and the Dodgers had, I think, 3 when it was all said and done. There was about an hour and a half rain delay in that competition, so that kind of threw off the vibes a little bit. But I asked you the question, how important would this series be? Would these final 2 games be for the Braves / for the Dodgers? And your answer to me was, well, it's May 3rd, so not very. And I do not disagree. At the same time, the little bit of brave sand in the back in the head goes, all right, you got swept by the Padres. Yes, it was opening week. It was the opening series. You've been swept by the Dodgers. If you give 2 back and you go 0-6 against LA, it's going to be in the back of the brain the whole time that it really at that point doesn't matter if the Braves end up winning this division or sneaking in as a wild card, because they just cannot compete with the creme de la creme of the National League. Even if it is only May 3rd, they will have dug a hole big enough that I don't know if you can climb out of literally or psychologically at that point. I'm kind of the other way on the Cubs, man. Like, if this team played the softest schedule in baseball, I'd be right there with you. Nobody's had a tougher path through the first 30 games than the Cubs, and they are 7 games over 500 and first place in that division at large. I just feel like they ought get a little bit more credit than they've been getting. They are only 2 games up on the Reds, only 4 games up on the Brewers, but those 2 teams I think are also playing better than we expected as of right now, and I think they all deserve a little bit of credit for it.
I think they deserve credit, absolutely. Again, I think the Cubs are good. But I don't have the feeling or the vibes that this is going to be a massively well-ran playoff team. And I'm basing this on what I've seen the last couple of years, and I'm basing this on what I see that pitching staff being, and I'm basing this on how non-active they are at the trade deadline, year in, year out. So I don't feel great about them, but I feel as good as I possibly can about them as far as anybody in the NL Central. But I'm really going to push back about this Braves thing, because the Braves started the season 0-7. They're currently at 14-17. They are right back almost to 500, of which they will get and continue to win as the season goes along. Them losing a series to someone like, I don't know, the Dodgers early on in the year when they don't have Spencer Strider or Acuna Jr., which, by the way, they don't have right now either. I'm sorry. I feel like you could throw these games out. If this team ends up with 85 to 95 wins at the end of the year, it's because they played better towards the end of the year. And I truly think, and take it from somebody that's played baseball for a long time, April is a very, very distant memory when you're in October.
I'm not disagreeing. And it's this weird spot where you're in between, oh, well, the season's 162 games and October's a long way from April, versus there comes a point where I just ask, do you have to accept that your team is what it is? And listen, shockingly, they're 3.5 games back of the Phillies. This team should have swept the Rockies. I think, honestly, I think they hit the coaster in game 3 of the 3-game set against Colorado. I think they went on cruise control, and the Rockies just happened to have one of their 5 good games that day. That would have gotten the Braves to 500 coming into this series with LA, and I maybe even would have felt a little bit better about that. And I said on my show on Friday morning, Deck, yesterday morning before the series started, for me, I'm not even going to be overly concerned if the Braves go 0-3 against the Dodgers and the season 0-6 in a 6-game set against them, because of how early in the season it is, provided the games are competitive, right? Like if you go out there and you get steamrolled 12-2 3 times, I got a different vibe. You lost last night 2-1 in a game in which one of the Dodgers runs was scored because you went with Grant Holmes, who, by the way, struck out Shohei Ohtani 4 times, had 9 Ks in the game. Grant Holmes had 9 Ks in the game last night, and one of the runs that won the game scored because a comebacker to the bump hit him on the ass. versus a Sean Murphy laser back to the bump that had a homing missile attached that brought it right into Yamamoto's glove for a catch. That if that ball's 6 inches lower, is getting through second, and it's 2-2 at that point. So it's like, it was competitive. It was a couple of comebackers 6 inches in any direction, and those two results are flipped. So like, I want to be optimistic here. On the flip side, you're now 3.5 games back behind Philly. It ain't like Philly's playing great ball right now. They're 5-5 in the last 10. You're 7 games back of the Mets. The Mets are playing 6-4 in the last 10 and are doing it based on pitching that I think is coming back to earth. I don't know if you agree with me on that at some point that's going to go away and they're going to have to start scoring runs again, although they are at a plus 58 differential. Give them a little love there. I just look and I look at the Braves right now, and you're right. Ronnie's got to come back off his second ACL surgery. Spencer Strider's got to come back, who had one start and then pulled a hamstring playing catch. It just feels like, A, the baseball gods are lined up in the wrong direction, and B, the identity is just that this team is a middle of the NL East caliber team.
It is currently May 3rd. This team started 0-7. It's May 3rd. And they started 0-7, and they are currently on May 3rd, almost 500. The Braves will be in the playoffs, Rob Brown.
Okay. I am going to I'm going to take all the panic, all the rage. I'm going to stow it. I'm going to compartmentalize it. I'm going to put it in the back of the noggin. And I'm going to say, you know what? I trust my dear friend Cody Decker. Nobody knows baseball like Cody Decker knows baseball. And just be aware that if this team does not make the playoffs, Deck, the absolute Bruce Banner to Hulk transformation you are going to watch me go through in August, September, October is going to be absolutely obnoxious.
And if your team makes the playoffs, you better say, I'm sorry, from the Hulk. Guys, we're going into hour 4. We did it somehow. We've made it to hour 4. Bet for the cycle right after this.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. men have joined forces to battle the evil nemesis of bad bets.
Bet in a bet, and if you lose the bet.
Cody Decker.
And I just want to laugh more. If I'm going to lose Devontae, it might as well be hilarious.
And Rob Brown.
Clip it. Put it on the social media now so that I look like a genius tonight when I got all the money.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. Sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Let chaos reign!
That, dudes and dudettes, into the final hour of Bet for the Cycle here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, Double D, a cast and crew of all-stars in the background, making us look and sound like the absolute icons that we are. Glad to have you back for the final hour of the show as we make our way into what is a pretty stellar sports Saturday overall. We've got the Kentucky Derby. We got a Game 7 in the NBA. We got a Game 7 in the NHL. We got a full slate of Major League Baseball. We are jumping all over the place. So let's have a little fun in the final hour of the show, shall we? I believe, Cody Decker, that we are going to bring back in the legend, the icon, the franchise himself, Double D, and play us one more game before we get up out of here for the day. A little game that we like to call Overreaction or Make Sense.
Overreaction.
Overreacting? I think you're overreacting.
The overreaction. Or make sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
On Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
All right, let's get right into it because we've got a lot of them today. Cody Decker, overreaction makes sense, number one. Aaron Judge will win the Triple Crown this season.
Yes. Yes, he will. Provided he will stay healthy, this makes sense. Why does it make sense? Because the Triple Crown is average home runs and RBIs, and he leads in all those. And he leads in all those by a little bit. Home runs, he's leading in home runs. He's hitting 430 right now. He's not going to hit 430 on the year, but he's hitting 430 right now. And right now, he's currently up by 6 RBIs in the American League to the second RBI getter, which is Alex Bregman at 27, where Judge currently has 33. That number will only increase as the season goes forward, provided that Paul Goldschmidt continues hitting at the clip that he has, because he's doing a hell of a job protecting the one and only Aaron Judge. Because frankly, Paul Goldschmidt, considering he's hitting 350, 360 clip, you can't put on Aaron Judge because Paul Goldschmidt just gonna knock his ass in.
I'm gonna do what was done earlier and simply say, yeah. No notes. I don't see how you can be against that bet right now. And I don't even know what the number is right in front of me, but I'm taking it. If it has got a plus out front of it, I'm taking that bet.
We will get those odds to you momentarily. All right, let's move on. Once again, no notes. Cody had it spot on. Rob Brown, overreaction makes sense. The Rockies will set the MLB record for worst record ever this season.
It makes sense, and anybody with eyeballs and a TV set should be aware of that at this point. This team is ruthlessly bad. They are 6-26. Honestly, they should be 4-20 or 4-28 at this point, because that win on the road at the Giants to open the series they're in right now should not have happened. The Braves put it on absolute cruise control to try to get rested up before their 3-game set against the Dodgers. They should not have won that game. This team should probably realistically be 3-29 because they had a win over the Nationals a couple of weeks ago where the Nationals just absolutely crapped the bed down the stretch and lost for no reason. Yes, this team this team might be the way. In a year, Cody Decker, where we have the LA Dodgers, perhaps the best assembly of talent in the history of Major League Baseball, the Colorado Rockies may very well have the worst. This team can't, I've watched this team commit errors on routine grounders consistently. They can't do the foundations of it, which is sad because you and I have pointed out that at the end of the day, even on the worst teams in history, everyone on that team is still Major League Baseball talent. This team can't even seem to get out of its own way and do the foundations. Yes, this team is going to set the record for the worst team in the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball.
Hold on, just checking something. 1, 2. Nope. 3. Hey, 4. 4 times. This team's been to the World Series one time in 2007. It was known as Rocktober. It was a lot of fun. It was a terrible World Series for them. They got swept by the Red Sox. They got their asses absolutely handed to them. That was 2007. Last I checked, I'm bad at math, but that is 18 years ago. I have a problem here, Rob Brown. How many times have they been above 500? Because I just counted, and the answer is 4. This is the most embarrassing franchise in sports. I'm not talking about playoff appearances. I'm talking about times being above 500. 4 times. 4 times in 17 to 18 years is astonishingly bad. This team is probably the worst team maybe ever. Are they going to set the record? I'm going to say it makes sense. Is it going to happen? We'll see. It's going to be close. But frankly, this team should be relegated at this point. And I'm not even saying that as a joke. And I don't even think they should be relegated to AAA. I think it should be an A-ball team because I think this is an A-ball team. This is the most embarrassing collection of baseball players they put out there. They're not bad players. They're just the wrong players. Some of them are up too early. Some just haven't had a good opportunity. And I just think the vibes as a Colorado Rocky at this point is so damaged that it's like you start in last place. It's the NL West and the Rockies. Everyone in the NL West right now, if it ended today, is in the playoffs. And the Rockies exist. Like, it's just embarrassing.
Yeah, I honestly, there's a story going
Rockies.
on right now.
Oh, by the way, real quick. By the way, Rockies, I'm saying this. Feel free if any of you are listening, because I'm saying disparaging things about you. Oh, my God. Go ahead and call me again and tell me that I'm lying. I'm not. You suck.
Yeah, we talked very briefly last week, and we used it as a way to dunk on the Rockies, Pirates, and A's about Wrexham FC being promoted 3 consecutive years because their owners care and invest, et cetera, et cetera. And it's amazing what happens when you try. There is a soccer league in the United States called the USL that announced a couple of weeks ago that they are going to establish the first major professional league in America that is going to use promotion relegation. That is to say, they will have 5 levels within the USL. And if you are one of the top 3 teams, you move up a league. And if you're one of the bottom 3 teams, you move down a league. And with that comes obviously an up in the amount of times you're on TV and the amount of sponsors that are available, the amount of money that comes in, the amount of interest that the nation will have in watching you play. I am at the point now, and I know it's never going to happen, Cody Decker, but I'm at the point now that if I rubbed a lamp and a magical sports genie came out and said, hey, what would you like to happen? My answer would be a promotion relegation system in Major League Baseball so that teams like the Rockies and the A's would disappear until they stop being what they are, because I don't know what the hell else to do at this point.
By the way, Grant puts in the chat, Brenton Doyle is nice. Defending Gold Glove winner out there. You're right. Brenton Doyle is nice, and he's going to be so much nicer wearing different laundry at some point because anybody that wears purple sucks.
I'm actually completely shocked that Cody actually called them the Colorado Rockies.
Sorry, Pebbles. It's not my joke though. To be fair, I can't. It's a full on Brad thing. That's a Brad Evans thing. I'm just stealing it, and it's more of an homage.
Yeah, there you go. Homage to Brad Evans. Why not? All right, Cody. Overreaction makes sense. Giannis will not be a Milwaukee Buck next season.
Makes sense. They got knocked out in the first round again. It makes sense. Dame's going to be out probably for a while. Man, does it make sense? And dude, how good is he going to look in yellow and purple is my question. Is it going to be really good? Like the best ever? I don't know how good. Just what do you guys think? Where in Los Angeles should he live? Should he live in Bel Air, Santa Monica, where I'm from? Maybe he's a Venice guy. Maybe the Greek freak would like to be like a Venice boardwalk type of cat. The options are limitless, my guy. Come to Los Angeles. You will be welcomed with open arms, my man. And he's tall. We need one. We need a tall basketball player. We don't play them. We have two, but we don't play them.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's the reason everybody hates the Lakers right there. There's the reason. They get Luka effing Doncic for Anthony Davis this year, and here we are 6 weeks later, and they're campaigning to have Giannis Antetokounmpo come be a Laker with him and LeBron, because as Cody Decker's pointed out, LeBron isn't leaving, and the only way he is leaving is if he decides to leave, which, oh, by the way, again, his kid plays there. They gave him everything he wanted. Why the hell would he? Realistically, Giannis won't be a Laker. It's all fun. It's all games. That has the same vibe as me screaming Derek Carr is a Hall of Famer. No, stop it. We all know that's not the reality. That being said, yeah, it makes sense that Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to leave Milwaukee. Why wouldn't he? That team, that franchise has imploded around him. For a while there, it felt like we're about to see a small market dynasty, and I hope that you're right. As a small market guy who every single offseason has to listen to, hey, do the Pelicans have anything nice? Because they shouldn't. Everything nice about the Pelicans should go to the Knicks. That's just what I have to listen to all the effing time. Stephen A. Smith, shut up. I'm tired of hearing it. I have pulled for the Bucks, but the reality is the Bucks stubbed their own toe around Giannis Antetokounmpo, not the other way around. I wonder how different history would go down if Dame Lillard doesn't go down. The reality is it doesn't matter. We'll find out. Correct. Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be somewhere next year. It's not going to be with the Lakers. If he's in LA, he'll be a Clippers.
He'll be a Clippers. That is not.
Can I tell you who my front runner is, though? For real? Can I tell you who my front runners are? The Rockets and the Spurs. One of those two teams ends up with Giannis.
I don't mind it. Dan in the chat wrote this down, and I'm going to torpedo it as fast as humanly possible. Lakers have nothing to trade for Giannis. Hey, question: 3 months ago, do you think the Lakers had anything to trade for Luka? Just spitball and just question. Did you think they had anything to trade for Luka? Did you? It's a yes or no question. Answer it.
Yeah, that's not.
Yes. Yo, so you saw that coming. God damn, you're a genius.
Hey, can I throw out another team?
Absolute damn lunatics work on this show.
I'll throw out another team, and he's actually said that he wants to play there. Chicago.
I'd love to see it, actually. I would love to see it. Not kidding.
I kind of don't hate it. I want to hate it, but I kind of don't hate it.
I'd love to
and he's gone on record to say he'd love to play in Chicago at some point. So I'll just throw that out there. All right, Rob, overreaction makes sense. The first round loss of the Lakers has tarnished LeBron's legacy.
Well, first off, I would like to thank the production room at ESPN for submitting this question, because it's only been debated on that channel for, 72 of the last 74 hours. The answer is no. Here's what I'm going to say. The man is 41 years old and is still putting up 24, 26 pieces consistently and with great regularity. If it wasn't for LeBron James, this team would not have even been in the first round to get bounced in the first round. The reality of this is that team failed to do the only thing. Yeah, you got Luka, and that's fantastic. Cody Decker, that team had one job, which is to go find a big man, to go find a 7-footer, to go find a big guy in the middle. You tried with Mark Andrews out of Charlotte. It fell apart for whatever reason, whatever conspiracy. The Lakers bounced it. The Hornets bounced it. He failed the physical, whatever you want to say. There was one objective in season for this team, which was find the 5 to play. You had to trade AD for Luka. I understand that. That was a move for this year and for years to move forward, but you didn't do the one thing. Cody Decker, I firmly believe, with a 7-footer in the middle, Rudy Gobert doesn't look like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Just like Steven Adams is going to eliminate him in the next round if the Rockets move on.
Agreed.
If you had a 7-footer, the Lakers would be on in round 2. I feel strongly about that. If you think that this series loss was LeBron's fault, you don't know ball, brother.
Yeah. I'm going to answer this question in a different way than we've ever answered on overreaction or makes sense, because it's either one or the other, overreaction or makes sense. The answer is actually door number 3. I do not care with this ridiculous question about his legacy. I do not care. I do not care. And my follow-up question with that question is simply this. Why does any of you care? Why do anyone care about anyone's damn legacy? My God, get a life. My guy, pundits, shut up. No one cares about your opinion of someone's legacy for them doing something that you couldn't even dream to do.
I love that answer. Great answer, Cody.
Clowns.
Do you want to continue this next segment? Because we're about to hit a break.
I do. I do, because it's just been too much fun.
I'm cool with that.
I'm cool with that too. So let's do that. And then in the final segment, we'll check in on our Parlay v Parlay. We'll give out some best bets for the rest of the sports weekend and probably yell about something that insults most of you. We'll see how it goes. Cody Decker, Rob Brown, Double D and you. It's Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
And really, halfway through our fourth hour of our 4-hour extravaganza, that is Bet for the Cycle weekend show, baby. We do it every Saturday, noon to 4 here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Cody Decker, Double D, and a cast and crew of millions, making us look and sound fantastic. Maybe you're listening to us on one of the Odyssey stations. Maybe you're watching us, our beautiful faces on Twitch or YouTube. I mean, there are times, though, I'll freely admit, Rob Brown, where I do get that idea from Major League when, of course, Bob Uecker just says, who cares, Monty? Nobody's listening anyways. Double D, we're playing a game, overreaction or makes sense. Let's keep it going, son.
Will outgain Ashton Genty in their rookie season.
It's an overreaction. Hear me out. There's a reason. Ashton Genty's going to be the Raiders offense, or at least the focal point of it. I love Omarion Hampton. I think Omarion Hampton is going to end up being somebody that they're going to look and go, maybe we need to reevaluate how it is that we draft running backs, how we look at drafting running backs, because Omarion Hampton in that Chargers system where Jim Harbaugh has been saying since he got picked up to go there, run. We want to run. We want to be a running team. Omarion Hampton's going to get his carries, but Justin Herbert's still there. They're trying to restock at wide receiver. Jim Harbaugh has made it no secret that he wants to go get Justin Herbert his Super Bowl trophy, and therefore I think the Chargers are going to be a team that, as much as Harbaugh says run, they're still going to rely on Herbert for the pass. I like the pickup of Geno. Do I think Geno is like a game-breaking quarterback for the Raiders? No, I think you have to lean on the run game to open up the passing game for Geno, whereas the other opposite might be true in Los Angeles. I think Ashton Genty is the feature focus for the Las Vegas Raiders. They are going to treat him as such. Hampton is going to be the second, maybe third option in that Chargers offense. I think Omarion Hampton is going to be a stud. I think he's going to be a breakout player. I think at the end of the year, you people are going to go, damn, Rob Brown was once again right on point, but Ashton Genty is the Raiders this year. Oh, by the way, the workout video he released yesterday post-draft, that kid is a Clydesdale. He is going to be a problem. I like Hampton a lot, but Ashton Genty is special, bro.
No notes. Perfect. You know what? It's great. It's sometimes great and frustrating to work with Rob Brown sometimes, because sometimes he comes out with just a banger and just absolutely nails it. And I love it because he makes all the correct points, the nuanced points, and crushes them. And then it's frustrating because I love the sound of my own voice and I don't get to say anything. Rob Brown, A+.
I agree. A+. Rob Brown. You get your gold star for the day.
Finally.
All right. Overreaction makes sense. Cody Decker. Travis Hunter will win both Offensive Rookie of the Year and Defensive Rookie of the Year this season.
Dear God, are you high? Like, what? What? Ashton Genty is going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year. And I'm not even going to... That's one. Let's just start with... We could finish with one, but I'll go to two. Dude, he's not going to be playing full-time two-way. He's just not. If he does, I will say here that I was wrong. But I'm only basing it on kind of his size, and NFL players hit really hard. I think he's better off as a lockdown corner because there's not a ton of lockdown corners. I do freely admit that he's phenomenal on the offensive side as well, but man, I can't get on board with that right now. I can't get on board with offense and defense in the NFL level. And I hate everybody that keeps trying to say the word Shohei Ohtani, the best living baseball player in the world, who will probably go down as the greatest of all time because he's also have a track record of doing this for almost a decade in Major League Baseball. Compared to a guy that was just drafted. Oh my God, I can't stand any of you. This industry is filled with so much hyperbole, it drives me insane. You guys all need to be lobotomized if you keep saying this. The end. Anyways, overreaction.
Okay, overreaction for a lot of similar but some different reasons. Number one, I would not count Travis Hunter out of the Offensive Rookie of the Year race, and I'll tell you why. I talked about this earlier in the show. The Jags brought over Liam Cohen. Why? Because Liam Cohen stepped into the shoes that Dave Canales left behind in Tampa Bay, and Baker Mayfield continued to be a quarterback that earned a $100 million contract because Liam Cohen is a good offensive coordinator. That does not guarantee that he's going to be a great head coach, but they did not bring him in to do anything other than revamp a Jags offense that has been struggling. If the Jags don't think that Travis Hunter is a massive piece in their offense, they do not trade from 5-2 to go get him. If they believe he is more of a DB, they do not trade from 5-2 for a cornerback. They stay at 5 and they take the best available defensive back there, not go get a guy who is going to be constantly asked, are you going both ways? Are you going both ways? Are you going both ways? And become a bit of a distraction off the field. Here's the reality. Travis Hunter is going to be Trevor Lawrence's number 1 year. They got a guy who works well with quarterbacks as your HCOC. They got Trevor Lawrence, who is in a legacy year, and now they have Travis Hunter, who is going to be their focus. I'm not saying I'm guaranteeing he's going to be weapons or is going to be a weapon. I'm saying that he is going to be treated as such, which in the Jags offense. And if he is everything that we have been told that he is as a wide receiver, then there is a very good chance he wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. He is not going to be playing more than tops a dozen snaps on the defensive side of the ball. He will be your dime corner. He will come in when it's 3rd and 12 and it's an obvious passing situation when the game is on the line or a drive is on the line. He'll step in that role. He is not going to play nearly enough snaps to be Defensive Rookie of the Year. He will absolutely be focused on enough that if he is a dog, he can win Offensive Rookie of the Year, but that's going to be it.
I will say this. This is something that we brought up last year during college football season. I'll bring it up even more now that he's in the NFL. Duration. Like, he's not a big guy at all.
Exactly. That scares me, by the way.
Exactly. And that's where I lie. So for me, it's an overreaction just because of he's not that big, and those guys in the NFL kind of hit hard, you know?
Nothing against them college players.
No.
But the filter gets a little stronger and faster the higher you go. And that's a real big filter from college to NFL.
I don't disagree. Listen, I'll tell you what I see at the ceiling. Let me be clear. This is the ceiling. The ceiling for Travis Hunter is Steve Smith Sr. The ceiling is Steve Smith. Steve Smith Sr. was an undersized guy. Steve Smith Sr. was great at contested catches. Travis Hunter is that. He was very good in terms of using his hands to make the catch away from a defender. Travis Hunter can do that. And he was spectacular at breaking in and out of routes to get DBs on roller skates. Travis Hunter can do that. The ceiling is Steve Smith Sr. And if he's that out of the gate, yes, Rookie of the Year player. If he is not that, or if he can't break coverage because bigger defensive backs are getting him locked up, man-to-man, getting hands on him, and he can't break out, then it's going to be a struggle of a year. But if he is, again, what the media folks think he's going to be or claim that he was coming into this draft class, he absolutely has the talent and will be focused on by the Jags enough to have the numbers for Rookie of the Year. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'm saying it would make sense if he wins it. There is no chance in hell. I feel stronger that he will not win or even be in the competition for Defensive Rookie of the Year deck than I did about Ohtani winning the MVP as a DH, and you and I were both real dedicated to that pick.
I still feel good about that. I don't care what anybody says. He was a DH.
Oh, no, we were wrong, but we weren't wrong for the wrong reasons. We were wrong for the right reasons.
Let's be real clear. We were definitely wrong. But it required him to do something that has never happened in 150 years of Major League Baseball. And foolish of us to think that he wouldn't do that. I mean, what are you going to do?
All right. Rob Brown texted us something, so I put this into the overreaction makes sense. Rob Brown, overreaction makes sense. Take Caitlin Clark to win everything, including the NBA title or the WNBA title this season.
I am taking Caitlin Clark to win the WNBA finals to win the WNBA Finals MVP, to win the regular season MVP, to win the Offensive Player of the Year, to win the Defensive Player of the Year, to win the AFC East, to win the Indianapolis 500, to win a congressional seat, and everything else. Yes, it makes sense. If you don't know why we're saying this, it is because earlier in the day, Caitlin Clark decided after two of her teammates put up effectively, and I don't have an issue with it, it was from Media Day, but two of her teammates put up a picture of them that looks like a couple of Instagram influencers, beautifully maked up and hair done, and it's great. I got no problem with it. I take lovely pictures of myself all gussied up too. Caitlin Clark responded to them with, and I quote, "A little less tanning, a little more basketball, ladies." And here's the thing, Cody Decker. I don't think she's joking. I don't think this was a ha-ha funny moment between teammates. I think you're about to see Caitlin Clark become the Kobe Bryant, the locked in, I don't care if you are my mom, I am giving you hell player for the Indiana Fever. Give me Caitlin Clark futures bets to win anything that takes place in that state for the next handful of years. Hell, she might win the damn NFL Offensive Player of the Year with this mentality. I am subscribed totally, Cody Decker.
Caitlin Clark is going full Johnny Ringo right now. Drunk after a funeral saying, "I want your blood and I want your souls and I want them both right now." She gonna kill all of you. I can't wait. I'm taking all the bets. Yeah. She's taking everything, and she's taking it now. She ain't messing around. I ain't messing with her. That woman will cut me. I ain't messing around at all. This woman's doing it all, and she's going to do it all this year. Done. I'm taking every bet, Caitlin Clark. The end. No one's touching her.
They added DeWanna Bonner to that roster. They added Natasha Howard, a two-time All-Star and three-time champ. They added Sydney Colston to that roster. They have got a couple of former South Carolina Gamecocks with championship pedigrees under Dawn Staley on this roster. What the Fever did not have last year, because people forgot, Caitlin Clark was the number one overall draft pick. Why? Because the Fever were a bad basketball team before that. They're not a bad basketball team. Their roster, and I do give credit to Caitlin Clark for it, is now filled up with women who have done nothing but win throughout their career. They got 5 starters. I believe all of them but Caitlin Clark have at least one WNBA title to their name at this point. This team is going to be scary this year. And if this wasn't a joke, if Caitlin Clark was looking at this going, you should have been practicing, not taking Instagram pictures. You should have been on the court, getting your free throw reps in, not out there getting your hair done. If she really is bringing that Kobe Bryant mentality to the floor with the amount of talent they surrounded her this year with, the Indiana Fever are going to set the record for individual regular season wins in the WNBA, and I don't think it's going to be close. I will take a futures on everything Caitlin Clark. And Cody Decker, this is not haha, we're having fun. I am deadly serious about this. I will have a Caitlin Clark future on every award she's eligible for up to and through the WNBA Finals MVP.
Make this abundantly clear. She called out those players, and they definitely listen because they are playing their first preseason debut right now. And Sophie Cunningham in that photo, in her preseason debut for the Fever is just 21 points, 8 rebounds, and has a plus minus differential of plus 16. They're coming for all of you.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I'm a WNBA advocate. I'm a women's sports advocate. I talk about it on my show relentlessly. I love the WNBA, and I think it should get and is starting to get and deserves to get more credit. I can't wait to see what Paige Beckers is going to do in Dallas. And if Dallas builds around her the way that Indiana built around the Fever, that could be a 2-athlete rivalry that carries us for many, many, many years across the W. I love it, and I think it's a fantastic league that deserves more credit. Caitlin Clark is going to make it a lot less fun for a lot of WNBA fans this year.
Absolutely 100% agree. Real quick, Cody Decker, Maury Povich is an absolute icon and national treasure. Overreaction makes sense.
Makes more sense. In fact, it's the most makes sense thing we've ever done in our lives. Maury Povich was on my show this week, Beetle and Decker on Sirius XM Mad Dog Sports Radio. And quite frankly, I wanted more time with him because I didn't get enough out of this man. I can't stress this enough. I used to fake being sick to go not go to school all the time. So I can watch 3 shows in this exact order. And that would be, of course, Price is Right, followed by Maury, followed by Jerry Springer. The problem was the best of the 3 was right there sandwiched in the middle because I wanted to find out who the father was for the rest of the day. And dude, thank God for YouTube, because that's all I sit around and watch. Maury Povich is a national treasure, an icon, and it's an understatement. And you know who else is? His wife, the Chunger.
I met Maury Povich stories. All I can tell you people is I saw Cody Decker on the Daily Tip earlier this week talking about Maury Povich, and I have never been more captivated and enthralled by a story on sports talk radio in my life.
Guys, we're going to take our final break of the day. When we come back, Maury Povich talk right after this.
Bet for the Cycle will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Back to the chaos on Bet for the Cycle with Cody Decker and Rob Brown on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Decker rolling you up for the next 10-ish minutes or so of broadcasting excellence, ladies and gentlemen. We are keeping track of our parlay v parlay game. It's the Yankees and the Rays, and we find ourselves in a very interesting situation here as the Yankees will head top 9 down a run, 3-2 the Rays on top as it stands right now. That is a bit of a problem for Cody Decker and I because we have the Yankees on the run line at plus 105. There is another issue that we face here coming up in the bottom of the ninth. The Yankees are going to be batting 3-4-5. That has been Rice, Paul Goldschmidt, and Austin Wells will be coming to the dish up next. Now, that's not the end of the world because we do have a Paul Goldschmidt RBI prop that is in play, which would come into play if Ben Rice gets on or if Goldie was to go yard. The problem we have there is that Goldschmidt is also over 1.5 bases in the team production parlay. Ben Rice over 1.5 bases in the team production parlay. So if Goldie was to get an RBI and knock Ben Rice in, that means Ben Rice would hit his number possibly. It's a long shot, Cody Decker, for both of our parlays right now because we would need the Yankees to score 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth, which obviously can't happen unless it is a swat walk-off dinger that gets recorded there. You and I are basically at this point praying for an extra innings ball game here that involves the Yankees not only going to extra innings, Decker, but they would also need to go to extra innings and get all the way around the lineup back to Paul Goldschmidt in the 4-hole, who, if this thing goes to extra innings, would bat here in the bottom of the ninth. And then that means we would, unless the Yankees do something ridiculous or the Rays do something ridiculous, also wind up with us not having him come to the dish in 10. We would probably need to not just go to extra innings, but at least probably go to 2 extra innings more than likely. We got a real tight window here.
I'm a little lost here. Let's start back over here because Goldschmidt's hitting second this next inning, correct?
Correct.
Ben Rice leading off. I don't think we're in as bad of a spot because our bet is a Goldschmidt RBI, correct?
Correct.
I don't think this is out of the realm that this can get done in the bottom of the ninth, provided they don't give up any runs here in the top of the ninth. If it does require, no matter what, a walk-off home run. Period, stop. That's what this requires. If we were to get an RBI from Paul Goldschmidt, we're in a decent spot. It's provided it's like a base hit that gets the run in from Ben Rice, or if he hits a solo shot. If he hits a solo shot and ties this up, we go to extra innings. We don't need any player props. Then we have an automatic ghost runner on second base to start the next inning. And if it's a tie game in an extra inning, a home run wins it for us. It is not as ridiculous as you might think, but it's going to require things going very right for us.
It is. And to add on top of that, with Ben Rice and Paul Goldschmidt coming up bottom 9 for the Yankees, the other 2 production legs that team production is working on right now are Ben Rice over 1.5 bases. Rice is 0 for 3 with a K so far today. And Paul Goldschmidt over 1.5 bases. He is sitting at 0 for 3 today as well. No Ks. I believe a couple of flyouts and a ground out for Goldie so far. This is a bit of a spot because for us to get a Goldschmidt RBI that would tie this thing as low as going to K, and we will go bottom 9 here, likely Ben Rice, we would need to get a double here batting leadoff for Goldie to get the RBI, but then we need it to be an RBI single because anything more than an RBI single wins the parlay for team production. So again, like there are options on the table here, but we got to be real specific about what they are because 1.5 bags for the first 2 batters in the bottom of the ninth would win the parlay at 11-1 odds for team production.
Well, we're going to find out because we're going to the bottom of the ninth. It's a 3-2 ball game. Ben Rice, Goldschmidt, and Austin Wells going ahead and doing this. And man, that Austin Wells home run definitely hurt because I wanted that Austin Wells prop so bad.
Yep. And we switched it from Wells to Goldschmidt, which wasn't
a terrible idea.
Look, Paul Goldschmidt's hitting the ball very well. So is Austin Wells. But I mean, it's just, look, we effectively lost on a home run prop is what it came down to, which, what are you going to do? I mean, sometimes you just go and make the right decision. Sometimes you make the wrong one. And even if we had gone with the Austin Wells bases or hits or RBI, actually, if we'd have gone hit, it would have gotten us there. So we still would need something special here because we jumped on the Yankees on the run line. That one was an easy pick for us at plus 105. So even if that one did go, with everything else being the same, we still would have probably needed something special to work out here. We're not dead, but I would make the argument right now. Team Production's in a slightly better spot than us. For them to hit either extra innings or both of these guys to come up and go double back to back, which unlikely. Both teams are in a weird spot right now at the end of the day.
They are. Plain and simple. They're both in tough spots. And quite frankly, this can happen. We'll see what happens. We're in a commercial break right now. I hope it happens fast, whatever takes place. If it's a part of me is kind of hoping this happens. Ben Rice K's and we get a home run from Paul Goldschmidt. That's what I'm legitimately hoping we get. And then we can get to the extra innings with a ghost runner on second base.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's likely the best outcome. Pete Fairbanks is going to be on the bump for the Rays in the bottom of the ninth. He is 6 for 6 in save opportunities so far with a 2.38 ERA in that spot, Cody Decker. So he's given up a couple of runs, but he has been perfect in save situations so far. Ben Rice to the dish, 0 for 3 with a K on the day, bottom 9, and the Parlay v Parlay is on now. We will keep you up to date. I'm not gonna play-by-play this whole thing for you, although pitch 1 is an 84-mile-an-hour slider just to the inside of the outside edge for an 0-1 count to start. We'll update you with this one as we move on. A couple of other thoughts coming up today. Cody Decker with a minute or two left to play. Colorado's at Dallas, game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Colorado's minus 165 on the money line to win this with an over-under 5.5. I'm going to play the over in this game, if only because Ottinger has been good but not great, but the higher pressure situations Ottinger has struggled in this series. Colorado playing for their lives and knowing that they are the favorites, I think is going to play on the front skate. I'm going to take the Avs to close out Dallas tonight, but it is in Dallas, so that's going to be an absolutely electric atmosphere. Over in the NBA, obviously, we also have one game tonight, a game 7 between the Clippers and the Nuggets. You got any big-time plays for the evening that you want to throw out there, Cody Decker?
Nothing in particular right out the gate. Real quick update, though. Ben Rice has grounded out Paul Goldschmidt at the plate as we currently stand. 16 RBIs on the season, hitting .352 where we currently sit. But if you're asking if I'm looking for certain things, then I'll definitely tell you this. Today, the New York Mets are taking on the St. Louis Cardinals, and Eric Fetty is not exactly the greatest of numbers against the Mets, specifically Pete Alonso and Francisco Lindor. Both have very, very good numbers against him with sizable sample sizes on that. I would definitely look to take the Mets today, not to mention Jesse Winker as well. On top of that, I just think you got to play a Pete Alonso something, whether it's an RBI prop, whether it's a bases prop, hit run RBI. That guy is on absolute fire.
Atlanta minus 125 on the money line tonight against the Dodgers. Spencer Schwellenbach on the bump against Roki Sasaki. The fact that the Atlanta Braves are a favorite in this game is blowing my mind. The Dodgers plus 105 on the money line. I'm sorry, Atlanta fans, you know I love you, but how would anybody not play the Dodgers on the money line tonight?
They're doing it because Roki Sasaki has shown that he's had some issues with his control. And at the end of the day, Schwellenbach's a bit of a dude, man. Like I think
he is a dude.
He's a dude. That being said, if you're giving me odds on the Dodgers to just flat out win, are you kidding me? Yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, any plus money. By the way, Paul Goldschmidt has grounded out in the bottom of the 9th inning. So that is 2 down. And now it is Austin Wells 1 for 3 with a dinger back at the plate, trying to end this thing, or excuse me, to keep this thing going for the Yankees, trailing 3-2. So at this point, now the only thing that can save us is going to be extra innings. I will tell you right now where we stand, Deck, with the numbers we have. I'm going to go ahead and say probably this is going to be an 0 for 2 day for team talent and team production, and the SAT, ACT punishment is probably waiting 1 more week is going to be my guess.
It's looking like it as we currently stand. But again, Austin Wells at the plate with 1 run down and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. We will keep you updated.
Let's go a couple predictions here. Let's go with that NBA game we were talking about. We got a game 7 coming tonight, Clippers and the Nuggets. This game in Denver, Cody Decker, and I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I don't have anything on this game. Denver laying 1.5, over under total set at 207.5. I got nothing on this game. This is probably a game I'm going to sit on that couch with a couple of fingers, a good expensive bourbon, and just love basketball for 60 minutes.
Completely agree with you. I don't want to put anything down on this game no matter what, but I will tell you, my other co-host, Michelle Beadle's got a bet still available to make $20,000 tonight. If Jamal Murray hits a buzzer winner to win tonight's game, Michelle Beadle wins $20,000 off a $100 bet.
Ooh, Denver favored by 1.5. If the Vegas line holds, that's not in play for Michelle Beadle tonight. I will be living by proxy through Michelle Beadle this evening. I'm interested in that. All right, Deck, we got about a minute left to play. Anything else you want to give to the people before we get up out of here for another Saturday of stellar broadcasting?
Gentlemen, it's been a fun Saturday. All the good things have happened. We had fantastic guests. We got to talk all things baseball, all things NHL, all things NBA. And I got to say, just to kind of finish the day, really happy that Greg Popovich is stepping down in a very good type of way, going on to team president. I mean, every fan in the world should beg for this type of stability that they have in San Antonio.
Do not disagree at all. I love that they just got the drama out of the way. No extended coaching search. No drama. No, we're not doing any of that. We got our guy. We're moving him up. Pops is going to the front office to run the team. I love it. Well done, San Antonio. You are the program we should all aspire to be. That's it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you didn't, you have bad taste in radio. Come back next Saturday. We'll do it again. For Cody Decker, for Double D, and for the boys in the background, I'm Rob Brown. Thanks for listening. Bet for the Cycle on the BetMGM Network. Later.
You've been listening to Bet for the Cycle, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
The best two words in sports. Game 7.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
And we've got multiple of them, Cam.
Yes. We're spoiled right now.
We are
as
very
basketball
spoiled.
fans, yes.
We've had a lot of great first series.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
a couple duds with some sweeps with the Cavs and Heat, and then obviously Boston and the Magic.
Right.
I mean, that didn't go all that well for Orlando. But otherwise, some great basketball across the board, and a Game 7 tonight, Clippers and Nuggets, and then Warriors and Houston coming up tomorrow.
I can't remember the last time a first round of the NBA playoffs has been this dramatic. I really can't remember it because you have teams that have either been swept for the majority of these first round series or you have a gentleman's sweep in some form. It's rarely to see multiple first-round series go Game 7. And this is the great thing that we've seen in terms of just the parity with the NBA, especially in the Western Conference, but a little bit in the East too.
Yeah.
Like the East has had its own drama. We're going to get into it at some point, but just thank you to the basketball guys for blessing us with multiple Game 7s in the NBA playoffs. And it sets up our weekend very nicely because if you have plans with family or anything like that, just make sure it doesn't transition and bleed into some of these games because it's going to be some great basketball.
So you're saying, Cam, family time and to a certain extent, but then it's time to watch some basketball.
You got to have your priorities in order. So
Yes.
I'll just let you know, because I'm not just going to try and give you some wild advice to get you in trouble and break up a happy home, but I'm going to give you an insight into the Smith household. Because my wife and I have TV shows and certain documentaries that we've been waiting to watch and TV shows that are on DVR that are recorded. And she's looking at me like, Cam, when are we going to watch these shows? I'm like, I'm sorry. It's the NBA playoffs.
You gotta
Knicks
wait.
Pistons the other night, like I'm watching it downstairs, and my beautiful young 9-month-old daughter is sleeping in the room with my wife upstairs. And when the Brunson shot happens,
You're screaming.
I immediately scream. Natural reaction.
Baby's awake.
I'm a little disappointed in myself because I've kind of mastered the ability to hold those emotions in verbally because, you know, I had good practice with my son who's now 8 when he was younger, and I would have to try and just subdue myself from just screaming out loud because I would get in trouble with my wife. But the Brunson 3, I let it all out. And immediately got a text, all caps, like, are you kidding me? With like 10 question marks, 15 exclamation points.
Good for Lisa.
I'm sorry. Yes, she yes, but she also knows that when the playoffs happen, that I'm sorry. You know.
Well, and second
it's also
kid,
work.
like
It's
everything's a
work
little more
purposes.
relaxed.
I mask it as this is for work, so
Yes.
I'm working. So I have. It's not enjoyment. This is not pleasure.
This is business. This is business.
By the way, Kate, just a quick correction.
Yes.
There's also 2 Game 7s in the NHL playoffs.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Tonight,
Can't forget about that.
the Avalanche versus the Stars, and tomorrow it's the Blues versus the Jets.
So I shouldn't have agreed to go to dinner at 7 p.m. tonight with another couple.
Kate.
I'm in the doghouse for that because my husband is not happy that I did that. And it's a welcome back to the city dinner for someone who moved from.
So that's not a quick one. That's going to be a couple hours.
No, it will be. It'll be fairly quick.
Yeah.
But no, he moved from Libertyville.
Welcome back to the
wait a
city.
minute,
I mean,
wait
it's
a
like
minute,
Libertyville
wait
is
a minute,
45
wait a
minutes.
minute.
Right,
We're talking
and
about
he lived there for
Libertyville,
a year and a
Illinois?
half. He moved
Not
from the
Libertyville,
city to
Oklahoma?
No, moved from the city to Libertyville, which is just 40 minutes outside the city. And now he's moving back in with his girlfriend, who's my friend. He's Kevin's friend. They met through us, and so it's a welcome back to the city dinner for him. And we're like,
Kate, I got you. Don't go to dinner. Like, clip this right now. Hey, welcome back to Chicago. There you go. Welcome back.
Hey, Pete,
Chicago, welcome back.
Welcome back. There you go. That's the welcome. Good, yeah. And the game starts at 6:30 tonight.
Yeah.
The Nuggets Clippers. Dinner's at it's just I don't think there's going to be TVs there. I did give my husband permission to watch on the phone.
That's a great wife,
right?
there.
I mean, because I want to watch too. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm going to make him look like the bad guy to have the phone out, but I'll be keeping an eye on it as well.
And also, kind of have to say, you guys can do it at the same time. But like, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let me just go to the bathroom really quickly.
Check the stats, see what's going on. Check Twitter, all of that good stuff. Yeah.
No, but it's gonna be a great weekend. Like we talked about Game 7s in the NBA. Randy mentioned Game 7s in the NHL.
I mean,
Kentucky
NHL
Derby
playoffs,
today.
Yes,
like,
Kentucky Derby. We'll talk Kentucky Derby a little later in the show. Randy's got some horses for us to bet on. You and I can't. I'm not a horse.
We do the names.
That's right. We go by the name.
I saw Journalism. I saw American Promise. Who else did I see? There were a few others that I saw. I'm just like, okay, just going through the names.
I called the winner of the Oaks based on the name. I didn't bet it, but right before I said, I'm going to take that guy, not knowing anything about it. And whoever won, that's the person. I don't even remember the name. But I got lucky on that one. So, NHL playoffs, though, one of the better playoffs, I think, in professional sports.
Yeah.
Like, I don't watch a ton of regular season NHL. I don't watch a ton of regular season MLB, to be honest.
Yeah,
But playoffs come around for both of those sports, and those are very, very exciting. So we'll touch on those throughout the show as well. Nick Friedel, Odyssey's NBA insider, is going to join us in about 20 minutes from now. We'll get his thoughts on Knicks and Celtics. He's covered Tom Thibodeau forever, so we'll get his thoughts on that series and kind of what he expects there. But a lot of NBA stuff today, some NFL. We'll talk a little draft and what the Bears did in the NFL draft and how that season looks coming up. But for now, Cam, I was shocked. And I mean, I was pretty shocked, actually, with the outcome of last night's game between the Warriors and Rockets, because you have Game 6. Warriors are back in the Bay. They're at home with the opportunity to close it out. And you have veterans in Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry who have been in those moments before, and they know the importance of them, especially coming off of Game 5 where you kind of threw in the towel at late in the second half.
Yeah.
I mean, at halftime, it was kind of out of reach.
Yeah. I mean, Steve Kerr subbing out his starters.
Yeah.
Just saying,
we punted that one because we're comfortable.
We're going back home. We're going back home.
We're
going back to the Bay. We'll be fine. Game 6, we'll be fine.
Rockets looked like a significantly better team last night.
Yes, it was really, and we have to give credit to, I know he's not going to like this, and I'm sure people from the area won't like this, but Chicago area native, Fred VanVleet. Let me just go ahead and say Rockford.
Rockford. Yes.
But people from Rockford are like, no, we're not Chicago area. No, come on, like when you're at least an hour outside of the city.
Yeah.
You can't say Chicago.
No.
But
you're in Libertyville.
Right.
That's not Chicago, right?
Exactly. So, but Rockford native Fred VanVleet, like the resurgence that he's had. You just look at him the past few games for this Rockets team, and you go back to the first few that we saw. It was not NBA champion Fred VanVleet level basketball. It was not that. I mean, his numbers were really, really poor in terms of just points, but also just impact of him being on the floor. You're looking at 10, 7, and 17. But when you look at the past three, 25, 26, 29 last night. And so 2 of those 3 games, the Rockets won. So they needed their NBA champion, their leader. And I look at Fred VanVleet as the leader of this Rockets team, the most experienced. So as I mentioned, with that championship that he won against the Golden State Warriors. What a coincidence on that.
That's true,
when you go back to 2019 with him, Kawhi, and Pascal Siakam. So he has that understanding of where he can get his shots and really found his moment. And now it's a dangerous situation for Golden State going to Houston for Game 7. But you've seen some disappearances on this Warriors team. And it's not just like, okay, Steph is dealing with the thumb. We'll get into that a little bit more. Jimmy, it's difficult for me to view Jimmy Butler as like a powerful, impactful scorer. I think Jimmy's one of those more complete guys where he gets more done on the defensive end. He's a guy that can score in spurts, but you're not looking for Jimmy to give you 30, 35 on an average night, especially in the playoffs. It's rare that happens for him. I know they had that great run to the finals a couple of years ago and, lost to the Nuggets in the finals, but still he was forced kind of in that position. But more so with Miami, they had a lot of other guys that stepped up for that team that were able to carry the scoring load for him. But then you look at Buddy Hield last night. 0 points. You look at Jonathan Kuminga, not even just 0 points, 0 minutes. Are we serious right now?
Yeah.
Kevon Looney, NBA champion, multiple time NBA champion, 0 points.
2 minutes.
What's going on?
I mean, even Pajemski, he played 29 minutes, finished with 10 points, but he was scoreless, I believe, until the second half and missed some 2 of 6 from 3. A couple of those were just wide open shots.
Yeah.
So he wasn't great either. And Jimmy, like, to your point, he had 27 points last night. You're not going to get 27 from Jimmy every night.
Yeah.
1 of 6. Jimmy was wide open for 3, and Jimmy's not a great 3-point shooter. I don't think he ever that's not his game.
Exactly.
He did the other things in terms of 9 rebounds, 8 assists, close to a triple-double. But you kind of need Jimmy to have 30 a night if you're going to be beating this Rockets team, because you're not getting much contributions from your non-Curry starters. Went 3 of 18 from 3 last night.
Ooh.
That's
Can't happen. At
you're
home.
not going to win
at home. And what do we say all the time? That role players play better at home versus on the road. So you can't have that happen, especially in a game where you can close things out.
Yeah.
And so let's just keep this in mind with Jimmy Butler, Game 3. What happened? Got his feet and legs taken out from underneath him, fell on his tailbone. So he's still dealing with that in some situations. So he's not fully himself. Obviously, nobody is because it's the playoffs. But when you take that type of fall, it hampers you. Like your movement is a little stiff. Like obviously you have to put extra time on the training table to get yourself warmed up and flexible to get ready to play a game. And the Houston Rockets know this.
Yeah.
So they're bumping him a little extra. Same thing with Steph Curry with the thumb.
I mean, Dylan Brooks saying,
Dylan Brooks, yeah.
He's not even denying that, like, as a competitor, you go after any advantage you have.
Oh, did you love that when he said
I
that?
did.
I did too.
And everyone's
great,
criticizing him like, oh, he's – and Dylan Brooks gets the villain.
Yeah.
That's his thing. And I think he feeds into it.
Yeah.
But he's just saying what everyone else is thinking.
Yes.
If someone's got a bum ankle, you go
say
at
to
the
Johnny
ankle.
in Karate Kid?
Oh, come on, Randy. You're speaking my language.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking to me because we know.
Yeah,
that.
right. Yeah,
there's no chance.
I have seen that, but it was like
Sweep
decades
the leg.
ago.
Sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg. Is it leg or lick?
Leg.
Leg,
Sweep the
okay.
leg. Yeah,
Sweep
yeah.
the leg,
Three,
okay.
three of the greatest words probably ever said.
Because
in
Danielson
a
had
sports movie.
his leg was all screwed up because they tried to take him out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so then
Good to know.
Danielson was beating Johnny, so then the sensei said, "Sweep the leg."
Yeah, yeah.
Go after
mercy.
his injury.
No mercy.
I think if the roles were reversed and Dylan Brooks had a thumb issue, Warriors would, Jimmy Butler would be going right at that, like sweeping the thumb.
Clip that right now. Send it out on all the socials right now. BetMGM Network. We just got gold from K Constable right there. Sweep the thumb. Sweep the thumb. If we see that on the Houston Chronicle headlines of sweep the thumb,
I like trademark that copyright.
Houston
right
Chronicle,
now.
you're gonna owe Kate some money. Some people are gonna try and steal that thing. Come on now. Even hear Jenna in the back laughing at that.
Right.
She even loved that. And Jenna has great humor, great sense of humor. So
glad I could provide today.
It is a scary situation if you're a Warriors fan. But how about this? And we brought this up last week, and I mentioned this. Evan Giddings. We had him on a couple of weeks ago when it came to previewing the series between the Rockets and the Warriors. Evan Giddings does pre and post for the Warriors on 95.7 The Game, but he said that Ime Udoka is a better in-game adjustment coach than Steve Kerr is. He gave Kerr the credit that between games when you're in the series, Kerr does his adjustments there. But in-game, it's Ime Udoka. How many times have we seen that with this Rockets team, whether defensively, offensively, things that they switched up? We've seen them go zone sometimes. We've seen them go man-to-man. Obviously, they've blitzed Steph Curry and certain players in certain areas of the floor just to put more pressure on the other guys for Golden State to make plays. They just haven't made those plays. So,
and it does seem like Houston has figured out the Warriors a little bit defensively, how the Warriors have been playing them. And Ime Udoka even talked about that. Some players talked about that after the last game. It's like we kind of had to have a few games to figure things out because the Warriors are playing a zone in some sense. It's an odd zone. And so it took the Houston a little bit to figure it out, but they've now figured it out. And the Warriors are on their heels right now. And Golden State had all the momentum, up 3-1 going to game 5, to game 6, right? But the confidence for Houston has to have completely flipped. Like you go from being down 1-3 and one loss away from your season ending to all of a sudden like you being the aggressor and the Warriors being on their heels. Now you're going back home in front of your home fans. Houston's 2.5-point favorites in that game.
Yeah, as they should be. As they should be, because everything is on their side. And so I'm not going to say when you look at the context of the players on each team and the success rate that each players have had on both sides. But when you look at it, you're like, the Warriors are the big bro. The Rockets are the little bro.
Yeah.
And I'm a little brother. I know what it feels like to just get whooped on by your older brother playing basketball and also physically because just that's what siblings do. They fight. But when I started to get older and I got more confidence in myself and playing basketball and my skills got better and I got a little stronger, then those one-on-one battles start to switch a little bit. And I know my brother's listening, and he remembers this. But when I got to a certain age, right before college, it took me a while to beat my older brother because he was damn good. But I knew that I wasn't little bro anymore when it came to being on the court, that I could hold my own. That's how the Houston Rockets are viewing this thing now. Like, we're not little bro anymore.
No.
And especially you're going to be playing on our home court, oh, you're in trouble. But the flip side to that, too, is, guys, is there's a lot of pressure on the Houston Rockets. All the pressure's on them.
You think?
I really believe that because they're on their home floor in front of their home fans. This is a new situation for players like Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Dylan Brooks in terms of being with his team. it's going to present some problems. So I'll be curious to see how this team plays to start off, and especially in the first half. Because if the Warriors get up big and they just snatch away the confidence,
then it's
flipped
game
out.
over. Yep. Nick Friedel, NBA Odyssey Insider, joins us next. We'll talk to him about the Knicks Celtics and also tonight's Game 7 between the Clippers and Nuggets. That's coming up here on The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
nice little sidebar in the break here about the City Connect uniforms for MLB, and the White Sox were kind of all on board with them.
Yeah,
they're pretty cool.
Yeah. Like I think
You've seen them in person, Cam.
You have to see them in person. You look at pictures, you look at videos. Yeah, but when you see them in person and you see the details that's there, and just and we talk about the connection because that's why they did the jersey, because it was a connection and a relationship that they have with the Bulls. So it's a mixing of the organizations and colors and some of the logos as well that makes it look cool. But when you get to that jersey and you see those details in there, especially within the sock logo that they have and it's Chicago stitched in, it's nice. It's really nice. But then you look at other MLB teams, City Connect jerseys.
The one we got on the TV right in front of us, Boston.
Oh,
Savannah Bananas.
yes.
That's what
Savannah
I thought
Bananas
was
should
funny.
actually sue the Boston Red Sox.
Really?
For copyright infringement or something. Like, you just trying to steal the swag. Because I don't know what these yellow jerseys are. I'm sure there's a meaning behind them because every City Connect jersey has a meaning behind them. And if it's something deeper than what we know, then we apologize. But on the surface,
they're ugly.
It's bad.
They're ugly.
It's really, really bad. It's too bright.
They
I almost have to put my shades on when
Yeah.
watching the game.
Not good. Not good. What is good is Nick Friedel joining us right now. He is on the line, Odyssey Sports NBA Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. You can now buy the new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Nick, good to talk to you again. You're a Chicago guy. What are your thoughts on those City Connects?
Don't start it like that, Nick. Don't react like that. Come on, Nick.
Oh, guys. The hats are awesome. The hats are awesome. When I see the jerseys, I'm like, man, was this a giveaway? Hey, Cam, I mean, I trust you, man. I know the details have got to be legit. But, I mean, this is a television product. And when I see them, I actually was just watching the game. I looked over. I'm like, did they hand these out and the players just threw them on? So, hey, I mean, whatever it takes to sell more, I'm sure people are buying them up all over the South Side. But, yeah, that wouldn't be my first pick.
Nick is going for the hat more so than the jersey. I respect it, Nick. I really respect it. But, again, you see him in person, I think you might change your view just a little bit, my man. But speaking of changing views, man, this NBA playoff series that we've seen in the first round have been full of drama. And we can go any number of ways with this thing when you're talking about the NBA playoffs in the first round. But for you, let's start it with Knicks and Pistons, that first round series, and what we saw and how it finished, especially in Game 6 with Jalen Brunson and just sending Asar Thompson to the sidelines and almost got him a courtside seat with the crossover through the legs and then finishing it off with that three. But how impressed were you with how the Knicks were able to respond and finish that series? And now we'll get ready to face off against the Boston Celtics on Monday night.
Cam, that's what good veteran teams do. They find a way to close out series, and they take advantage of having the best player on the floor. And there's no doubt in my mind that as competitive as Jalen Brunson is and as competitive as his dad, Rick, is, that they didn't hear everybody on TV leading up to that, not only that game, but that series going, okay, Cunningham, he's pretty good. I think he's the best player in this series. Jalen Brunson, no doubt, was made aware, and he had a point to prove. And when you give a really, really talented player that extra chip, some really good things for that team can happen. The Knicks came through. I think Detroit's future is pretty bright, certainly a lot brighter than what we've seen in years past. The problem for the Knicks guys is that they win that series and they're feeling good about themselves, but I just don't give them any chance whatsoever in this next one against Boston, because I just don't think they're as talented as the Celtics in any way. I mean, Brunson's a hell of a player, but the Celtics have Tatum, and they have Brown, and Porzingis is finding his rhythm, and they're deep, and they know that they can win. They just won the title last year, so you expect a really solid series. The atmosphere in both those places, it's going to be awesome, but the Knicks just don't have, in my mind, what it takes to match up against a team as deep and as loaded as Boston is.
And let's be real about this, Nick. I mean, the Knicks were made this way because they're preparing to face off against the Boston. And I mean, they were made this way because of OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges. Like, they brought these guys in for a reason to load up and face off against Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, in some senses Drew Holiday, but also same thing with Karl Anthony Towns and trying to win that matchup against Kristaps Porzingis. But I was going to ask you this, because you said the Knicks don't have a chance. Are you concerned at all with this injury situation going on with the Celtics? Like, we saw Tatum with the wrist against the Orlando Magic in the first round. Jaylen Brown came into the playoffs with a knee issue. Drew Holiday has missed a couple of games for the Boston Celtics against the Magic in that series. So is that a little concern for you, where you could see the Knicks maybe make this more of a series than you're thinking it will happen?
That is the only thing that I think could slow Boston down. And Cam, to your point, of course, it would give you pause as far as how the series would play out and if it would go a game or two more than expected. But this, to me, is just very clear. If Boston can maintain some semblance of health over the next couple weeks, they're going to roll by the Knicks. And that is the issue for New York and Tibbs and Leon Rose and that whole front office. You built this team to go and contend for championships. You built them to exactly what you're saying, to go against Boston. Karl Anthony Towns is just not a consistent primetime player in the biggest of games. Mikal Bridges had some really big shots the other night in Detroit, but clearly this year he's just not the guy that they've needed him to be. That is what is fascinating to me about what happens moving forward, because yeah, if Tatum or Brown goes down or Holiday is still not the same when he gets back out and rolling, okay, maybe. But even then, I just think Boston is a cut above. And if I'm right and the Celtics roll by the Knicks, then what happens? Because you've given up all the draft capital and made all the moves to get these pieces in place that you have now.
Well, Nick, I mean, the Knicks this year, 0-10 against the top three teams in the league, which included the Celtics, Cavs, and Thunder. Yeah. So, I mean, looking at the books here, a sweep for the Celtics, 4-0, is plus 325, which is, for the conference semifinals, is a crazy price. But from what you're saying, that's not totally out of the question.
I don't think it is, but Kate, I would always hesitate to choose a sweep against any team that was playing the Knicks, just because maybe it's because I was going there for so long, for so many years, that I don't buy that a team is going to run into Madison Square Garden and in Boston's case get both of those games. So I would always think that the Knicks can at least get one. My pick in this series would be Boston in 6, because that New York team is tough. They're not just going to roll over. Brunson has hit way too many big shots, especially late. I just think Boston is that much better. But that's the whole problem for me, trying to roadmap what happens next for New York. Not only the moves that would be forthcoming over the summer, but to your point about a sweep or how long it goes, the other thing that Boston has to factor in is you want to get that thing over as quick as you possibly can, because you've got to figure that Cavs-Pacers series is going to at least go 5 or 6. Mm-hmm. And Boston, having played all the games that they played last year to win the finals, needs those extra rest days more than probably anybody else that's left out there now.
We're talking to Nick Friedel, NBA Odyssey Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai from the comfort of your new home. Well, if you bought a new home, at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Nick, let's switch gears a little bit. You covered the Warriors for a while. They, lost the last 2 games. Now the series is tied 3-3. We've got a Game 7 in Houston. How concerned are you for this Warriors team just with how they've been playing over these last 2 games?
Kate, they looked old and tired last night.
They did.
Yeah. And that is not a good sign. But as far as tomorrow goes, and a possible Game 7, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I was completely wrong in life, but I refuse to bet against Steph Curry. I refuse to do it. The guy has shown up way too many times when that team has needed him. And he hasn't played very well in the last couple of games. I think that thumb, that hand, it's just not right. It's bothering him. But he always seems to know, especially in these last few years, that he can lift up everybody's game around him, and he can lift up his own game when that group, especially after the KD iteration and Clay's not there anymore, he knows what's on his shoulder. So on top of the fact that the Warriors just haven't played very well these last couple games, I still think Steph and Jimmy have one more in there tomorrow for all the people that are trying to write them off right now. What I would say, though, is anybody who's thought, the Warriors, maybe they are the dark horse, and I would admit, I was one of those people that before the playoffs, when you would ask, all right, well, who could come out of the West besides OKC? I would have looked at the Warriors and said, well, maybe them. I'm not betting against Steph and Jimmy. What I've seen in this series is really concerning, though, because they just look tired in that front of that group. Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond, they've played so many extra games. With Jimmy, of course, in Miami the last few seasons, I think that the extra wear on those tires is going to be an issue for anyone who thinks that not only can they get by tomorrow after dropping these two, but win a couple more rounds and somehow get into the finals.
Yeah, because if they do survive Game 7 tomorrow, Nick, then they will have the Minnesota Timberwolves awaiting them, and that's going to be a hell of a series there. But, I mean, with that, the extra games that they've played just throughout their careers, but especially playoffs and NBA Finals, they still have that experience. And I was talking to Kate about this Game 7 tomorrow from the Houston side of things. I feel, and I want to know if you agree on this, Nick, that the pressure is on the Rockets because this is a Game 7. They're back on their home court, and let's all remember that they're the 2 seed in this situation, with the Warriors being the underdogs, and I'm putting up air quotes, Nick, with them being the 7 seed. So do you feel that the pressure is really on Houston to finish this thing out because they worked their way to this position, and this is one of the reasons why you try to get the home advantage and get in the higher seed, but they're walking into this thing where they just can't cruise because Steph still exists, to your points, Nick.
Cam, I tend to agree with you, but if I'm Ime Udoka and I'm standing there tomorrow in that locker room, I'm saying, hey, guys, nobody thinks you can do it because that team has Steph and Jimmy, and they have Draymond, and they've been here before. I'm with you, though. Houston has had a hell of a regular season. They have shown that they've got a lot of young talent within that group. What they have not shown, and they're going to have the opportunity to do just that tomorrow, is play in the biggest of games and win. And when you have a young team that doesn't have that collective confidence together, that's why I would be hesitant to drop anything on Houston tomorrow just because you can ride all the confidence you want. Game 7 is just different. It's like rock 'em, sock 'em, back and forth the whole time, and then inevitably it's pretty close, and you're going to need somebody to step up and knock down the big shot. I'm not sure who that's going to be for Houston if the game is just like that. I know exactly who it's going to be for Golden State with Steph and Jimmy. So there are a lot of different variables, but I agree. Houston's got some more pressure on them than what people would think. Although I would also flip it back to y'all and say, if Golden State drops this 3-1 lead after trading for Jimmy, you go into the summer, if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and that front office and ownership, and you go, well, we need one more piece. And even if we have that one more piece, where exactly does that get us?
Yeah, they could be in trouble if they don't close that out tomorrow. Nick, 20 seconds. Who wins tonight? Who do you have Game 7 between Clippers and Nuggets?
I am going with Jokic. Kate, if Jokic delivers the way we know he can carry that team across the line in this series. For my money, he's still the best player in the game right now. I'm going with Denver.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Nuggets a favorite.
Yeah.
1.5 point favorites.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nick, we appreciate you as always. Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy the Kentucky Derby today, and we'll talk to you again soon.
I'm just glad we're not there, guys. The weather looks awful.
Awful.
Always good to be with you.
Awful. That was Nick Friedel, NBA Odyssey Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details. Does anyone have a better laugh the Nick.
Oh my gosh!
It's so
infectious.
funny.
It's
It
great.
is.
But it's
Great.
also like you have to proceed with caution, laugh, because
Yes,
it's like
a little like what's the word I'm looking for? Evil laugh.
yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit.
right, yeah, for sure. Like Nick's laugh needs to be cast in some type of movie
Yes.
or cartoon series because
Yes.
it would be perfect.
For sure. Switching gears, we are going to talk a little NFL draft. Reaction from the Bears. They've gotten some good grades. What do we think of those? That's coming up next here on The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with the Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Might be time to hang the banner, Cam.
Let's do it. Let's do it right now. It's back-to-back years.
NFL offseason?
Yeah.
You knew exactly where I was going with that.
Exactly. Like, get ready for the parade route. We're going to start on Michigan Avenue, right? We'll come down south on Lakeshore Drive, right? And then we'll finish off at Soldier Field right there. We're not going to Grant Park. I mean, that's Bulls territory.
Yeah.
When, hopefully.
I was going to say, when are we hanging the next banger for the Bulls? This might be quite some time.
Yeah, but we're going to finish off at Soldier Field, right there.
I think that's a great plan.
Right in the stadium.
Great plan. The offseason, the winners, Chicago Bears. Last year it was fleecing the Carolina Panthers into quite a few picks and getting Caleb Williams. And now this year you got the head coach and Ben Johnson, and apparently from the draft experts, quite a good draft this year.
Yeah,
a lot of good grades across the board. Were you?
Before you say that, I saw Matt Miller gave Burden the best
Burden,
pick in the draft.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Of all the
I mean, that's bold, but second round pick, the best pick in the draft. I mean, the Bears said that they had him as their, and maybe this is Travis Hunter aside, the best wide receiver.
Yeah.
On their board.
Yeah. I think, and also if you go back to before the college football season got going, Luther Burden was the number one wide receiver on draft boards. He was the number one guy.
Yeah. He just didn't have great stats this past season, but
and
maybe that's a product of the offense he was in and that scheme and all of that.
And also, like, there was the smoke and mirrors thing about his attitude and all of that, and just I hate that stuff when it comes out. But to Burden's character and kind of going at bat and really looking out for him, were his former position wide receivers coach at Missouri and also head coach and teammates have come out, and we've heard it multiple times of just, no, everything that you've heard that's false.
Right.
That's not him. Like, he's a leader. He's a guy that works hard. He's a guy that's going to go in and make an impact. And he's versatile as well at that wide receiver position. So it'll be interesting to see if he's going to be played in the slot. I think he plays there. Because you have DJ Moore and Roman Dunze working on the outside. But this Bears draft, They got some pieces, Kate. So, that's why we're having another hanging of the banner for the offseason for the Chicago Bears.
And it was very much so Ben Johnson putting his stamp on things early. Like, going into the draft, I thought the Bears were going to address more depth on the offensive and defensive lines and maybe a running back. And I know the way the board kind of fell, running backs weren't really there for Chicago, or at least the ones that they maybe liked at the time compared to some of the other players left on the board. But, I mean, this is very much, it feels like Ben Johnson trying to build the Lions offense from last year with Colson Loveland, the big tight end, multiple, 12 personnel sets. Like Ben Johnson, played that the third highest amount of any
in the NFL.
team in the NFL last year. So I don't necessarily think like drafting Colson Loveland is drafting Cole Kmet's replacement at all. I think he plans to use them both quite a bit. And then you slot in the other weapons that now Caleb Williams has with who you mentioned, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, and then Luther Burden, who's got speed, explosiveness, can do a lot after the catch. And all of a sudden it's kind of like, if it doesn't work this year, what else do you really need going forward for Chicago?
I mean, Bears fans are hoping that it works this year, because if it doesn't work this year,
then we're in trouble.
You know that pressure falls on
Caleb Williams.
Oh,
yeah. Yes. Then we're all of a sudden back in the same stage that we've been back in for the last, decade with quarterbacks of like, do we need to draft a new quarterback? Are we moving on?
I'm just glad you didn't say the name. I thought you were going to say his name. Please don't do it. We know the name we're thinking about. Former Bears quarterback.
Mitch Trubisky.
Oh,
sorry.
Randy, PTSD.
By the way, speaking of former quarterbacks, there was a video circulating about how great Justin Fields looks. He changed his release. And
but I feel like we had that in Pittsburgh too. Like all of a sudden, Justin looks great in Pittsburgh for a couple games.
I'm rooting for Justin Fields.
I am too. He seems like a good kid that got a bad deal off the bat.
It feels like, I'm not going to say the entire city of Chicago, but it
a lot
like
of people.
Good majority of people.
More people rooting for him than against him.
Yeah, for sure, no doubt.
Yeah.
Why are we slandering Trubisky? The last time I was happy as a Bears fan, he was our quarterback.
Well,
That's
Kenny,
all I'm saying.
you are never happy as a Bears fan.
Yeah, in 2018, I was really happy because we had no expectations and we were a damn good football team. We haven't been a good football team since, and Trubisky was our quarterback. That's all I'll say. I'm not saying he was good. I'm just saying I don't think the slander is warranted here.
Kenny.
2018 was also the year of the double doink, correct?
Oh my gosh, why are we doing this to ourselves?
Because I'm sorry, but I don't agree. I don't agree with Kenny, and I just think that if I have this much PTSD about it, the rest of the city of Chicago should.
They were so good, though. That's when they were good. Was when he was the quarterback. They have not been good since.
They were not good because of Mitch Trubisky.
I'm not saying that they were. He was just the quarterback while they were good. That's all I'm saying.
What else about that roster? What what characteristics of that roster do you think contributed the most to the success?
Defense, of course, but he also had 6 touchdowns in a game against Tampa Bay that season. Like, I was happy as a Bears fan watching Bears games that season. I have not been any of the seasons since. They've been terrible,
Kenny,
including last year.
We know we got to get some context to this team. The Buccaneers are one of the worst teams in the NFL.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that my point was the last time the Bears were good, / the last time I was happy watching the Bears games, Mitch Trubisky was our quarterback. So I don't want to hear slander on him, because the quarterback since like Fields and Williams, like, we've been bad. Regardless of what you think about them or what they can do, the Bears have been bad. So I mean, it's just tough to really look at it that way.
I'm going to choose to look ahead, to look forward instead of looking back.
Yes, please.
Kenny.
My heart can't take it.
Right?
No, that's fair. I just want to stand up for my guy Mitch, because
You and Mitch are tight.
yeah, I love Mitch.
My guy Mitch. I don't know if there's anyone in Chicago that says my guy Mitch.
Right, yeah,
Quite
right.
like
If I was in love
Kenny.
with Mitch.
Yeah.
We all loved him when he was here because we were good. But then when he left, we hate him because he's not good.
Wait, Kenny.
We weren't good.
You can't say that we all loved him when he was here. You
I remember.
Paint Chicago and Bears fans with a broad paintbrush there and a broad stroke, saying that we all love Mitch Trubisky.
But Kenny, why is Mitch Trubisky no longer with the Chicago Bears then if he was so good?
I didn't say he was good. I'm just saying the team was good, and we were behind him because the team was good. That's all. I know a bunch of Bears fans that said we could have won the Super Bowl if Parkey makes that kick. We could have beat the Rams. We could have beat the Saints. So people were behind him, and people were behind the team, and they were good. That was my whole point, is the last time the Bears were good, he was the quarterback.
Kenny, what's your definition of love?
Mitch Trubisky.
Okay, so
Let's talk about this
back to the Bears draft. Back to the Bears draft.
Kenny just hijacked the conversation. Just hijacked the segment. We love it, though. Just don't agree with you.
Yeah. Can't agree with you there, Kenny. But hey, to each their own. Everyone's got their own opinion. Cam, outside of Colson Loveland and Luther Burden up at the top, who else in the draft for the Bears do you think is going to have the most immediate impact?
Ooh, immediate impact. That is a great question. I don't think for me that anyone has an immediate impact. If I have to choose one, and I'll do it because you're asking that. But Calvin Nungai, I think, is a guy that could have immediate impact, that running back that came out of Rutgers, because he's a guy that has some speed, has some power there. And just with this running backs room, in terms of how Ben Johnson utilizes him, could be one of those surprise type dudes. Now, the question is, does he play more special teams because of the running back room with the Bears? And the Bears are still trying to add another veteran piece, I believe, with that running backs room. Or does Monangai play more running back? So I think he could make the immediate impact. But long term, and we talked about thinking that they would have addressed the defensive line more, Shamar Turner, I think, could really grow. Not this season. Yeah, I hope that he grows this season, his rookie year. He's going to learn a lot from guys like Javon Dexter and Montez Sweat and all the guys that they have on that defensive line within that group. But Shamar Turner, I think, year 2, definitely 3, and down the road with this Bears team, could be a guy that could really be one of those, oh, man, he was a steal. Yeah, the kid out of Texas A&M, he's dealt with some injuries here and there, but when you look at his tape and just the athlete that he is, and he's going to have to learn some new moves. He's not just going to be able to bull rush everyone in the NFL because it's a level up, but he's a dude for sure that should be able to grow from that defensive unit.
Yeah, I don't agree. I do not agree with you. I don't not agree with you.
Yeah.
I've heard that his name as someone who could potentially be one of the steals of the draft. I mean, even though they got him later on, I guess that would make him a steal. He and I know Ozzie
Trapillo.
Trapillo. I got to get that name down. I mean, even though he was a second rounder, I think he's someone that Bears fans should be very excited about.
He's a massive human being
on the offensive line.
Like one of the biggest Bears physically of all time, just height-wise, not weight, because it's a different conversation.
Yeah, we're not weight slandering anyone. We'll leave that to JJ Redick. But I think he could have a pretty big impact pretty quick too.
Yeah, I think so. And it just, you look at Trapillo. You look at Shamar Turner, both of those guys, along with Luther Burden III, all drafted in that second round for this Bears team. And even I'll throw Burden into this too. You look at their position rooms. They have a lot of experience in those rooms that those young guys can learn from and really get themselves going with their own careers. So they're positioned well. The resources are there. I think when you look at Ben Johnson and also you look at Dennis Allen in D.C. for the Chicago Bears, this team has some things there, and that's why we're hanging the banner up again in the offseason with this Bears group. Like, they won it again. But now let's transfer the offseason wins, and I'm putting up air quotes, wins, if you're watching on Twitch, to the regular season and possibly, I'm just going to throw this out here, possibly compete for not only the NFC North, but a spot in the NFC wild card.
I'm glad. I thought maybe you were going Super Bowl. I was going to say we got to pump the brakes there.
Yeah, I thought that's where you were going too.
I know. No,
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm not saying that. I'm not kidding.
I should have given you more credit. A wild card, that is a realistic goal for the Chicago Bears this year.
Because if they're competing for the North and winning the North, if they finish 1-2,
you'd likely
they should be in position to get a wild card.
Yeah,
they should be.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the rest of the division; it's going to be really tough again this year.
Yeah.
But we don't know what JJ McCarthy is going to be for Minnesota.
Yeah.
You don't know what. I mean, you'd imagine the culture has been established in Detroit where like they should come back and be just fine, but they lost so many pieces on the coaching staff. And then Green Bay, they were subpar last year, I thought. I mean, they have a lot of pieces to be really good, but I don't think they played up to their potential last year. So I don't know why the Bears couldn't be in the mix for the NFC this year. Yeah. Win total 8.5, Cam. I know we make fun of you every year when you and back when Kevin Lapko was here and you guys would go like 11 wins, but I think the Bears could go over their win total this year.
Whoa, Randy, do you hear this?
I want to see.
Kenny?
Changed.
Jenna?
I've always been the under person on the Bears. But I do kind of want to see, because they play the AFC North this year? So the Bengals will be tricky if they can figure out that defense. The Ravens obviously going to be really good, but you play the Browns.
NFC East as well.
NFC East. Oh, that's going to be tough.
Eagles.
Okay. Maybe I need to pump the brakes on that.
So where are we going then? So Kate's going over 8.5. Randy, I know you're going under, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Randy's not. No.
Yeah.
Randy's going to 6 wins, 7 wins?
6 or 7, yeah.
Okay.
They'll improve a little bit.
That's low.
Randy,
6
come on,
wins.
Man. Come on. Kenny, what you got? Jenna, what you got? Over or under 8.5 wins for the Bears? I got to get a consensus on
Bears under has been the best bet in sports last 5 years. Bears under. It's easy.
All right. We'll see.
Jenna?
Under.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, I guess I'm flying
guys.
solo.
No, I got you, Kate. I'm not going to let you fly solo. Come on, I'm your co-host. Bears going over 8.5 wins next year.
There you go. You heard it. All right, Greg Popovich retires. Is he one of the best to ever do it? We will talk about that next on The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
slow day in sports right now across the board. We do have Major League Baseball, so we'll give you a quick score check across the bases. The Astros beat the White Sox today.
Yeah.
8-3.
So much for being undefeated in the City Connect jerseys.
Not great.
But still 500.
Still 500. That's fine. Okay, we'll take the positives there. Blue Jays are up 3-0 on the Guardians, middle of the sixth. We've got a rain delay in Pittsburgh, so 0-0. That game hasn't even started between the Pirates and Padres. Giants are up 1-0 on the Rockies in the fifth. Red Sox up 1-0 on the Twins in the fourth. And we've got a tie game 2-2 at Athletics and Marlins. Top of the fourth in that game. Earlier today, the Rays beat the Yankees 3-2.
By the way, real quickly on that game, Aaron Judge hit his 11th home run. I don't know if you've been following his season yet.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
He right now is hitting .432.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
insane.
His on-base percentage is .520. He's slugging almost .800. And those are like Barry Bonds numbers.
Do you have
Crazy.
the game on easy? Like, is it on rookie mode right now for him?
So .432, and Cam, you might ask, or Kate, Randy, do you think he's got a chance at hitting 400 for the entire season? And my answer is yes, because of a couple things. One of the main things is he draws a ton of walks, right? So he's not going to have as many at-bats. Like Barry Bonds was the same way when he was so dominant that they just, after like the first at-bat, people stopped pitching to him because he had a home run in his first at-bat today. But I think he was 2 for 4 today, so technically he raised his average a little bit. But I think he's got an outside chance if he doesn't get any nagging injury. I think he's got an outside chance to hit 400 and have one of the greatest seasons ever in Major League Baseball history, which we've said about him 2 different times already. So just an incredible player. And just remember, today he had Rice hitting behind him, and Paul Goldschmidt's having a good year, but he doesn't have great people hitting behind him. And he's still doing it. So he's just he's like the consummate team captain. He's like the perfect player. He really is. He's a good defender, except in the World Series game 5 when he dropped the fly ball. But outside of that, he's like just
Randy had to fit that.
Yeah, you gotta put that in there.
He's just having a remarkable season. I don't think enough people are talking about how great a season he's having right now.
What is his home run prop? Game to game?
Today I was gonna bet it, but it was plus 140 today.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean it had gotten because he had gone before I think he said like 4 in his last 6 games, but before that he had gone like 9 or 10 games, so it got up to like plus 240. Anytime you can get Aaron Judge at plus 240, you do it. Like you can get Schwarber at over 300, you do it. Shohei, I think, is like plus 240 today because he hasn't hit it. Shohei has not had a great season so far.
No, he has not.
His standard. So if you can get Shohei at...
So we bet Shohei home run today is what you're saying.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. It's not a terrible bet. So
to that point of Judge, and I'm looking at the remaining strength of schedule for the Yankees, 5th easiest.
5th easiest.
In baseball right
Okay.
now. So something there. But I will say this, to counter that, we've seen Judge have these nagging injuries before.
Yes, that's what.
He's missed a boatload of games. And you
Right.
pointed that out.
Yep.
That's my concern about him having one of the greatest seasons hitting wise as well.
He just every time he comes up, you're like, how do you get him out?
And also, like, it's the intimidation factor of that
Right.
too.
Yes.
And I get it. Like, pitchers are grown men. They're professionals. But at the same time, though, you see him walking to the plate, you're like, oh.
I don't think he's scared of any pitcher where there has got to be some pitchers that are scared of him.
Yeah, I mean, because physically he's an imposing guy.
Yeah.
Like 6'8", right? Or
Right,
somewhere
yeah.
around there.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's a large human being walking to the plate.
So just another thing about him, right now, I just always check in on odds for MVP, Cy Young, and other stuff. He's minus 600. I brought up to you guys that Scotty Scheffler in the 3rd round of the CJ Cup is minus 2,500 right now because he's got a 6-stroke lead and just the field's not very good. But, like, you're talking about, like, some great players still playing, obviously in the American League, and he's minus 600, and we are a month into the season. Shohei, who's been off to a really bad start for his standards, is still the favorite at like plus 250, but, Kyle Tucker is in there. Just a crazy one. I don't think he's going to keep this up for all year. You can get him right now 50-1 is PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong.
Yeah.
I mean, my son and I, Brett, were talking about it last night because I said, do you think we should just throw some like $20 on him just to cover ourselves in case he – but say he hits 30 home runs, he's going to steal 60 bases. His defense is elite. Like, he could have an outside chance, but he probably won't. But the key factor is Shohei's, I think, supposed to pitch in the second half of the season. And if he comes out and goes like 6-3 with like a 2 ERA and gets up to 35 home runs, he's going to win the MVP again, just because to do both those is incredible. But if he doesn't pitch, and if he only pitches maybe only gets 6 or 7 starts, then I think it's a pretty wide open race for MVP. And one more little tidbit for you guys. He pitched today against the White Sox. He's had a great start to his season. Hunter Brown on the Astros has a 1.67 ERA. I think he's third or fourth favorite right now. Scooble's had a really good year as well, so he's the favorite again to win Cy Young. But watch out for Hunter Brown.
Nice.
Skeens had
a bad start.
Yeah.
And you know what? I was watching that game from the first inning. Even though he got through it, all 3 outs were loud outs to the warning track, basically. And I'm like,
he just doesn't have it today.
He wasn't getting a lot of swing and miss.
Yeah.
And he had 2 strikeouts through 4 innings. I'm like, they're going to get to him.
Yeah.
They're going to get to him eventually.
Yeah.
And they did.
I mean, did he have a bad start at all last year?
Yeah, he did. And I think it was against the Cubs.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so he's got something for the Cubs.
So the Cubs have the kryptonite.
Yep.
There
Cubs have been pretty good.
They have. I mean, just dominant.
Yes.
Not even just good.
Yeah, I was
just
going to say
dominant.
not pretty good. They have been dominant. Their offense has been elite.
The best run-producing team in Major League Baseball.
Did you think we'd be saying that when we came into the season?
No.
We all had hopes that the Cubs were going to be good, but not this good,
exactly.
at least offensively.
I mean, some people feel that they are the best team, just team in general, in Major League Baseball. I know some push back on that, but for sure the best run-producing team in the game. But you're looking, you talk about Pete Crow Armstrong. He has really stepped into his own in this early part of the season.
2 homers last night?
2 homers last night, but I was worried about him going into spring training because he got the new hairstyle, the new hairdo with the blue stars in his head. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're putting extra pressure on yourself with this new hairstyle, one, but then also you have stars in your head. Are you trying to say that you're going to be an all-star this year? Is that what you're kind of pushing towards? He has a fun, lively personality. Yeah, for sure. And I love the manifestation on that for Pete Crow Armstrong. And if the season, and we got the all-star break right now, he'd be an all-star.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But what he's been able to do.
He's a really popular player, too.
Yeah,
People
I
love him. So he might get on a fan vote. I mean,
Definitely. I think if he continues this stride and what he's been able to do, and of course the Cubs are going to do their part in terms of the media side of things and getting his personality out there more. But when you look at just the power that he's hitting with, the plays that he's making on the base pass, how he's running, he's an exciting player. It's an exciting brand of baseball that not only PCA is bringing, but also this Cubs team. So he's been, for me, like, wow, okay. Well, I see everything that people saw in you when you came in, and now is coming to fruition.
Right. And to do it against one of the tougher schedules to start the season.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cubs played the Dodgers, they played the Diamondbacks, the Padres, 2 series against
Phillies.
both of those. Yeah, Phillies.
Rangers, yeah.
What he's done is not just be great at the plate, but be great at the plate against some really good elite pitching matchups.
And the crazy thing is they got PCA for Javi Baez, who went to the Mets for half a season with his buddy Francisco Lindor, and then Javi kind of took like a tailspin down. And Cub fans love Javi.
Oh yeah,
love Javi. Just love his swagger and
what all of his swinging ways.
What he did for the Cubs
the bat
in 2016, and now if you paid attention, the Tigers put Javi in center field this year. And he's playing great.
Yeah, he is.
He's playing great. I think he's had a home run in 3 of his last 4 games. He's hitting over 300.
Night,
He's not walking a ton, but he never walks a ton. But, it's good to see, Javi doing well. Like, that 2016 team, we expected more than 1 World Series. We didn't get it. And most of those guys, the stars, aren't even around anymore. The only ones really left are Contreras, Schwarber, and Javi. So, I mean, it's good to see that he's back. But the trade is going to go down if this keeps up, he's got a long way to go still, right?
Yeah.
It could go down as one of the best, for a long time for the Cubs.
I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but I'm going to do it anyway. But Chris Bryant.
Yeah.
Sad.
It is.
It's really, really tough just to see where he is present day with his career and just the promise that was there. Not even just promise, but the success that was there from Chris Bryant. And to your point, Randy, with that 2016 Cubs team, you're like, man, Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Javi Baez, you have the pitching there. This team, to your point, is going to win multiple World Series championships. And now with Chris Bryant, it's just like, wow, what happened?
Just look at his career arc. I believe he was the college player of the year. He was the minor league player of the year. He was rookie of the year. He was MVP in 4 straight seasons.
Yeah, it's a hell of a run.
Okay.
Hell of a run.
And then the following year, you could argue he had a better season than his MVP season. Didn't win MVP.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of started, going downhill from injuries. He got hit in the head. I think that kind of like took him back a ways. And yeah, I mean,
Hasn't
it's sad
played
because
much this season.
He's hurt now again.
Yeah.
But
So I will say this: like with all of the individual accolades, of course, team success that he's had, he went to Colorado and got paid.
Yeah.
Love that he got paid, but just
his career's just dropped off a cliff.
It's been tough to
since
see.
being there.
Tough to see.
Yeah. Not fun for Chris Bryant and those fans. Not fun for the NBA either. That Greg Popovich is no longer coaching.
Yeah.
I mean, Pop has been a mainstay in the NBA for decades and did some incredible things. Obviously, the stroke last year, just not able to come back. He's still going to stay with the San Antonio Spurs president of basketball.
Yeah, team president,
But to not see Pop on the sidelines going forward, Cam, that's going to be different.
It's going to be very different. And you think of his road, right, to being one of the greatest coaches of all time. And some people have him as the greatest coach of all time. And I push back a little bit, but we're not going to kind of get into that because it's more so of this conversation of honoring Pop and what he's been able to give to the game of basketball, which has been greatness. And you think about that San Antonio Spurs franchise. And it's not just Pop, but of course the players always have a part into having that championship success. But I always say this, it's one thing to have great players, but those great players still need to be coached and put in position to be great players and win these championships. And it's Greg Popovich. When you look at the success of the San Antonio Spurs, it always falls back to him and what he was able to do and how things started with him when he took over and how this team and this franchise just leveled up on various moments of that Pop era. So it's going to be different. It feels like this is an entire changing of the guard, kind of new faces kind of coming into the fold on the court, on the sidelines when you look at the players and also the coaches. And Pop is the next one in line. But, man, no doubt. I mean, his Hall of Fame celebration for what he will be and what he's been able to do, just you can't compare him to many.
No. 5 rings. Phil Jackson had 11. Pop is 3rd in rings. Who am I missing? Who's number 2?
Red Auerbach.
Red Auerbach. Yeah. That's right. And then you look at the coaching tree that has stemmed from Pop, like his coaching. I mean, even just coaches that were in the playoffs this year. Steve Kerr, he played for Pop. Doc Rivers played for Pop. Ime Udoka played for him. Quinn Snyder, Eric Spoelstra, Jamal Mosley, all teams that made the playoffs, play-in-ish. Assistants under him. You have Will Hardy, who was an assistant under him. He's the Jazz head coach right now. Like, the list and those are just like first-degree people that have, I mean, his impact is all over the NBA.
How about Becky Hammond?
Exactly. And the WNBA.
Man, I think that's the great thing. Not I think, but I know that's the great thing about Pop is that you listed off the names of former players that have gone on to be coaches and then also as assistants, but he's empowered his assistant coaches and people within an organization. Hey, don't just settle for this role. Just be more. Like, I'm putting you in this position to succeed. And you love to see that. It's not just like, okay, whatever input that you have on my staff, I'm listening, but I'm not really listening to you. But it's the opposite with Pop. He's just like, no, I'm listening to you. I'm preparing you for the moment when you get this lead assistant or head coaching spot that you deserve. And it's just great to see.
It is. And then you look at players, too, like Kawhi Leonard. He got drafted to San Antonio. Yeah. The development of Kawhi going into the league to when he left San Antonio, like, I'm not sure anyone imagined. They knew Kawhi was going to be a good player, but, like, to the level of which he is now. And I think you attribute a lot of that to Pop. I mean, when Wemby was, when the Spurs got the number 1 pick and everyone knew Wemby was going there, like, everyone knew that was the perfect spot for him because you're going to be under Pop, and the development there is perfect for a player coming from France, overseas, young, all of that stuff.
And you remember Pop signed a 5-year extension after they drafted Wemby.
Yeah,
like, he's like, I'm on for 5 more years.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to continue to develop the next guy that's going to be the face of the NBA. And yes, Victor Wembanyama will soon be the face of the NBA. I know some other names out there, but this dude's an alien. So you hate to see it just happen this way. But I think the great thing is health-wise, though, is that he's still here with us.
Yes.
Because, having the stroke and just some of the setbacks that he had health-wise, we talk about coaching and being around the game, and with the Spurs, that falls in comparison to just physically and having your life having a life that you can live and still be here and enjoy your life.
Yep, and can still be part of the game of basketball, part of that organization. I think unfortunate that he is no longer coaching, but best case scenario for the situation that is at hand and that he was dealt. So Pop will forever be one of the greats in the NBA. Can we say the same about Doc Rivers?
Ooh.
I want to answer that right now. No, but we'll tell you why. On the other side, this is The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Better Angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
left off the last segment teasing Doc Rivers. Going to go into a conversation here in a little while about the state of the Bucks and what that looks like with a first-round exit for the third straight season and how happy Giannis Antetokounmpo is right now in Milwaukee. That's going to be very interesting to watch over the next couple of weeks and as we go into the summer here on if Giannis wants to stay, is going to ask out. Who knows? But we'll get into that in a little while. First, we got to give you some bets. We haven't really given out too many bets on the day. Yeah. And we do, as we've talked about, have a Game 7 in the NBA tonight, Clippers and Nuggets. I mean, this is one, Cam, where I was on the Clippers to win this series in the beginning.
Yep.
And then...
In the beginning?
In the beginning. Yeah.
What? It's changed? You still don't?
Well, no. And then then Game 5 goes, Game 6, and going into Game 6, I thought, okay, maybe this is the Nuggets are actually, I should have given them more credit. Yeah. And now I'm back to tonight. I am with you. I think the Clippers win tonight. But it's I mean, the line suggests that it's a coin flip, and in my mind, it is kind of a coin flip as well.
Yeah. I always look at this, and we talked about a similar situation with the Houston Rockets and the Golden State Warriors. And I get it, people, 2 different teams, 2 different series, but there is always pressure on the home team in a Game 7. And if you're on the side of, well, throw all of that stuff out because it's Game 7, anything can happen. I agree that anything can happen in a Game 7. But you don't want to be the home team in the Game 7 because that buildup towards that game of the fans and the expectation level and expecting everyone to just rise above and have phenomenal games could be let down very easily, especially if that road team comes in and punches you in the mouth. I think there's so much less pressure on the road team in those situations than home teams, just because you've already been in that arena before. You actually have more motivation to win that game because you've clearly lost in that arena a couple of times, and now you're like, no, this is our chance. We're going to send these people home crying and disappointed and pissed off at the team that they support. And we know that NBA players love that stuff. They live for
thrive in those
for
environments.
road fans to just live in misery, or home fans to live in misery. Like, yes, we want that. We're drinking your tears.
I haven't heard that. That's great.
Put it on the list.
Your cheers.
Put it on the list.
Okay, but think about it this way.
Randy likes that one too.
I'm penning it down right now.
Another Camism. If it's late in the game and it's a 2-3 point game, don't you want those fans behind you? Like then doesn't that give you an extra edge when you have that crowd behind you and the noise and. Like, that's where I would say I would prefer to be the home team in a Game 7. I get what you're saying going into it and everything, but I just wonder in those moments.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Then you would want the fans. You'd want the crowd. You'd want that noise behind you.
Yeah, for sure. But there has to be a consistency.
Yeah, and we haven't
seen that.
We haven't seen that,
right? And the Nuggets are defensively challenged. Let's just call it like that. That's
yes,
a nice way of saying it. But I feel also if the home crowd needs to, really get back behind their team and encourage them and motivate them to get things going,
then
the game's not going well. Right. The game's not going well.
Yes, that's a great point.
But this is why it's going to 7 games, and you can say it about both teams where they flipped who they've been in this series. We've seen the Clippers come out and be a team that say, oh, man, this could be over soon. Same thing for the Nuggets when they bounce back. Like, my gosh, this is the NBA championship team that we saw 2 years ago really find their stride and try and get this thing going despite not having their head coach in Mike Malone and David Adelman. We have to give him a little credit. Not all the credit, but a little credit in terms of what he's been able to do coaching on the sidelines against Ty Lue in this series. But I just there's something about Kawhi Leonard that I've seen, not even just in this playoff series, but as we've gotten closer to the postseason, that is reminding me of not Toronto, Kawhi, San Antonio.
Ooh, Kawhi. Going back to the pop days.
It's on both ends. It's on both ends with it. And not to say he didn't do it on both ends in Toronto, but there's a certain hunger about Kawhi because he's missed multiple playoff series in his career. When you kind of lead into the season that we have now, we remember last year what happened with him with the Clippers against the Phoenix Suns, came out the first couple of games, balled out, and then he was done for the rest of the series because he tried to ramp up his body didn't respond. Now he's out for the rest of the playoffs. So.
And he hears all that noise too of everyone saying Kawhi is, never healthy, not going to win another because the health is an issue, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
One bet that I do like tonight though, Cam, not on Kawhi Leonard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going unders on Michael Porter Jr.
Love it.
He's got the shoulder injury that is really bad right now.
Yeah.
And you heard on the broadcast the other night, they had talked to him pregame about how he was feeling. And basically there's pain anytime he lifts his arm to like a 45-degree angle. Like his arm's just hanging on.
How do you shoot a basketball? Okay, can you show the people? Because you're a former hooper.
Yeah, you shoot like a 90-degree angle. You bring it up. And I think it's his non-shooting.
Cam, I like how she had the elbow in there. That was good. That's good
rotation
of the ball.
Kate put time on her shot. Like, don't get it twisted now. Yeah. You see that.
Yeah.
Muscle memory.
Yeah. You got the gooseneck. You hold it. Yeah.
Leave it. Leave it down.
But, I mean, having that type of shoulder injury, you're not going up for too many rebounds.
No.
And that his prop number on the rebounds has come down. It was 5.5 earlier today, heavily juiced to the under, and now it's at 4.5. You get plus money on the under. I still think that's a decent play because he's going up for one-handed rebounds if he has the opportunity.
Yeah.
You're not grabbing those with two hands if you can hardly lift your arm to a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And just looking at his rebound numbers, 4, 15, 6, 4, 2, 3.
Like
set at 4.5, right?
4.5.
Take the under.
You got to go under there.
Take the under on that with Michael.
And I don't think he's going to be scoring a whole lot. I think this last game is very indicative of what we're going to see from him this game. I mean, 5 points. He took 5 shots where he's usually taking shots into the double digits.
Right.
He's so banged up right now.
Yeah. Michael Porter Jr. helped me cash out when you go back to game 4, I believe, when he went over 1.5 threes.
Yep.
Went 4 of 7, so I appreciate it on that. But taking the under on Michael Porter Jr. But on the Clippers side of things, betting-wise, I just finished talking about Kawhi.
Yeah. What do we do for Clippers?
Kawhi's double-double prop is set at plus 225.
Ooh, that's a good number.
To get a double-double in Game 7. And you're like, Cam, what has Kawhi Leonard done in this series when it's come to double-doubles? Well, I will tell you what Kawhi Leonard has done when it comes to getting double-doubles in this series. And we're just going to go backwards on this thing because I need to make myself look good as I set this thing up. Yeah. Game 6, double-double, 27 points, 10 rebounds. Game 5, 20 points, 11 assists. Game 4, 24-9, flirted with a double-double. Game 3, 21 and 11 rebounds. So he's gotten 3 double-doubles in his last 4, and it's plus 225. I couldn't believe it. It's still there. And maybe BetMGM is listening right now, so if they are, you better get on it right now. But I put more than gas station money down on this thing.
I like
I'm not going to tell the number, but it was up there because my wife is listening. If she hears that I put this number out, then
you're going to be in trouble.
I won't be going home. I'll be sleeping in my car. So, but I couldn't believe it. Kawhi Leonard, double-double, plus 225 in Game 7, as I mentioned. Has a double-double in 3 of his last 4 games in this series. That is a steal.
That's a pretty good.
That is. And he was steal. 1 rebound shy of a double-double in, what is that, Game 3?
Yeah.
One of the games?
Yep.
And, I mean, he's gotten it.
Game 5.
Game 5. He's gotten it with assists once and rebounds once. So, like, either one of those 2 categories, you could cash double-doubles on.
We sat here last Saturday, and I said, you were talking about, Clippers this, Clippers that, and I said, what if Jokic just decides, it's me today. Like, I'm the best player in the NBA. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Cam. I know you like your guy, SGA. But, and, like, he puts up 37, 18, and 13. Yeah. Is that a possibility again?
I think so.
I think it's possible. And if you want to bet Jokic triple-double, go ahead, and you're not going to get much.
No,
plus 110, you told us
plus
before,
110,
right?
I mean, you might as well go with
plus 110 is wild.
2-leg, 3-leg, something within that game. But plus 110 for Jokic to get the triple-double is wild. But, yes, he very well could just do that. And to your point of being at home and being the home crowd, that environment at Ball Arena is electric. I've never been to a game there, but we have seen just the atmosphere and just how crazy those fans can get. Mm-hmm. Crazy in a good way, people, but just crazy they can get. They get off to a great start, and Jokic is doing his thing, and he's getting closer to the numbers, or he has the numbers that Randy just threw out. this is a dog walking.
Yeah.
This is a blowout.
Yeah. Yeah.
100%.
And those fans, like, they're 2 years off of a championship.
Yeah.
Like, they remember what that felt like.
And remember last year in Game 7 against the Timberwolves at home.
They were up 15 at half, right?
They were up huge. And like the Timberwolves just blitzed them in the second half and won big. I think the Timberwolves won like by 18 or 20 points.
It was a wild swing.
Yeah. So anything could happen in this game.
Yes.
Are we both convinced that the Clippers have a better chance to advance past this round? The Nuggets with their injuries and just kind of maybe probably can't get past. They would not do well against the Thunder, or no?
I would think so because Jamal Murray's been banged up a little. You have Michael Porter Jr. Not that MPJ's like that massive difference maker.
Yeah.
You know, he's a solid piece, but he hasn't been playing his best. I would think the Clippers could hang with the Thunder a little bit better than the Nuggets could.
Yeah, I agree. I still lean more, and we had this great conversation on Greg Popovich, and, you know, you have great players, but they still need to be coached. I still lean on the head coach when it comes to that matchup and Ty Lue, and leaning on him and what he can do and just how he can scheme for those matchups. I still lean on him with that. So
Kenny made a great point in our chat, though, that the Nuggets have lost back-to-back Game 7s at home. So Kenny says, not happening 3 times in a row.
Yeah, when Jokic was just a little pup back in 2018 against the Blazers, Dame Lillard. Is that happening 3 times in a row? I think the Nuggets are a really good bet on the money line. Best player in the world, I think, sets up a series against SGA, the MVP of this season. I think the Nuggets, I was on the Clippers early on. I thought that they would end up finishing this in 6, actually, but 2 tough losses in a row in Game 4 and Game 5. I think the Nuggets are a good bet tonight with Jokic on your side with that ticket.
Nick Friedel, also Odyssey NBA insider that joined us earlier, he said he would lean towards the Nuggets tonight too.
I respect it.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Cam, the other team that's waiting in the West to find out who they will play in the semis.
Yeah, who's that team, Kate?
That's the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Oh, wait, aren't you from
the
great state of Minnesota?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
that's Anthony Edwards and my Minnesota Timberwolves.
How are we feeling
about
your Timberwolves?
Honestly, I'm feeling really good.
Yeah.
I am.
Are we feeling NBA Finals good? Because we're not talking Western Conference Finals. We're talking NBA Finals. Are we talking NBA Finals good?
I'm worried about
NBA
the Thunder.
Championship good.
I think not NBA Championship good.
Really?
I don't think they can.
Why not?
I think they could.
Yeah.
I honestly believe that. I think they could. I really believe that.
You think they can get past the Thunder, though? That's my concern.
They will get past the Thunder.
Oh, look at that, Kenny!
Whoa!
They beat my Lakers, and now I'm with them.
Oh my gosh! You cannot compare the Lakers and the Thunder. Those are two completely
Kenny
different
took off
teams.
his LeBron jersey, and underneath was an Ant-Man jersey.
Yes. There you go.
Kenny,
Yeah.
The Lakers are old.
I'm not saying that the Lakers are better than the Thunder. I'm saying that I was a Lakers guy. I'm not going to become a Thunder guy now. Come on. I mean, I'm still I'm not with the inexperience. You know, I can't buy into them yet. So
Okay. I mean, I think that the Wolves to make the Western Conference Final is a great bet. You probably I don't know the price on that right now, but I don't see them losing to either the Rockets or the Warriors. I would not have said that prior to this Lakers series. I mean, we talked a couple weeks ago, Cam, like I didn't think the Wolves really had what it takes to get back to even the conference finals this year, but they showed another level in that first round series against the Lakers, and like Julius Randle was awesome.
You read my
when you
mind.
have him playing that way,
You're reading my mind, Kate.
like then all of a sudden this team is different because we have not seen that Julius Randle consistently throughout the regular season.
Did either of you guys think it was kind of poetic justice that last year Luka hit the crossover against Gobert, and then said you can't blank and guard me.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Gobert goes off for 27 and 21.
Yeah.
And then Ant brought that up in the post game, kind of like, who's laughing now? Like, they no team have I seen keep more receipts than the Timberwolves. Like Ant was walking around the whole stadium saying, Lakers in 5, Timberwolves in
Ant leaving the stadium, he's walking down. What other player in the NBA just walks back to the hotel, doesn't take the bus, and is just chirping the fans?
Georgia's finest, man, Anthony Edwards.
Oh, he's amazing.
Well, a couple of people got just a little bit of redemption on Luka.
Yeah.
Gobert, we just talked about him, but also Nico Harrison of the Dallas Mavericks. You know. He probably cracked a little smile. and probably took just a small, deep breath, just like.
Just an exhale a little bit.
Cam,
able
you forgot one more guy who took on the Lakers losing. This guy that was supposed to be the center. I'm drawing a blank on his name. That from the Hornets.
Oh,
Mark Williams. Yeah,
tweeted out a smiley face or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, man,
enjoyed that as well.
Look, karma is a real thing.
It is.
Karma is a real thing. Watch out.
It is. Glitch in the System, our favorite game. We're going to play that next here on The Better Angle. We'll be right back.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
that time of the show. We play our favorite game, Glitch in the System.
Oh, yeah.
Go into the BetMGM app, find some mispriced lines, and make some money. Kenny, let's do it.
Is Vegas right?
I'm right.
Or did we find a glitch in the system?
Glitch in the system.
Now, on the better angle. Yeah, baby, it's on!
We are going to stick with that Western Conference Finals talk that we were talking before the break with the Timberwolves. This is now my team to win the Western Conference. Now plus 500 at BetMGM. The Thunder, the overwhelming favorite, minus 175. Look, I mean, so OKC and how good they are is one thing, but Timberwolves, where they sit right now, right where the Thunder are in the second round, looking to play a team coming off of Game 7. We can all agree the three best players left in the Western Conference, Shea, Ant, and Curry. Honestly, I'm putting my money on Anthony Edwards. I know OKC's the best team, like I said, but I think the combination of experience and depth that the Timberwolves have, gives them a great shot. I mean, they went to the Western Conference Finals last year, further than the OKC team has, and I think the additions that they made with Randall playing the way he is, DiVincenzo playing the way he is, I think Gobert is probably not going to be – people are worried about him and the more minutes that he gets. I think Naz Reid is actually going to take over that role as a closer late in games. It's not going to be Gobert anyway. So I don't think there's really much to pick at with the Timberwolves team plus 500 to win the Western Conference with Anthony Edwards playing the way he is.
Kenny, I was going to say that last week you came up probably with some of the best glitches that we've had on this show, and the other glitches have been great throughout the history. But last week was tough, and I'm worried. I don't know if Kenny can do it. Can he rebound, and not rebound, but can he make it another great week of great glitches?
Yeah.
And he's doing it again, Kate.
He is?
He's doing it again. Yes. Minnesota, don't do it, Kate. I know you're proceeding cautiously. I can see it on your face. Yes, there it is. Sound the horn. It is a glitch in the system. Give me the Timberwolves, and I know I talked about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He will be the NBA MVP. There is something about this Timberwolves team that is special. They're a matchup nightmare for a lot of teams, but they're a matchup issue for Oklahoma City. When you look at Rudy Gobert and what he's able to do, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Chet Holmgren to really step up, because if he's not making shots, then you talk about possibly him being the X factor in this. It doesn't work if he's not making shots. Let's just be real about it. He's a toothpick. It's thin. But if Gobert can have some type of shade of what we saw the other night against the Lakers, I'm not asking for 27 points and 24 rebounds. Not doing that. No. But if he can have some type of impact in that series, then yes, when he gets to the Western Conference Finals, then yes, the Minnesota Timberwolves will move on to the Western Conference or be the representative for the Western Conference in the NBA Finals. Plus 500. It's a glitch for me. Kenny, I can already see it on Kate's face. People watching on Twitch, you can see it on her face as well. But
I'm scared. I'm scared, but I believe it. I want to believe it so badly. I mean, I do.
Are you more scared that Kenny is now a Timberwolves fan?
Yes.
Or that he's going with the Wolves to be in the NBA
That Kenny
Finals?
is now a Timberwolves fan. That's what scares me the most.
I'm on like a personal mission to eliminate the Thunder for literally no reason.
Yeah,
for
what
literally
is
no
it?
reason.
What is it?
I made a comment.
I
made a comment a few weeks on the show with how young of a team they are with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and his upstart. He's been good for a few years now, but he's still really young. The team's young, like I said. We haven't seen a team this young with a player that hasn't. I don't know. I just don't believe that they can go to and win. They can go to the finals. I don't believe they can win it. I don't think that they're established enough to win the NBA Finals. That's my belief. So I feel like I'm on a personal mission to eliminate them from this tournament.
Okay, so Minnesota winning. I have just, as many other fan bases have, but disappointed by the Timberwolves so many years over and over and over again that I feel vulnerable getting too excited. It's too much. But I think that they have a better chance of beating the Celtics if they make it to the finals. I think the bigger question for me is, can they get past the Thunder? Because if they get past the Thunder, I think that they can beat the Celtics, especially if the Celtics, with the injuries that they have. Like Jason Tatum is not fully healthy. Jaylen Brown is not fully healthy. Drew Holiday is not healthy.
Yeah.
So, like, that is the extra edge that the Timberwolves would hopefully, I mean, granted, they stay healthy, have on Boston going into the finals. So, plus 500, yes, I think that's a glitch. I think Minnesota, a lot of times, the playoffs too, like, teams that are playing the hottest at the right time. Minnesota had so many ups and downs throughout the season. They were so inconsistent at times throughout the season, and so that's what scares me a little bit. I don't want to, like, go off of this game, what was it, Game 5 performance against the Lakers and think that, like, that's the version we get every time.
Yeah.
But we're starting to kind of see the consistency, and so, yeah, I'm on board with the Wolves.
There
I am.
we go. There
I
we
am.
go.
Woo!
You see she's
I
still
know.
cautious, Kenny.
I'm
Everybody
stressed.
watching on Twitch,
I'm
watching the better
stressed.
angle.
And if the
She's
Wolves are in the
scratching the back of
finals
the head.
and they play on a Saturday, gentlemen, I will not be here. I'm
I
finding a
respect
way
it.
to get
I
myself to
respect
that
it.
game.
I respect it.
Andrew Williams, I'm going to need the day off.
Well, Andrew is also a Timberwolves
He is.
fan. So,
Yeah.
he might
there you go.
He might be there. All right,
There you
maybe
go.
Andrew and I got to go to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, like, yeah, the Thunder, they're so good. They're minus 175 for a reason. But if I was a bookmaker, I would be scared handing out Timberwolves plus 500 right now. Like people taking money in on that, like, I would be genuinely scared because I truly think, like I mentioned, SGA, Ant, and Curry, probably three best players. We don't know if Curry's going to be in the second round or not. As good as SGA is, MVP of the league, I trust Ant. Like, because the thing with the Thunder is, like, how are they going to look if these games are close in the final 5 minutes against an Anthony Edwards or if it was Curry? That's one of the things that I worry about, too, because they've been known this season for just blowing out teams and pulling away late. And especially they've been so good at home. But, yeah, no, I think the price at plus 500 for the Timberwolves is very good.
I just sent all this to SGA and said, use this as bulletin board material.
So they're going to have Kenny's face.
Yeah,
in the locker room of OKC.
Kenny Anderson.
Well, I'd love for him to prove me wrong. So
I thought you were an SGA fan.
I am a fan of him for sure. I just think that, like, I just have a feeling that they're just too young. That's just the feeling that I've had throughout, this season. And I mean, maybe I'm wrong. So
that's fine.
We'll see.
All right, moving on.
Another team people could argue is too young, but I think it's time that we start respecting them. The Cleveland Cavaliers. You can get them right now plus 170 to win the Eastern Conference, and I can make a good case right now that they're better than the Boston Celtics at this very moment. I mean, Boston, first of all, Boston has to play the Knicks in this round. Not saying that they're going to lose, but I think this is going to be a physical series. But New York's going to give them all they have. Boston-New York, a rivalry. I think that Boston's going to come away with this series with a win, but they're not going to come away 100%. We talked about Kate just talked about the injuries that they have right now. Jaylen Brown's not playing at his best basketball, so I can't deny that Boston has a championship pedigree. But at this price, plus 170, it's probably going to be Cleveland-Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals, and who's got home court? The Cleveland Cavaliers. And I just made an argument, simply the better team, maybe the more deeper team, too, with the addition of DeAndre Hunter. And Evan Mobley's playing so well right now. So I think Cleveland Cavaliers, as much as I have my doubts about them as well, I just think at price, plus 170, I think that they should be much closer to the favorite of winning the Eastern Conference.
Okay, what do you think? You going glitch?
I think this is a fair price. I'm not going to say it's not a glitch, but it's not like a I think it's fair. I think it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
At first, when Kenny said 170 plus 170, I was thinking, kind of want 2 to 1.
Yeah.
But you talk about the upcoming series, and what the Knicks are going to bring. I mean, even talking to Nick Friedel, he said he thinks it's going to be a 4-2, a 6-game series between the Celtics and Knicks. So I think that's a fair price. I'm going to go no glitch, but I wouldn't advise betting or not taking it if you like it. I say that's a decent number to take.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think no glitch on the Kenny, but don't discredit the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
I think that will be a tougher series than people realize, and I get it with Cleveland. They look superhuman and throughout the regular season.
But they played the Heat.
Yeah, glorified scrimmage for sure
Yeah.
throughout that, and that's why the Miami Heat were swept. But I was fighting myself on this Cleveland Cavaliers team throughout the regular season. Like, they're not that good. Like, come on.
We all were. We said that so many times. I mean, Randy, how many times have you said, like, we just don't believe in them quite yet?
Like, you need more people. We don't believe you, for sure.
Which team has the better starting five, Boston or Cleveland?
Boston.
Is it close, though? I think it's close. It's pretty close, especially with Boston's players right now not being their best selves. I think Evan Mobley could be his very best self we've seen in his career so far. Yeah. That even Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland, too, becoming the star he is now. So I just think that it's close, though. I think that's the argument, is that it's close between Cleveland and Boston's starting five.
The only thing that for looking at matchup wise is that Drew Holiday, for me, eliminates or limits what Darius Garland does best, and that's getting open space, make plays, knock down threes, get inside the lane, penetrate, and open up things. I think Drew Holiday is built that way. We've seen him do it time and time again throughout his career when he's been the primary defender for that ball handler for whatever team he's facing. But then you look at Tatum, Brown, they win those matchups with whoever you pair them up against on the opposite side for the Cleveland Cavaliers. And then I still believe in Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah.
He's a guy that is a matchup problem. He's going to put Jared Allen in space if he's making shots. You can say this all the time. Like, if somebody's making shots, of course, it's going to be tough for anyone to defend him. But Kristaps is a guy that we've seen it, that he's knocked down shots and can really space the floor. So not only are you taking away Jared Allen from the rim, and I know Evan Mobley will be back there as well, but for me, if I'm Tatum or Brown, I think they don't care whoever is at the rim, they're still going to attack. But it feels like you have better chances of, and I say this knowing that Evan Mobley won Defensive Player of the Year, everybody, but I would take my chances more attacking Evan Mobley at the rim than Jared Allen if I'm Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown.
And I know I just mentioned the injuries in terms of them playing Minnesota, but I don't think you would necessarily see Drew Holiday sitting out 2 games if this was a series against the Cavs. Like, I think they knew where they were early on in the playoffs. The Magic, they felt good about that series and winning that series and moving on. And so even to have Tatum sit a game, Drew Holiday just get to sit a couple games, all that to say, fair price on plus 170.
Yeah, with that. And then also just one more thing on the Pacers. Just when you look at stat-wise, when it comes to these playoffs, Cleveland has by far been the best offensive unit because they just handled the Miami Heat like they were like, God, just kids. But a spot behind them in some categories, a couple of spots behind them in some categories offensively are the Indiana Pacers. Field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, points per game that they're putting up, for sure. So Indiana is a team that is there. I know it's going to be up and down pace, and this Pacers team will like to make this an up and down game as opposed to a half-court game.
This season, Pacers fast break points in their games against Cleveland, they outscored them 87-35 in fast break points. So to your point, I would be a little concerned for the Cavs. I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park for Cleveland. More to come on the other side here on The Better Angle. We'll continue to dive into some NBA playoff action. Coming up next with Cam Smith and Kate Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with The Better Angle on the
I seeing this right? The Cleveland Guardians were on their last out of the game grand slam walk-off, win it over the Blue Jays.
Sounds like a great Saturday night party. If you got plans, Cleveland.
That's
enjoy
via
it.
Twitter right now. I may be looking at a video that's old. Randy, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
They have the lead going to the bottom of the ninth.
Oh, going into the bottom.
Yeah,
Okay,
but there's
not a
already
walk-off, but
already
go
two
ahead.
outs, and they're about to win.
Still.
Pretty good.
Have a great Saturday night, Guardians fans.
Yep.
Enjoy it.
There you go.
I'm glad I didn't take the Blue Jays because that would have really crushed me. Because Kevin Gausman was on the mound today and was dealing. I think he had like 9 or 10 strikeouts. So that would have.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's a tough way to lose.
Yeah.
Tough way to lose.
That's rough.
Okay, well, leads into our conversation. Speaking of Cleveland, LeBron James from the Cleveland area, is he going back to Cleveland at any point in his career? Because the Lakers are not playing anymore. They are bounced from the playoffs and lost to the Wolves 4-1. I mean, Lakers fans, I think, there's probably some fans that are stunned, some fans that knew what that roster was, the hardcore fans. But you have Luka Doncic and LeBron James on your team, and you only get one win in your first-round series. LeBron doesn't have a whole lot of time left, Cam. You could have said that a couple of years ago, and that would have been accurate. Like, the guy's 40.
Yeah, definitely. Ageism is real in this conversation. That's why we're bringing it up. But you have to make a very bold decision if you're the Lakers front office.
Yes.
Do we allow LeBron to just ride it out with our team, our franchise, or do we trade him back to Cleveland to try and get something for him?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the big question that I believe they have to make. I don't go with the belief that they will trade him, but it's the NBA.
Right.
And you never know.
And LeBron may ask out.
Right.
Like, he may ask for them to,
Yeah.
well, I guess still that would be the Lakers. Like, what do they get back for him and all that stuff? But, I've heard rumblings, and these are legit just rumblings and rumors right now. Of course, you're going to get that. You get that every time LeBron's bounced from the playoffs. Is like, what's next for him? But, like, someone who is from the Cleveland area, does he want to go finish his career in Cleveland? Like, would that be a poetic end to his 22 coming up on 23-year career?
Yeah.
Either way, you're right. The Lakers have a lot to figure out with that roster and the construction there, because they don't have any size.
Yeah.
And that killed them against Minnesota. You don't have a center. And JJ Redick, like, putting Maxi Kleber in game 5, the guy hadn't played in months, hadn't even seen the floor in months, let alone like really practiced a whole lot. What are we doing?
Exactly. What are we doing?
Over
why
Jackson
the hell
Hayes,
is Maxi Kleber on the floor?
And late in the game, at important moments in the game too.
Is he a defensive stopper? Hell no.
Is he an
Can
offensive
he make
threat?
shots?
He can make
Occasionally,
shots.
yeah.
Is he a threat? No.
And when was the last time we saw him on the basketball floor, though?
Right. And
It's been a few months.
Because he came over in the Luka, or had he already been with the Lakers for a while? Like, does he know that system?
No, he was over. He came over in the Luka trade.
Yeah. So didn't I mean, that was one of the questionable JJ Redick moves. Also in game 4, playing his starters the entire second half was questionable, especially when you have a 40-year-old who you know you're going to have to lean on in the following game.
Yeah.
Like, LeBron looked out of gas at the end of game 5.
He didn't have anything at all. And just going back to his contract situation, so he has a player option.
Okay.
Of $52 million this offseason.
This offseason.
This
Okay.
offseason, he has a player option.
So he can opt out of that, and then he become a free agent, and then maybe, I mean, he could.
Yeah, because if he decides to opt in, then 2026, 2027, he's an unrestricted free agent. So now it's like,
okay,
do you decide to trade him?
Right.
And not pay that $52 million
Mhm.
because you're gonna possibly lose him anyway.
Right.
After next season. So that's a big question for that Lakers front office, because I'm of the belief that I'd rather get something for him than allow him just to walk.
Right.
But also, you understand, if you're the Lakers, there's a certain way to handle things. We've seen it time and time again with this franchise of their iconic elite players that they've had via trade, mostly if you look at the Lakers' history. But they've done right by them.
Mm-hmm.
They have. So the Lakers have a certain status and really presentation of themselves that, no, we're going to try and do right by our guys. It would be very bad taste for them to try and trade LeBron.
Especially, I mean, it's LeBron James.
I know. But
that LeBron has also kind of handcuffed the organization a little bit. And so at what point does the organization say, okay, no, we're going to take back the power. We're going to trade you because we know you're not coming back for long at all, if at all.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know.
Hey, Rob Pelinka.
Yeah.
There you
Rob
go.
Pelinka's been busy over the last couple of years.
Even busier this offseason.
Very
because
busy.
Even if LeBron, if they don't trade him, he opts in, then you have to find some pieces, to your point, of that front court of finding some height, some bigs that can play. I mean, you traded away one of the best in Anthony Davis for Luka. And here you are in this situation where you just dug the hole deeper when it comes to finding somebody for your front court. But you have to really make this bold decision if you want to trade LeBron James as opposed to allowing him to walk when we get to the 26-27 season or right before that. So,
do we think there's any chance LeBron retires before that?
I lean towards that.
Yeah?
I lean towards that.
Like this, we could have seen the last of him? I think he comes back for one more.
I think he has one more season in him because, again, LeBron ain't turning down $52 million.
No.
Like, come on.
No, he's not.
I don't care how old I look. I'm not turning down 52. If
And,
I was
mean,
LeBron,
he's still played at a pretty high level.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So,
would you argue he's still the face of the NBA?
No, I don't believe he's the face of it. And honestly, I don't feel that there is a face of the NBA.
That's what I was going to say. I don't know who it would be.
Yeah.
Like, I think Luka is a good target or someone who maybe should be the face of the NBA, but he doesn't really want to be. And the way he's treated his body, like, he really... Can you be the face of the NBA when you don't take it all like that seriously?
Yeah,
I mean, even JJ Redick said after the Lakers lost, like, we have to be in championship shape. That's calling Luka out of being like, dude, get it together.
Yeah.
Luka's dealing with injuries throughout that entire series that, like, maybe don't happen if you can keep your player in front of you.
And that's the hope for bringing Luka over with LeBron and saying, hey, some of that wisdom that we've hoped that you can share with Luka, we need you to do that, dog. Yeah. Because he's the next guy.
So I was, I found some video on Twitter of Luka highlights from his first couple of years in the league. He was blowing past defenders. I don't want to say necessarily explosive, but he had a pop to him that is long gone, and he had doesn't have any semblance of that anymore. The guy could be unbelievable.
Yeah.
He's already unbelievable, but he still has a whole nother level to go to if he just honestly gets himself in shape.
So the thing that I'm cautious with Luka about, and I've had this conversation with a few people, is that we don't factor in how long he's been a professional.
Yeah. I mean, since 16, right?
Yeah, I think 15.
Yikes.
He's 15. He's been playing professional basketball. And I understand that he's 25, and some of the things that we've seen from him since his NBA career started to where we are now have been one of the greatest of all time. When you look at his numbers, the impact that he's been able to have, but he's got a lot of tread on those tires.
Yeah, that's a great point, Cam.
So how long will he be able, and maybe he can prolong or extend, not prolong, but extend his career if he gets himself in shape and kind of get those LeBronisms to how to take care of your body, what you should do, what you should eat, how you should rest, how to prepare, and he can extend his career. But I can't see a guy that's kind of, let's just be real about this, stuck in his ways and how he handles his body.
Yeah.
And it's like anything. Like, for him, he's put up great numbers. And probably in his mind, I'm thinking he's like, all right, well, I do a little bit in the offseason, work on my game, get some shots up. I've done great things. I've won championships in Europe. I've taken the team to an NBA Finals. I've been All-NBA. I've been All-Star. I've been in MVP conversations. What I'm doing is working.
Right.
Why
do I
change
need to
anything?
change? Yeah.
And that gets praise, and he gets coddled a little more. And I was just like, I'm not changing.
Yeah.
What? Why do I have to change?
I wonder if he's been injured a lot the last couple seasons where he misses big chunks of time. Like, is that going to catch up to him, or is that going to flip the switch at all in his mind and say, maybe if I took care of my body, these injuries wouldn't happen?
Yeah.
Because I kind of think to Joel Embiid, Embiid's been injured forever because of I mean, I don't know the exact scientific purpose of like all of these injuries or bad luck, but like Embiid's body is he's just such a massive human being that like that pressure on the joints, where like if Luka were to take a couple pounds off, maybe he wouldn't have calf strains. Maybe we wouldn't be dealing with all these things. And does that ever click for him where he wants to continue staying at because the guy's 25, 26?
25, only 25 years old. And the Lakers are hoping that it clicks for him because, dude, after 23 leaves, we need 77 to carry this franchise forward into the next era. And also, we can pay you a lot of money, at least $300 million, if you do the things you're supposed to do. And I think the Lakers have no choice but to pay him that money because they're pushing their chips into the middle with Luka.
Oh, for sure.
But he's got to learn that I have to do better with my body, what I'm eating, how I'm preparing myself for an NBA season plus playoffs. And he's not doing it right now.
And also, like, don't you want to prove Nico Harrison wrong, too? Like, the guy pretty much traded you because he said you can't play defense and you're fat.
Yeah.
And now, coming out of the woodworks are people saying, maybe Nico Harrison was right. Maybe there was something to this. Like, I still think you don't trade Luka Doncic. You don't trade a player of that caliber. And certainly not in the manner in which he did. Like, go shop the guy. Get a haul back for him. But critics, I mean, pretty quickly, people were like, maybe Nico Harrison was onto something.
Yeah. And
I don't believe him.
I just feel like Nico had that moment like, see, I told you.
Yeah.
For sure. I told you.
Randy, you're sitting over there quiet.
No, I'm just thinking.
I can always tell when Randy's like, I'm not sure I agree with this conversation.
No, I agree. I think Nico, like, that was one of their biggest concerns, right? Is we're going to give this guy, I don't know how many millions, and he's not committed. Like, right? I know he's a fan favorite and he can dominate games, which is amazing with not being in great shape. But like, that's one thing when you're doing it when you're paying him in the other contract, but now you're going to have to really basically give the keys to the franchise to him and say, this is all yours, and he's still the same guy. So I think Nico right now is getting a little vindication. I thought someone came out and said that, 100, I think it was Zach Lowe, said that, like, this shows, like, he was ripping Luka's defense, how awful, and people were just driving by him, no effort. He said, like, Nico was right in part of his assessment. He goes, the part he screwed up is he should have gotten 4 first-round picks for him. And he just shopped him to one team, basically, and got a guy who's aging in himself, Anthony Davis. We don't know if he'll ever be healthy for a season. But, I mean, I think that everyone involved, the Lakers, everyone's involved is concerned about Luka, just long term.
He's so, not going to say great, because that doesn't do him justice. He's so iconic in what he can do offensively that he disguises things on the defensive end. And you're like, you know what? But dude,
if you could just put it all together, you would be like the complete player.
It would be perfect, right?
Yes.
But it's like, man, I can deal with him getting blown by. I mean, that's why we have 4 of the guys on the court.
Right.
Helps our defense. Everybody else, pick up his part.
Yep.
It gets old after a while.
Yeah.
And not only with coaches and front office, but teammates.
That's
like, we've played basketball, Kate.
Yeah.
I played in Division I Southern Illinois. I've had teammates that were not good defenders.
And
it makes it tougher for the other 4 guys on the court. You're just like, dude, I'm not going to keep helping you keep getting blown by. And then when we get back to the other end, you get the basketball and you're taking all of these shots.
Right.
Like, you've made some great shots, but also, come on, man.
We're the ones
you
doing
put
all
some
the work.
Forth, some type of effort.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Luka he's got it all there. He just needs to fix a couple pieces.
Yeah. So we're looking at the Luka Doncic-led Los Angeles Lakers, LeBron being traded this offseason. NBA chaos.
It is NBA chaos. And like to your point earlier, Cam, with Pop retiring, like, it is very much a changing of the league right now of those veteran head. Like, how many more years is Steve Kerr going to coach? Do you think he continues long after Steph's gone?
I think when Steph goes, he goes. That's my prediction.
Like, I mean, you've had this dynasty forever. You've been able to coach one of the greatest players of all time. Like, do you want to start over and be rebuilding your? I think you're right, Randy.
Yeah.
So
he had back injuries. Remember, there was a time he was considering retiring because
he
was in so much pain. So,
and how many more years does Steph play? 3, 4, 5?
And how many more at the peak?
Right.
He's 34, right? Yeah. 34, 35.
Yeah. You could say the same thing about Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You can throw Kawhi Leonard into that too
Yep.
as well.
Yep.
Coaching side, I mean, I was gonna say Tibbs, but it feels like Tibbs will be
Tibbs will go forever.
on his like deathbed.
Yes.
Still like, no, put me on the sideline.
You gotta love Tibbs' hair, by the way. I mean,
Yeah.
just,
The guy just needs to just shave it. It's time. Get rid of it.
Look,
Especially when it gets sweaty halfway through the games. Like you just
get
got
to a
that
certain-
string cheese.
you get to a certain point in life where you
You
just
don't
gotta
even
know
care.
when to hold him.
Right, exactly.
Know when to fold him. It's time to fold him, Tibbs. Just go ahead and go with the baldy man. It'll be even better because you're the head coach of the New York Knicks.
Hey, listen to Cam. He's got some wisdom right there. All right, we've got a Game 7 tonight. Denver, LA Clippers. We'll talk some more about the bets in that game. Plus, Derby's coming up. We got to give out some horses to bet on as well. More to come here on The Better Angle with Cam Smith and Kay Constable.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with the Better Angle on the Bet MGM network. Bet MGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We are not far from the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
It is rainy. It is muddy.
Mother Nature, why are you doing that? Come on.
Right? I feel like every year at the Kentucky Derby, it's rainy and gross.
Yeah.
Like, do we ever? When was the last time we had one where it wasn't?
Randy's the expert.
Yeah.
I can't remember who even won last year. So
yeah, I can't either.
It is a great event, but if after you go once, you don't need
to go again.
Yeah, you need to go back. It's
I mean, especially like if you were standing in the freezing rain and
No,
cold.
like,
But like
they
all,
call
all
it
the girls are in.
the infield will hold like 250, 300,000 people. Like just
Holy cow!
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah, and it's just insane. Like just
So are the mint juleps worth it then?
Yeah.
To go back to the Derby.
No, because I'll just make you one myself, Cam.
All right, Jenna's the bartender. There we go.
I
Jenna
should
should
have
have
brought
in stuff for mint juleps today.
Honestly, I had a little whiskey last night, and then when I woke up this morning, I was like, oh, I had mint and everything in the fridge. I should have just made one for me. I messed up.
Yeah, that would have been refreshing.
Yes.
Right now. I mean, but just looking on the TV in front of us, like everyone who's walking this, their shoes are just ruined.
Yeah. Like the whole fit and the idea.
everything.
Just like, no.
I love how Kate, that's the first thing Kate noticed.
Well,
shoes
I'm
are
like,
ruined.
everyone dresses up, and I get it. Like, if I went to the Kentucky Derby, I'd go all out and do
Yeah.
the same thing. But
Yeah.
like, everyone's shoes are just toast. That's not good.
The
You can't be
whole
wearing like
plan
the.
of trying to coordinate from head to toe
Right?
because of the, for the women, the
And-
hat down to the
Yeah,
shoes
you
and
have to
heels.
look
Like,
good.
no, can't.
You can't be doing that when it's rainy and muddy. All right, Rainy.
Hopefully they prepared though. They
Yeah.
should have looked at the weather and kind of had an
Knew
idea,
that
like
this was
have a
going
backup
to
fit
be-
or at least something to
Right.
protect your fit.
Right. Randy, horses to be looking at today. Give us a little rundown.
I would just put $5 in every single horse, and you'll come out a winner, right? I don't know much about betting horse racing, but someone that does. I don't want to give his name out because I don't know if he wants to be mentioned on the air. But he said, I saw him this morning, and I said, "Who we got?" And he said, 18 horse. That's Sovereignty, who they just interviewed. I think you can get him like 8 or 9 to 1. And then he said, and put it in the exacta box. Oh my God! And now they're interviewing the other horse, 21, Beza. That was the other horse. He said to put in the exacta box, 18 and 21, for the Kentucky Derby. Those are the two horses.
18 and 21
Yeah,
in the
but
exacta
18 to
box.
win and
Okay.
21 involved in the exacta box. With
18 to win, not
Sovereignty.
21
No,
to
Sovereignty to win. 8, which I think is like 7 or 8 to 1 right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I don't know how things change with a track like this. If that favors another horse, I'm not
Right.
quite sure. But like people spend just hours and hours on this, like know, studying it, and it's crazy. But I just go with what people who I know who have won. He had the winner last year, so I'll trust him.
One year I like looked into the horses all week. I was studying them. I was trying to figure it out, and then I lost everything. And
Was
so,
that last year?
I think it was 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
And I thought I had it all figured out. I thought I was smart, and I was humbled very quickly. And so I just follow smart people's advice, and don't waste my time doing anything.
I've been.
I don't know enough about horses
Same,
and racing
same.
to like really
Well,
actually.
I told you my strategy. Just look at the names.
Yeah, the names.
Just
whatever one's best.
for somebody that doesn't watch sports, like what team do you want to win? Oh, I like the team in blue. I like their uniforms.
Right. I mean, that's how so many people pick their March Madness brackets, and some of them do pretty good.
I've covered I think 4 derbies, and like we just don't go there day of. We would get there Thursday night,
Mm-hmm.
and then Friday morning, because our show would be on the air from like 12 to 6 during the Derby, so we would have to get interviews. So we would wake up at 4:30 a.m. on Friday morning because you have to go to the backstretch where all the trainers are and interview them for 4 or 5 minutes, and they get there like at 5 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
And so you get that sound to then play later on your
Right,
show.
and that's the best time to get access before everyone starts talking to them. So you're there like at 5:30 or 6 in the morning, and you're asking these guys questions, and they're looking at you like you come 2 or 3 times a year to our event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just ask them questions. But the event itself, if you luck out and get a nice weather day on Saturday, it's pretty freaking awesome. Like the whole event is unbelievable, and it's, as they say, it's the fastest 2 minutes in sports.
It is.
And people argue that Secretariat is one of the best athletes of all time because it pulled away and won so easily when it won the Kentucky Derby. But I don't know if you can have a horse as one of your best athletes of all time.
Yeah, I'm gonna
say
say
it is amazing these celebrities that do show up for this, right?
Oh,
I
for
mean,
sure.
There's just a ton of celebrities that come every year and have a huge interest in it. So it's a great event, but once you go once, you don't need to go back.
Yeah. That was like I went to the Indy 500 a couple years ago. Great event, great experience. No desire to go back.
What was just like the traffic situation for both the Derby and also the Indy 500?
Yeah.
I know it had to be,
We got up super early,
but then also just leaving when the event is done.
Yes.
It had to be a headache.
Yeah, we had to walk like 2 miles just to get an Uber or something after. And like after being out in the sun all day long, that's the last thing you want to be doing.
So the crazy thing about the Derby is that when we drove the first couple of years, then we took the last flight from Southwest, which was a 6:50 flight Eastern time or 7:50 flight Eastern time, and our show ended at 7 Eastern. So we would jump into to our rental car and we'd make it like in 20 minutes and just get on the flight, and we were the only sober people on the flight. It was all people. And it was just like
I could just
an
see
hour
Randy
and a half of
auditioning
just
for Fast and Furious. Like,
it was just rough. It was a rough flight back.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. Yeah. All right. Give us those horses one more time, Randy.
18 Sovereignty to win. And then the 21 horse, I don't know how to pronounce that horse's name, part of the Exacta box with 18.
All right. I'm also just seeing something on Twitter right now. Mike Tirico had a nut allergy earlier today. He had a reaction, but he's feeling fine now. He's going to stay on the sidelines. Stay on the sidelines as in, I think, the sidelines of the Derby and call it.
Okay.
As someone who has a son, my son has tree nut and sesame allergies. That's
serious?
Yeah, like you have to be diligent, right?
Say EpiPen on standby.
Absolutely, yes,
wow.
yes.
Whew. All right, well, we hope Mike Tirico's, we're glad he's feeling better. Hope he continues to feel better. Game 7's, Cam. Back to the 2 best words, 2 fastest minutes, from the 2 fastest minutes to the 2 best words. Yeah, that should have been more,
that was good
more seamless.
It worked.
All right. We talked a little about Nuggets and Clippers. We'll recap those bets before the show ends here. Get you guys ready for that. Kicking off in about an hour, that game tips. But tomorrow we have Warriors and Rockets. And it is tough to bet against Steph Curry.
Yeah.
In a Game 7. Because we have seen so many times, like, he can rise to the occasion. Yeah. I mean, when the Warriors... couple of years ago, they were in a Game 7 with the Kings, and Curry went off for 50 in that game.
50 ball. Oof.
So, like, do we get something like that?
In Sacramento.
And this one is in Houston, on the road. Which is probably why his son, Cannon, after the game yesterday was crying and was sad they didn't win. And he said, dude, we got a game Sunday.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. The kid's like, no. But Steph's probably not too concerned. He's been in these moments before.
That's also scary for Rockets fans as well. Is that Steph is just like,
we're good. We're gonna play on
my
Sunday.
dear sweet boy.
Yeah.
Calm your heart. Ease your fears. Daddy will show up in Game 7.
Yeah.
With that said, though, I will place bets for both sides, but more so on the Warriors side of things, and it doesn't have to deal with a star. I'm going to look at the role players for Golden State for tomorrow's game. Moses Moody, come on down. Points prop set at 8.5 for Moses Moody. And Moses Moody, the last time he was in Houston, had his best game of the series. 25 points, 3 of 7 from 3, 9 of 18 from the field, had 9 rebounds. So if you're thinking about maybe taking Moses Moody double-double, put some gas station money on it, you'll be good. But I'm definitely taking over 8.5 points for Moses Moody in Game 7 tomorrow. Has cleared that in 3 of the 6 games, so split that on that. But, again, he's a guy that's seen more reps and just more eagerness, I think is a good word to use when it comes to this Warriors offense and shooting the basketball. So going over in back-to-back games, 25, as I mentioned, in Game 5, 13 the other night. So, 8.5 feels a little too low for Moses Moody. So I'll place that's where one of my mini bets will go with Moses Moody. And also, I'm going to take the under on the total. I'm going to take the under on that total. If I can get my screen back up on what it is is set at 204.5 right now. It's set at 204.5, so I'll take the under on that.
I mean, this has been an under series. The pace, the number of possessions in these games is like very slow.
Yeah.
I do like the Moses Moody look. I'm also going to be looking at Buddy Hield. 2+3s, minus 135. I think after a pretty rough Game 6, I think the Warriors are going to need Buddy Hield. You can also get him for 3 threes at plus 225. I mean, how many times have we seen Buddy Hield make 3 threes in a game?
I like that.
That's a decent number.
Wait, hold on. Wait, is this the same Buddy Hield that went scoreless in last night's game?
Yes, which is why, you can't be doing that. He played himself into the starting lineup in this series.
This is also the same Buddy Hield that has made a career of being a knockdown shooter, right?
Yes.
And he went scoreless in the previous game.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think you see one go through the hoop, and all of a sudden you see 2 and 3 and 4 maybe go through the hoop.
He's motivated to make multiple
so.
threes in a Game 7 to help his team.
I think so.
I'm with you, Kate. I'm with you. I like that. I love that, actually. I love that bet.
Steph to make 5 threes. It was plus money in Game 6. It's minus 105 right now. I think the books know that Steph has to be shooting. The volume is certainly going to be there.
Yeah.
What do we do with Jimmy?
That's an interesting player to take on this thing. I actually stay away from Jimmy Butler bets.
Okay.
I don't. I said this earlier about him. I don't expect him to come out and drop a 30-point or 35-point game. When you look at his points prop and where it's set right now, it's for me at 24.5. I don't want to deal with the pressure of anticipating if Jimmy can get over that.
Okay, because look at what Jimmy's done in this series. 25 points in Game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, granted, Game
Game
2.
Oh.
Game 3. I don't know what I'm looking at.
When he was hurt?
When he was hurt. He only had 3 points. Okay, so he only played 8 minutes in that game. But then he comes back, has 27, has 8 in Game 5, 27 in Game 6. Like, the consistency there. I would agree. I would stay away from Jimmy's points. That scares me a little bit.
Now, if you look at his rebounds, rebounds is something where knowing that the Warriors need some extra help on the glass, 6.5 minus 110 is a nice safe bet. I like Jimmy over 6.5 rebounds for sure.
His assist prop, I bet his assist prop last night was 5.5. He went over that, but it is now, it's still 5.5, but it's heavily juiced minus 154.
Ooh, gosh.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
What about on the Rockets side of things?
Yeah.
Because I know some Rockets fans are like, all right, come on, guys. It's Game 7. We're at home. We're the 2 seed. We just beat the Warriors the other night. Come on. I like Alperen Şengün.
Yeah.
I like Alperen Şengün.
Points, rebounds, assists. I took that last night. That
spicy.
That went over as well. He's gone over that quite a bit.
Got to get spicy with it, Kate.
Yeah.
And that is spicy. That is definitely spicy.
You're going to turn up the spice even more.
Alperen Şengün triple-double.
Ooh, what is that?
15-1. 15-1.
Has he had a triple-double in this series?
I believe.
Or he's been very close?
Let's see. Let's go. I call him Baby Joker. Because he's a dude that reminds me of Nikola Jokic so much in how he plays that he's not going to beat you with athleticism.
No, he's not.
He's just
he's going to beat you with the head fakes, the footwork.
Yeah. He's flirted with the triple-double a couple of times in this series. So it's
certainly
it's
double territory, but you're probably not getting a good number on that.
I'm telling everybody to put double-digit figures now in terms of money, like 10 or 20. Nah, gas station money, people. Gas station money is 15-1, so you'll get a solid payday on the return if he does get that. But yeah, triple-double Alperen Şengün.
Okay.
Just to turn up the spice a little bit.
Yeah, I like that. Of Jalen Green or Amen Thompson, who do you think has the bigger scoring night? Because like Jalen Green certainly has it in him with the 38-point performance, but like, does he really? Because outside of that, he really hasn't done a whole lot.
I would still lean more towards
Jalen
Green, just because I think of just shot opportunities. When you look at the pecking order for the Rockets, just talked about Alperen Şengün triple-double. Like, if he's not getting the basketball, you need to be subbed out and you have an issue.
Yes.
If Fred VanVleet, who we just saw have 29 last night, is not getting the shots, especially at home against a team that he's beaten before in the NBA Finals, if he's not getting shot opportunities, you got to get subbed out. We have a problem.
Yeah.
If Jalen Green is not in that 3 of the pecking order when it comes to shot attempts, we have a problem.
Yeah.
So I like Jalen Green going over his points prop. 14.5 is wildly
It has
low.
dropped and dropped and dropped.
Wildly
it was 16, I think, for Game 5 or Game 6.
Yeah.
Like, after, I think, started the series, I want to say around 20, and it just keeps dropping. So I think you talk about buy low, sell high spots. This is certainly a buy low spot on Jalen Green.
No doubt. I love it.
Yeah. All right. Take the Warriors. Did we?
Steven Adams over rebounds. I kind of like that.
I like that. I like Steven Adams over rebounds.
I mean, if Steven Adams keeps hitting some free throws, you could take Steven
he's
Adams
gonna get
over his
some more.
points too. They're going to
Yeah,
continue
that's
to
true.
do that if they're
That's
in that
true.
situation again. He made the most of it.
Yeah, they don't have his rebounds prop up right now, at least on my BetMGM app. So still
We'll keep-
tinkering with it.
We'll keep looking. We'll keep
Yeah.
looking. We got Clippers, Nuggets tonight, and also we have a new series, Pacers and Cavs, starting tomorrow too. We'll give out some bets there and wrapping up the show on the other side. This is the Better Angle on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
The horses are out. They're making their way to... I act like I know what this stuff's called. I guess the gates.
We still got some time, though.
I was waiting for you to say it. 'Cause I'm like, yeah, where are they going?
It's just
Because I don't know.
Dramatic pause, right?
Because I was going to add it to my vocabulary. Like, yeah, they're on their way to the stables.
Yeah,
They're leaving the paddock. I don't know if that's right either.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some a whole bank of terms that I have no idea.
Kate, just make it up. Just like at this point, just make it up. Use whatever you want, and we'll follow you.
The
and we'll
horses are
understand.
coming out to the track.
Yeah.
And they're going to be led towards the starting gates.
There you go.
That sounds nice.
Right? Yeah. I think it's something like that. It'll be another 25 minutes till this race goes off. But
that's the one thing I don't like about the Kentucky Derby. It
takes
so long
for the build-up.
Yes.
To then have a 2-minute race.
It's
the pomp and circumstance around it all. Like,
again,
that's the...
Like Simone Biles is right there.
Cam, in Louisville. This is what they live for every year.
Yeah.
Okay, they want the pomp and circumstance. Okay,
I understand it. I get it, but it's like, because when I came in today, and I'm turning on the television, and I'm like, okay, what can I watch just for the time being? And I saw Kentucky Derby. I'm like, wait a minute, the Derby's not starting now, is it? But then I see the time frame. I think it started like 1 to 6:15 or something like that.
And they have races all day long.
Right.
So like, there's that other stuff. If you're there, it's not not waiting around.
Just like you're just sitting down waiting for the main event. Yeah.
But the main big one, yes, it is like you're waiting all day for 2 minutes.
It's a long build up.
It is a long build up. Clippers Nuggets tonight, Cam. Where are we going? What are we betting on? I'm going MPJ unders. I bet his under. What did I bet his under? Under rebounds.
Yeah. I went under rebounds. I went Kawhi double.
Yep, I bet that as well.
I took the Clippers on the money line.
Ooh, okay. There we go.
And also paired it up with the under on the total. So I went that route with it.
Under on the total. Okay.
I really believe the Clippers pull it off.
Yeah.
As do some people can say, I really believe that the Nuggets are going to pull it off.
And it's a coin flip game, so you guys can both be right.
Game 7, Yep. Throw everything out the window.
Yep.
But yeah, the confidence is there more on the Clippers side for me than it is for the Denver Nuggets. And we laid out the point that the Nuggets have lost back-to-back Game 7s, so that's there in their history too. And we saw what happened inside a Ball Arena last year with some guy named Anthony Edwards that plays what's that team's name? They're in the Midwest.
Yeah,
they have a dog as a mascot. No, it's a wolf, right?
It's a wolf.
It's a wolf.
Oh.
It's a wolf. There we go.
That's what I mean. When you're in the arena, that's what's going on the whole time.
Yeah,
you got to get the howl.
Thinking of that, does that like give you chills?
Yeah, it gets me all
hearing that howl?
Pumped up. You get the Crunch just banging the Crunch is the mascot.
Yeah.
He always has his drum out. It's great.
Where does Crunch rank? And I'm taking the conversation another way.
Yeah, that's good.
Where does he rank? Mascot wise,
so I was gonna say in my
NBA, or are we doing like
mascot? I mean, Crunch is number 1.
Number 1?
Yeah, he has.
Benny the Bull?
Oh no, Benny. Mascot Benny. There is no better mascot than Benny the Bull.
I think Crunch is top 5 though.
He is. Crunch is up there.
Like Benny's 1. Crunch is in there. Not sure on where he places.
That's a really good question,
Phoenix Suns
Cam.
gorilla.
I haven't. The Phoenix Suns gorilla creeps me out.
Yeah.
He's freaky. His face looks like like
creepier than the Pelicans mascot.
I don't know if I can seen that. It's the Pelicans mascot, like the little boy.
Yeah.
Isn't it
No, I'm thinking of that is the mascot, but also the Clippers mascot is a little weird too.
Oh no, the Pelicans mascot is definitely a pelican.
Yeah.
Definitely not a little boy. This one, the who is this guy? That's the King Cake baby. I don't know what that is, but I feel like he's always at Pelican games.
King Cake is part of Mardi Gras, right? Isn't that the?
Okay, maybe that's why.
Right.
Okay.
And I know some Milwaukee fans are like, "What about Bango, the Bucks mascot?"
Bango.
No, not top 5. No,
I don't think Bango's top 5.
Okay.
Warriors don't have a mascot, do they?
They used to have a mascot when they had the old logo, the Warrior Man that was on the logo that had the bolt, and he used to be the mascot.
I think the Nuggets mascot. I think you could put him up there. What's his name? Do we know? Nuggets mascot.
Because it's a lion. It's a lion.
Rocky Mountain Lion.
Yeah.
Rocky. Yeah, he's great. But I think
stuff the Magic Dragon Orlando, San Antonio Spurs mascot, the Coyote.
Yeah.
Some good ones.
There are some good ones. But I do think in the NBA, Benny the Bull is the best.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's necessarily a biased take, being we live here, like Bulls fans, but like Benny does the most constantly. He is all over that arena all game long.
Yes, no doubt. Side note, the Celtics have an actual human as the mascot.
Yeah.
Like the leprechaun. Like
I don't like that.
You disqualify yourself.
Like when Notre Dame, they have their...
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah,
weird
you need a mascot.
Maybe the checks aren't weird for the Celtics mascot. Like I'm sure he's getting
probably
paid nicely.
Yeah,
but still a little weird.
I mean, Benny the Bull makes like $500,000 a year.
Hey, I don't know what you have to do to try out,
but like call me $400,000 according to Google right now a year.
Yeah, if I can try out, and I know that whoever is the mascot that is Benny the Bull, they're not trying to give up that spot.
No, they're not.
But if I can try out, I'll definitely audition.
I think that's one career I could be pretty good in.
I'm sure you have to dance. You have to know how to dance.
Well, I don't know how to do that, so maybe not. Maybe not.
But you know how to shoot a basketball.
Yeah.
You can do the half-court toss behind the head.
I can throw popcorn around. Great
exactly,
at that.
Exactly. You can do that as well. You also have to know how to be kind of acrobatic and do flips and everything, because like it started Bulls game sometime, he runs down the sideline and does a
I can't
flip.
do that.
No, I can't do that.
No, okay, I'm not good at that. Okay, the way sidetracked here, but the
it was me. Blame me. I'm sorry.
We've talked about everything. We've get on the bets. We'll recap those in a sec. But the inflatable Benny the Bull?
Oh yeah.
There's someone in there, right?
Yes.
It's not like a remote control type of thing somehow?
No, I don't think so.
But how does that person walk? How does that work?
You're talking about the one that's like up in the rafters, right?
No, he's out on the court a lot, and he can make himself like tiny and then like all of a sudden explode up and.
Oh, it's like the dinosaur costume, inflatable kind of, right?
Right.
But like, is there an air pump that's like blowing? Because the thing is massive. So it's not just like how
within there.
Tall he is.
Those like costumes have an air
thing
attached. Attached to it. Yeah.
Okay. Whew, I'm glad we cleared that.
Kate was concerned.
Oh man, I wasn't gonna be able to sleep tonight.
Robots are taking over the world. Shoot, they already are, man.
They are. I was driving the other day, and there was a robot going down the street. Like they're here in Chicago.
Yeah. For the food delivery service, right? Yeah.
It freaks me out. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Not Clippers. Geez, now I'm all messed up. The two teams playing tomorrow,
Thanks,
the Pacers,
and Cavs.
And the Cavs. Thank you. Gosh,
I got you, Kate.
Thanks for the assist, Cam.
I got you.
I'm going Pacers. I'm taking the points with the Pacers tomorrow.
Oh, Kenny, did you hear that? Kenny?
What's up?
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
Kate
not a bad bet.
Pacers game 1?
I think that they're going to give them their best games early in the series, 1, 2, and 3.
Good points.
I'm not even saying that the Pacers are going to win. I just say 8 points is too many. The Pacers won the season series. And yes, there was no Garland and Mitchell for one of those games.
Right.
But I think Pacers hang in this one, especially with those fast break points. Like Cleveland has not been able to slow them down in that sense.
What about Pacers money line?
I mean, I don't hate that.
That's
a good point, Kenny. That Pacers are probably going to play
Pacers money line, Cavs to win the series.
What do we got there?
That's what I was going. I'm looking that up right now. Like you guys are reading my mind. So
which one did you do, Cam?
It was Indiana and Milwaukee. Indiana to win game 1.
And Milwaukee
Bucks to win the series.
Which happened? Pacers won game 1?
Yeah, they won game 1. Bucks, we know what happened with that. But Pacers to win game 1, Cleveland to win the series, plus 425. Is it spicy enough?
It is spicy enough.
Okay.
I think I love that, actually.
Or if you're feeling really spicy, you just say Pacers to win game 1, Pacers to win the series, plus 750.
Whoa, that is spicy.
Kenny's not trying to hear any of that.
I'm not sure. I'm trying to hear. I mean,
you know what?
Actually,
why not?
Right?
Why not throw something down? Why not? Just a little bit. Don't go crazy. Just a little bit.
I thought the Pacers were going to have a tougher time than they did against Milwaukee.
Yeah.
The fact that they handled Milwaukee what felt so easily, and I know no Dame game one, obviously so unfortunate what happened with Dame late in the series with the Achilles.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm not giving the Pacers enough credit for who they are as a team.
Yeah, I agree. I did not see this Pacers team be this version, especially what we saw earlier in the season. I know it's a long NBA season. Teams change. They're trying to find their rhythm. But Tyrese Halliburton, for me, in the first part of the NBA season, I'm like, the league has figured him out.
Yeah.
He's not the fun-loving, skipping up and down the court, knocking down step-back threes, throwing lobs, throwing nice dimes to his teammates. He's not that dude. The Pacers are struggling. But then the second half of the season happened. And he found his stride. And it's just he's playing without any pressure, it feels like now. And it's a dangerous thing to have in the playoffs where he's in his rhythm, and it's really difficult to guard him because when he's in space, he has the ability to knock down the three. But also it's the threat of him getting others involved with that Pacers team to really get them going. I think that's the biggest threat.
How about him in that final play? Giannis picks him up and he just goes right by him.
Yeah,
blows by him.
Right. I was kind of stunned by that.
Yeah, I was too as well, Randy.
And gets to silence the overrated critics because that report comes out where your peers vote different things, and Tyrese Halliburton was voted most overrated player.
Well, you saw the tweet that he sent
yes,
out, right?
He did. Yes,
all caps. Overrate that.
Yeah,
I love it.
That is great.
Yeah.
Like you have to push back.
And
there.
it also has to feel good. He's from Wisconsin, the state of Wisconsin. I'm not sure particularly. I think it's around the Milwaukee area, but it had to feel good. With that as well. Like,
for sure.
Beating the team that I'm sure you grew up rooting for in some sense, or like going to Bucks games.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep. All right, Kentucky Derby. About to, let's say about. We probably got another 10 minutes or so. Randy.
Oh, we're getting closer.
Quickly before we head out, give the two horses
Sovereignty,
again.
18 to box, and exacta box with the 21. 18 to win, though. 18 to win.
Love it. Best of luck in the Kentucky Derby. Best of luck in your bets this weekend. Thanks to Nick Friedel for joining us. We'll be back here at the same time next week. We'll see you then.
Coming up, more live sweats and winning bets with a better angle on the BetMGM network. BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.